Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're listening in the world. Welcome to Lords for day 2 of the first Test match between England and New Zealand after a pulsating day yesterday which saw 16 wickets fall. Glad to say that this is probably the best day of weather forecast for the 5, and there's no imminent rain. It's overcast once again, which the bowlers will enjoy, but New Zealand have a job to do to fight back. Having bowled England out for 140 yesterday, they will resume at the perilous position of 61 for 6. Alongside me for the first half an hour is Steve Harmison. I guess it's about patience, Harmy, and that's ironic because you want to ram home your advantage if you're England, but you can try too hard.
You can try too hard. Good morning, Manners. Good morning, good evening, good wherever anybody is in the world. It is a day where, it's a special day because we've just had the opening bell rang by the Red for Ruth Foundation, which is an amazing charity. Someone obviously close to my heart, knowing Ruth for the early part of my career and played all my career with Sir Andrew Strauss. Good to see Sir Alistair Cook out there as well. And it's a day where I think you're right. I think patience would be a key if I was Ben Stokes in England, because I think there's one player at this moment in time standing in the way of a big lead, and that would be Glenn Phillips. And he's modest average of early 30s. With the bat, he's got no Test 100, and people might say, why do you think that? Well, I think that because he can be destructive in a short, sharp burst in a quick fashion, and sometimes when you bat with a tail and you bat the way Glenn Phillips does, you become more dangerous. So from England's point of view, it's about holding your nerve, staying patient, and if there are a couple of wickets at either end and Phillips does get away, it's just making sure that you are executing the plan that you're trying to do, because a mad half an hour could see New Zealand get up close. A mad half an hour for England could see England having getting 140 have a 40-run lead.
It's incredible, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. Just for those of you who are unaware, the Ruth Strauss Foundation helps families cope with the premature bereavement of a parent, particularly with the children, for children who are left without a parent. It's an incredible charity. It's raised over £4.2 million since it was founded, and this day is called Red for Ruth. You're encouraged to wear something red. I've only got a red phone cover and red sunglasses because when I packed I forgot. But Harmy is doing the team proud with his Ruth Strauss Foundation.
I got the wrong size this morning, but it'll fit me grandson when I get back home.
It's just perched on top of your head. Ben Stokes with the first over of the morning, which is interesting. Outside the off stump, it's left alone by Phillips and taken behind by Jamie Smith. It's interesting that hang on, he's finishing an over. Of course, there are 4 balls left when bad light ended play prematurely yesterday. It was there were 4 balls remaining with 10 minutes before the scheduled close of play, so Stokes is just finishing this over. He might decide to carry on. I'd be surprised. Ollie Robinson did all his damage from this end. Outside the off stump once again from Stokes, and it's left alone again by Glenn Phillips, who's 31 from 35 balls, and he never remotely looked like he was trying to score quickly. That's the nature of the way he plays the game. Run a ball is sort of minimum for him, really, just the way he plays.
Yeah, he did. He played nicely. He got a few full deliveries which he hit down the ground. He got a couple of back of a length. He's very short in stature, is Glenn Phillips. He likes the ball square of the wicket. He had a couple of back foot punches, a couple of cut shots.
2 slips in a gully for Stokes. He's in once again, and Phillips drives powerfully straight to extra cover. And that was hit nicely by Phillips. Hit hard. It was a no ball. Ben Stokes is querying. Have you ever seen an umpire say, "Oh, all right then, okay"? I'll take it back.
I've not seen many umpires or football referees or rugby referees, once they've made a decision, change their mind. Even with VAR and things like that, it's just, he's questioning Rod Tucker. Rod Tucker, 100th Test match. I think you summed it up perfectly yesterday, Manners, when you said 100 tests. Not many umpires get to 100 test matches and still on the rise of their ability, and Rod is definitely one of them.
Here is Stokes once again, and Phillips opens the face of the bat, steers it away, past backward point. Ben Duckett dives and gets a hand to it, but he's taken some of the pace off it, and that's good work from Shoaib Bashir, chasing out towards the cover boundary, slides, drags it back, and Phillips has taken a couple. Did they run 3? They did run 3. Yeah, they run 3. So Phillips moves on to 34, keeps the strike, or he will do if the last ball is a legitimate one, and there's no run taken by Nathan Smith.
Early signs, not as much swing laterally, lavish movement laterally as there was yesterday. We haven't really seen anything off the pitch. The slope, the ball's nipped back up. One of the deliveries nipped back up the slope, which Glenn Phillips left. There was a couple of deliveries left yesterday. I went back up the slopes and went onto the stumps. Jamie Smith was one of them.
2 slips, 2 gullies now for Smith outside the off stump. That one swung, but it started too wide, and it's left alone by the all-rounder Nathan Smith. And New Zealand are 65 for 6 with Nathan Smith on 6 and Glenn Phillips now on 34. Not quite a sellout, but it's busy enough for the alternative ticket salesman outside to have enough business to do.
There was a few of them, wasn't there, from St John's Wood Tube Station down to the North Gate. You recognise a couple of them. A couple of them said hello. So obviously they've been there, for many years. It wasn't that full. It wasn't as full as I thought it was going to be yesterday. I think it said it was going to be sold out, but possibly with the tube strike and the rain that was forecast yesterday, put a few people off. There were still some empty seats. Few in the members area yesterday was quite empty. As we look out to that great pavilion on the left-hand side, where they're going to do some, I think they're going to put a roof on and put a hospitality unit on top of that stand, which is half built. That was predominantly empty yesterday. So, yeah, there'll be people still funneling in from the tube stations.
Bowled him! First delivery from Josh Tongue has knocked over Glenn Phillips' off stump, and New Zealand's fight back has suffered an early setback. What a start from Josh Tongue from the pavilion end. Harmy will dissect the delivery. I can tell you for certain that the off stump is no longer standing.
No longer standing. It was a beauty. It is an absolute beauty. But Glenn Phillips just played down the wrong line. I've only seen it once, but he's just played down the wrong line. It's a perler from Tongue. Brilliant start to the morning. He's just got it to hold. He's just got it to hold up the hill. He hasn't played down the wrong line. He's thinking because of the slope, where the pavilion, from the pavilion end, ball coming on to middling off, and it's just held its line. He's played a full face of the bat, forward defence as Glenn Phillips, but unfortunately it's just held its line, gone back up the hill a touch, and took off stump cartwheel, and that's a big wicket for England. A huge wicket, because Glenn Phillips for me was the man from New Zealand's point of view that held the cards, and if there was wickets gone, he could make that explosive innings like a Stokes could do, or one of England's top order batters. Now we're into the bowlers.
Yeah, Carl Jameson is making his way out to the crease. 65 for 7, exactly what England wanted. You're talking about the ground redevelopment. It's the Allen stand right next to the pavilion. As we look from the Barclays Media Centre, just to the left of the pavilion, it's the smallest stand here at Lord's, and the oldest as well. And it is half built, but they've done a very good job of sort of boarding up the ugly bits, and it looks fine. I mean, you don't know that it's half built. But it is the smallest stand, and right next to it is the tavern stand, which is the second oldest stand at Lord's, and that also has been earmarked for some redevelopment. But there is a hospitality suite is going to be installed on the Allen stand, which only holds just over 1,000 people out of the capacity of over 30,000. But that should be ready for, that will definitely be ready for next year's Ashes. Right, 3 slips and a gully. Kyle Jameson on strike. Josh Tongue bowling. And he drives powerfully. First delivery is pitched up. Jameson didn't hold back there. He's gone hit it straight to mid-off. Ben Stokes does the fielding.
I think Kyle Jameson might have been expecting the short ball there, the way he shaped up for that one. Ben Stokes set the trap. He put Emilio Gay on the deep square boundary, of which he's now gone in front of square, because Ben Duckett's gone from third slip to leg gully. So England 5 men on the left.
Leg gully?
No, he was at leg gully. He's just gone a bit deeper.
He's backpedaling. He's now halfway back to the boundary.
He's gone on the, I think, on the flick.
Here is Josh Tongue, bowls Jameson. Oh, he's going to have a hit, and he's gone straight to Duckett. Actually, so halfway back, backward square leg, and he's had a swing. So that's, I'm clear what Jameson's going to do. He's going to counter-attack. He's come out swinging. He's had a swing at his first 2 balls, so it's going to be an all or nothing.
Yeah, he's not exactly looking to play for his off stump here, considering Glenn Phillips has just gone out of the ground. And I think England are going to go, well, if we're going to go that way at Jameson, we might as well keep going at Smith. They're going for the short ball tactic. Ben Duckett's probably on the edge of the 30-metre circle, the imaginary 30-metre circle.
There's a deep square leg as well. Here is Josh Tongue bowls, and Nathan Smith drives this up to, well, firm push up to mid-on. And it's fielded by Ollie Robinson, who I assume will bowl the next over.
Yeah, I'm assuming he will. Ben Stokes has gone to have a conversation with him, but
he's not been doing any limbering up.
No looseners. But this is good from Tongue, because he's got the 3 men catching on the leg side. 2 of them in the deep, 1 sort of halfway back. But he's not gone to the short ball yet. He's going to use it sparingly, hopefully. There's still enough in this surface, in and around that good sort of 6 metre length, which will put pressure on the batter and test their techniques. And he's got the short ball, he's got the protection, just in case he fancies dropping it short.
Here is Josh Tongue again then, bowls Nathan Smith, and this time he pushes it behind square on the offside. And there's no run, it's gone straight to the fielder.
I wonder if Ben Stokes might be thinking of keeping himself going. With a little bit more pace on it. Well, Ollie Robinson's warming up now, so that means he's coming on. But I'd have been tempted just to Ben Stokes to have another over. That little bit extra pace.
I must say,
causing the problem.
I am slightly perplexed by this, the 3 men in the deep on the leg side. New Zealand they've only added 5 this morning. Here is Tongue again, bowls. Smith drives through the offside. That is a lovely shot. Tongue pitching up, and he's going to get 4 up the hill in front of the grandstand, away to our right. And was pitched up, aiming to hit some more timber behind the batsman, aiming for off stump. And Nathan Smith has driven that one sweetly through the offside. 70 for 7.
Good from Smith. A bit of width on offer. I think the men in the deep on the leg side is just in case Josh Tongue wants to bowl the short ball. They're probably set up for, they're looking to score, and the scoring options are, if he over pitches on the offside, through extra cover, there's a big gap there. But if you get a short ball, I think you have to try and cash in, and you have to go for it from a batter's point of view. And now we'll see Ollie Robinson. What has he got? 4 for 10. It's a brilliant opening spell. I mean, the first over was, the atmosphere inside this ground was magnificent. It was a brilliant, from the very first ball, he set the tone perfectly. And now a chance to get on the honours board. Redemption for Ollie Robinson, who has had his criticism. He's come back after 2.5 years. He looks fit. He said yesterday in the press conference that he was nowhere ready to be selected.
Here is Robinson. Begins with a short one. He bowled very few of those yesterday, and he's gone short straight up to Kyle Jameson, who pulls out of, I think he wanted a piece of that. He wanted to have a swing at that one, decided against it.
It's going to be, from Jameson's point of view, Robinson's point of view, you want him to bowl the short ball just that little bit closer to him, because the way the slope goes, the ball's always going to go away from him. So to hit the ball on the leg side, you've got to get the timing perfectly right, or it's going to go straight in the air.
Here's Robinson again, bowls. Jameson slaps this one off a thick outside edge, past gully, down towards the boundary, and picks up 4. It's an interesting field because there's a long leg, a backward square leg. It's Ben Duckett in that same position again. He's just over halfway back to the boundary. what used to be told by our schoolboy coaches was no man's land. So 2 men behind square on the leg side catching. Then there's an orthodox mid-wicket and a mid-on, mid-off. I mean, Ben Stokes has set the slog field.
Yeah, he set the slog field, and that's why I'd have been tempted. Sentiment, yes, I want Ollie Robinson to get 5 for. And the way he bowled yesterday and the way he started yesterday, he deserves 5 for. But I would have been tempted to keep Ben Stokes going. That little bit extra pace. You know, Jamison's he's just gonna stand there and swing, and I think if that little bit extra pace sometimes I think is probably better than Robinson at sort of 80 mile an hour. But time will tell. We'll see.
Deep backward point, deep square leg now. Robinson in again. Jameson swings this one powerfully out towards deep square leg, and is fielded by Shoaib Bashir on the boundary, and they go through for a single. So, I mean, I like the approach from Kyle Jameson. I do. I mean, it may be his initiative, maybe from the management or the captain, and said, look, Kyle, don't fancy you grinding out 50 from 140 balls here.
No, but I think his legs might be telling him, could you grind out 50 from 140 balls after bowling in the first innings and having, 21 overs off? But I think from a team point of view, this is the best way to go.
3 slips and a gully, orthodox field for Nathan Smith. Back and across he goes, pushes it nicely into a gap on the offside and takes a single. And I think Nathan Smith also has decided that he's going to play the foil here. You know, he's going to let Kyle Jameson have the strike, let him swing, hopefully he comes off. But Nathan Smith is backing himself to bat, inverted commas, properly.
Yeah, but it's like 2 goals at it, really, from Smith's point of view. If the way Jamison's going, they stop bowling at Smith. They stop concentrating at Smith. So Smith gets a chance to get his eye in, get himself in a good position.
Here is Ollie Robinson again, bowls, looks for the Yorker right up in the block hole, and it's a slap drive from Kyle Jameson. Doesn't time it because it was so full, and it's fielded by the England captain Ben Stokes. New Zealand 76 for 7.
So you stop concentrating on bowling at Smith. You're thinking, right, Jamison's the man to get out because he's going to give you a chance. He's going to play the high risk stuff, and the danger of it is sometimes the one at the other end, the Smith, you give them a chance to get their eye in, get going, pinch a single here, 2 there, and then when it comes to Jamison getting out, Smith's obviously the one that put the foot down the accelerator.
Robinson in again, bowls. Jameson swings this one, but not in a slog fashion. He's actually he's looking to hit, but that one was full and very straight, and he's only managed to clip it along the ground out towards deep mid-wicket where Bashir fields, and they take a single, and Jameson keeps the strike. So 77 for 7 New Zealand in reply to England's 140.
Yeah, that's why I'd have gone with Ben. I'd have gone with Ben Stokes from the nursery end, just to get Jameson out. I think the aggressive nature, the short ball's got more on it. I think it's 5 or 6 miles an hour quicker. It makes it more difficult to sort of slug up in the air. And then Robinson could come on and get one of the last couple of wickets to get his well-deserved 5 for. But I think I might have gone with Ben Stokes, especially if somebody's going to come at England. Ben Stokes is one of the best at getting into a contest and in the game.
There's a fly slip, Jacob Ethel as well. Now it's very much a slog field. Here's Josh Tongue, bowls to Jameson, who loses this one completely. It's back of a length. Jameson wants to duck, but he's seen it late, and it's hit him on the body. Hit him on the left shoulder, I think, or maybe the arm, the bicep. But he's totally lost that. It didn't bounce as much as he thought, but he's lost it.
Yeah, it was a short ball. It was a short ball at 90 miles an hour and just didn't get up. It's hit him. I think it's hit him on the thigh pad, but he's sort of ducked into it as well. It's really short, and it's just got nowhere. It hasn't got anywhere up. It's got the hip, and it's sort of skidded at him.
Here's Josh Tongue again, bowls to Jameson. Another short one. He's gone for the hook shot, and that has hit him on the head. He's missed it completely, and he seems fine, but the umpire, Adrian Holstock, has called for the physio immediately because it's hit him on the head, hit him on the side of the head. The helmet has done its job, we hope. There can be a delayed reaction. You know, very often you think, I'm fine, and then 2 minutes later you think I'm not quite so fine as I thought I was.
Yeah, it depends who was bowling. I mean, there's a few times I got hit in the head off a Pretley or a show of actor. I knew I wasn't fine. But when it comes to this protocol, it's the right thing, and just giving them a couple of minutes to make sure that the helmet should be changed. I do believe the helmet should be changed.
I think, isn't it not compulsory?
I think it is compulsory. We've got, anybody can see just behind me, we've got Mark Butcher, given
resplendent in his red jacket.
I once hit Butcher in the ear at Chester Street and perforated his eardrum. That wasn't.
You're both laughing about it.
It wasn't pleasant. No, I think he collapsed. I think Butch collapsed in the shower. I think the water got into his ear and he collapsed in the shower. He said so. It can not be pleasant. I remember walking out to bat in Perth after Tudes. I think Butch carried Tudes off, our great friend and TalkSport commentator Alex Tudor. So it's not a. I mean, the ball's hard. It's a dangerous game, and when this happens, I think it's the right protocol just to take stock, change the helmet, reset, and start again. And Kyle Jamieson hopefully is going to get a bit of time to do that.
It was a very quick concussion check, wasn't it?
It was a quick concussion check, yeah.
Wow. Field spread, 3 men on the leg side catching, tongue in again. Jameson drives, it's full and straight, and it's gone straight to the fielder at mid-on. And there's no run. Ollie Robinson doing the tidying up there. 77 for 7, New Zealand.
You don't want anybody to get hit on the head, but I think if, from a New Zealand point of view, if Matt Henry Manners got hit on the head, I think there would be a concussion substitute because of the back spasm he has. So, don't think England want to be bowling too short to Matt Henry when he comes out to bat with that back spasm.
2 slips in a gully and this kind of exotic field, and with men in slog positions, as that one is clipped away by Nathan Smith, who's batting really beautifully. That's timed sumptuously. It will be cut off. No, it's not cut off by Ben Duckett. He thought he had it cut off, but maybe took his eye off the ball at the final second, and it skidded away from like a wet bar of soap, through his fingers and onto the rope for 4.
Yeah, he did it. He got it in his hand, but I think his body just got I think tangled up with where the slide was going to take him into the rope, and I think he tried to get it out of his hands quick enough. And that's what I mean. You forget to bowl at Nathan Smith. Josh Tongue, he's bowled bounces at Jamieson, and he just bowled a sort of leg stump half volley.
Tongue in again, bowls to Smith down the leg side, looking to glance, misses it. Looks up in the heavens in frustration. He's missed out on a scoring opportunity there. We've had messages so far this morning from listeners in Denmark, Estonia and Australia, which is an eclectic trio of countries. I've heard very good things about Estonia. I don't really know where it is, but
Tallinn is that the capital of
is it
Estonia?
I don't know, but I've heard very good things about the country. So I've added it to my bucket list, along with Japan. Never been there either. But welcome wherever you're listening in the world. Tongue in again, bowls. Bowled him! He's left it! He's left it! Nathan Smith offers no shot. Josh Tongue nips it back. Clips the stumps. A second wicket for England. Nips it back. Jarrod Kimber's just joined us. He was talking yesterday about when the ball seams, it's seaming sideways. And that was another one. It's gone down the slope. But do you know what? Morning, Jarrod. It's another one where you don't necessarily attach blame to the batsman, even though he looks like a bit of a fool.
I mean, maybe at a certain point, Manners, when you've seen 2 guys be bowled leaving the ball, maybe you think to yourself, I'm going to play. But yeah, look, it did. It seemed back an absolute mile. Also, Tongue has that angle coming in. I'm not going to have a go at Smith because better players than him in this game have done the exact same thing. So maybe it's just the thing. We've had 2 Smiths leave the ball and get bowled, haven't we?
Yeah, the one Jamie Smith that was going against the slope. Can't remember the other one. I think that was going against the slope as well. I can't defend Nathan Smith on that one. That one is
he's a number 8.
Yeah, he's a bat. He can bat though. He's averaging late 20s. That there was a complete misjudgment and understanding of what the slope at Lords can give you. I mean, that's gone with the slope down the hill. It's not straightened. it's not deviated. It's just kept going onto the top of off stump. I think if anything, it didn't bounce as much possibly as Nathan Smith thought it was going to bounce. He possibly expecting it to go over the top of the stumps.
Do you think he was leaving it partly on length then?
Yeah, I think so as well. I think that was what he was more surprised at when he turned round, that the ball didn't get up, but he's just seen a bouncer hit Kyle Jamieson. I know he's 6'7", but it hit him in the hip. So it is a complete misjudgment and a good wicket for England, because while there's a little bit of a circus act going on around Kyle Jamieson and the way he's batting, all of a sudden you forget about the other bloke at the other end, and I think Nathan Smith was just going along nicely there, wasn't he? What was he, 15 off 18 balls? It was a big wicket for England.
Ollie Robinson looking for a place on the honours board. He's still got... Oh, that's a swing and a miss from Kyle Jamieson. He didn't hold back there. Now, the man who's come to the crease is one of my favourite batsmen in the world currently. And it has nothing to do with his average of 4.1 and everything to do with the other average, which is 36 balls per innings. I think that's fantastic. And he started off at number 11. He's obviously been promoted now to number 10.
I think that might be back spasm related.
Yes, indeed. Jameson backs away, gives himself lots of room, swings, thick outside edge down towards Jacob Bethel, fielding in a sort of fly slip position. Yes, Matt Henry still, we haven't had an update. Have we had an update? We haven't had a fitness update, so still spasming in the back region.
What I would say about O'Rourke is that it's nice. We had a Hogarth and Gillespie for a while. We had Ishant Sharma. Now we have Kuldeep Yadav and O'Rourke. The tradition of tail-enders who are very hard to get out but cannot make a run continues in world cricket. I think it's something to be proud of as a sport, as a culture, that we've managed to do it. Look at, he doesn't even look like he wants to play a shot.
He doesn't. Oh, there we go. Block up towards mid-on. Kuldeep Yadav's a great example of somebody who has transformed himself from an absolutely hopeless rabbit to somebody who, I mean, he made 42
against England when we were out there. Not last time, the time before.
And it took him an age.
Well, it's hard when your only shot is nudge off the hip, isn't it? I would say for
36 balls. I think New Zealand would take 36 balls here, especially if Jamison's at the other end.
He's got a bit of a bigger backlift than some of those other guys we mentioned.
Here is Robinson again, bowls. O'Rourke blocks this one again. Has to chop down on it, keeps a bit low.
But there's no follow through, is there? So Hogarth had no backlift, Gillespie had no backlift, but they had a little bit of a prod at the ball. He's just, I've got a backlift, but then dead still once I hit the ball. I love it.
I adore it. I mean, I have so much admiration for somebody who can bat for so long, and he did it. You know, they added 40 odd in Hamilton and England's last tour. And he made 2 from 40 balls. Fantastic. Robinson in again, bowls. O'Rourke blocks up towards mid-off. And there's absolutely no element of facetiousness or sarcasm at all. Anybody who might be, wondering whether we're being 100% serious, Jarrod, and well, I am, and I think you are too.
No, I mean, it's a great thing. Look, I think when you play professional sport, like, one of the things that you want to be able to do is find any way you can to help your team. He clearly cannot play a shot, right? I think I've seen him play 3 shots in his career so far. But he knows that he can stick around, and he's decided to work on that, and he plays a nice forward defence. I said that, he'll miss this one, but...
Robinson in again, bowls. O'Rourke forward again. Nice block up towards mid-off. I mean, you're absolutely right. If you're good at making toasted sandwiches or mixing drinks, protein shakes, then, do that. But also, if you're very good at blocking the ball, then focus on that.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, when you ask your bat manufacturer for a bat, you ask for a little bit more wood on the inside edge and the outside edge of the bat, and leave the middle alone, because the way he's got his technique, if it hits the outside edge or the inside edge, that looks as though it's the only place he's going to score runs. The middle of his bat seems to be going straight back down the ground into either mid-on or mid-off, or back to the bowler. So if you got a little bit more wood on the inside outside edge of the bat, fine leg and third man could be in the business areas of where Will O'Rourke scores most of his runs.
We had a very interesting comment. Sorry, Jarrod, go on.
I was just going to say, technically, I mean, his ability to hit the ball right under his eyes is better than some of the top order players in this game.
Here is Josh Tongue, bouncer to Carl Jameson, ducks underneath it, lets it go over his left shoulder. Sean Schofield is our listener in Estonia, Harmy, and you're going to be interested in this. He's extended an invitation for us to visit, and he says, bring your golf clubs, midnight golf.
Oh, lovely. Very nice. Bit of cricket and midnight golf.
Midnight golf.
Good on you, Sean. Yeah, we might take you up on that.
And you were right about the capital.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Tallinn, is that right? Tallinn. Here's Tongue again. Oh, that's a good hit from Carl Jameson. He's backed away, giving himself some room. Lots of room to free the arms, and the first 6 of the test match. Straight back over the bowler's head. Tremendous hit from Carl Jameson.
It was good batting because he picked the slow ball. I don't know if Tongue has a particularly great slow ball, but he picked that early on, and he just went, okay, if you're going to bowl a slow one, I'm going to throw my arms through it. It was a lovely strike. He's a very good, long, straight hitter of the ball. Him and Daryl Mitchell, I'd love to see them in a longest drive competition. They both go so far down the wicket.
Yeah, it's similar bat plans, isn't it? That was a golf shot, wasn't it? That's off the tee. He's got 150 to the green now.
Here comes Tongue again, bowls. Jameson almost stands on his stumps as he steps onto the back foot to knock this one away on the onside. That's very, very mature, sensible batting from Carl Jameson. You always get that rush of adrenaline, don't you? And you think, well, I'll do it again. And you often can't do it again the next ball and get yourself down the other end. It makes a lot of sense, especially when you've got the world's best blocker to make sure that he can keep you on strike.
Kuldeep Yadav might be suing you now.
There's not much to choose between them, actually.
Is he the best nudger?
Do you know what? I was just thinking when you said that he's only got one shot, the nudge off the hip. I was just thinking Sir Alistair Cook scored about 6,000 of his 12,000 runs with that.
To be fair, Sir Alistair Cook, who presented Emilio Gay with his cap, I think he did mention that. Could be the first person from Bedford School to get runs in front of square at Lords.
Oh, that's a good bouncer from Josh Tongue. Very well done, Will O'Rourke. Really good. Last minute sway out of the way. And that's very. But he's got another shot. He's got the leave, the sway. Umpire's
Mr.
having a chat to
Mr. 360, we call him now. The block and the leave. He can do everything.
Everything apart from score a run.
There's a chance of blocking the ball to mid-on for a single here.
3 slips in a gully and a leg slip as Tongue is in again. Bowls. Will O'Rourke. Even when he's onto the back foot there and just blocking this one out on the offside. But the thing that does bring a smile to your face is that even when he doesn't score off the bad balls, even when you give him a scoring opportunity.
When you give him the option to score, he's the ultimate night watchman.
He is set up to defend every single ball, that's why it reminds me of Hoggard and Gillespie. Ishant Sharma was another one who would almost be prop forward for the forward defence no matter where you bowled it.
Yeah, Hoggard was like that. Bat didn't go very far out in front of himself.
Tongue in again, bowls. And good solid block here once again from Will O'Rourke. Update on Matt Henry is that he will bat and he will go through the normal warm-ups to prepare the change of innings, and a decision will be made as to how he's feeling and whether he'll bowl after that.
Yeah, good news from New Zealand. That is good news from New Zealand. Expecting him to bat from a back spasm. You just never know how you're going to wake up the next morning. You might feel a lot better, and then it'll be a case of, I think it's once you get him bowling, then I think you'll be fine. It's the in between bit, and what are we now? We're another 20 minutes, half an hour, then we'll be an hour before the sort of lunch break. You might get a spell in before lunch, but then that 40-minute lunch break or the time that he has in between will be the testing time and whether he can come back and take even further part in it. I think once you get with a back spasm from experience, once you get going, it's not too bad. It's once you stop and then everything sort of seizes up, it's very, very difficult to get the body moving again. So, we'll see what happens with Matt Henry, but it sounds positive from New Zealand's point of view.
Here is Ollie Robinson bowling to Carl Jameson, who drives this up towards a deep set mid-on. Ben Stokes does the tidying up. So it'll be like, if he can bowl, it'll just be bowl one spell as long as you can and we'll carry you off.
Yeah, one spell as long as you can, and if we get to the lunch break, we've got to somehow try and keep you upright and moving while that 40 minutes is happening.
Lunch on the move.
Give
him a sandwich. Keep him.
Yeah.
Sandwich on a treadmill.
You might not have Sam Ellard's lunch, but it'll be a lunch on the move. Try and keep him moving, with the view that you can get another spell straight after lunch, and then you might not get much more after them for the rest of the day.
Will O'Rourke on strike now as Robinson is in, and beautiful block. He's got to run. He's steered it away inadvertently off a thick outside edge past Gully. Ben Duckett dives just past. In fact, that's Jacob Bethel dived just past the ball, and he's off the mark, Will O'Rourke.
Now we've got the serious stuff out of the way, talking about, Matt Henry's injury and, where he'll be having his lunch and everything. Can I just say, he does not bat like Will O'Rourke. If he comes out, he's probably one of the maddest sloggers left in world cricket. So we could have some fun. Interesting three-quarter field here at the moment.
It's exotic, isn't it? There's four men not on the boundary but close to it. Oh, that's a magnificent hook shot from Carl Jameson. Superb. It's back of a length from Ollie Robinson. He doesn't care about fielders on the boundary or not. He's magnificently hooked that into the grandstand for 6.
It's incredible. You could hear the sound off that. I mean, let's be honest, it wasn't Robinson's best delivery. I'm not sure why he was bouncing Jameson, really. I think he could probably, I suppose with this field, that's what they've asked him to do.
78 miles an hour.
Okay. It's friendly.
It's just tough to bowl a good bouncer at that pace, isn't it, really? There's only one slip in now. Most people are on the boundary. Another short one. Jameson's gone again. 2 maximums in a row. 3 sixes in the test match, all to Carl Jameson. Ollie Robinson can't be bowling short at 78 miles an hour. It doesn't work, really, generally.
Well, the last one was a hook shot. That's a pull shot. That's a long hop, isn't it? That's a terrible delivery at this pace, this kind of bowler. You've got, the ball's only 26 overs old, Manners. Surely he should still be bowling at the top of off. At least try and get him hit down the ground.
Exactly right. 29 off 18 to Carl Jameson. 100 up for New Zealand, 104 for 8. Drives once again up into the air. Doesn't time this one. It's going to fall short of Josh Tongue at mid-off. And he circles around, picks it up, and they've taken a single. This is a really excellent, positive, counter-attacking innings from Kyle Jameson. Excellent stuff. He's up to 30. And New Zealand 105 for 8. And that deficit's now just 35. That might still be important. It might still be a telling deficit. But at 61 for 6 when they resumed, and in the loss of a quick wicket, Glenn Mitchell, Kyle Jameson has been Glenn Phillips, not Glenn Mitchell, Glenn Phillips pushes up towards mid-off.
Is Glenn Mitchell a commentator?
Yeah, that's right.
Wasn't he?
He still is.
In Western Australia?
Western Australia, in Perth. No, Glenn Phillips, we thought, was the man who would be in charge of the fight back, but he's gone, bowled by Josh Tongue for 34. Nathan Smith gone as well, but now 105 for 8.
Thanks for getting up, but you can sit back down again. I did wonder, Manners, if the end of that over, they had a deep backward square for Will O'Rourke. And I wondered how many times Will O'Rourke would have to hit the ball to get it all the way to deep backward square. It'd almost have to hit him on the helmet and then him fall onto the ball and headbutt it towards deep backward square to get that ball out there. There's optimism, and there's deep backward square for Will O'Rourke. I mean, I suppose if you keep bouncing him, but surely at this stage.
I find it, peculiar, to say the least. Anyway, it's Jameson on strike. He's 30 from 19 balls with 3 sixes. Josh Tongue bowls him a bouncer, ducks underneath it, and allows it through to Jamie Smith. Was there any part of you that thought that Ben Stokes set the slog field a little early? I mean, it's good to be ahead of the game, but they'd only added 5 runs and lost a wicket, and they set the slog field.
I think they just default to those kinds of things, don't they, England, a little bit too much, whereas realistically, give your bowlers who are bowling really well a little longer to keep bowling the magic balls. They've been doing so well. It changes the shape of the game.
pushed away by Jameson, or tries to steer it through the offside, but guides it only to Harry Brook at slip. There's a number of comments, a number of listeners around the world who are saying, Yorkers, please, Yorkers.
I don't even think this is a pitch for Yorkers. I would just continue to bowl the right length. I don't think Kyle Jamison's going to be able to hit the ball for 6 routinely off a length on this surface with the amount of seam movement we've seen. We've seen some this morning.
Yeah, I mean, why Ollie Robinson's bowling short, 78 miles an hour, is beyond me. Here's Josh Tongue again, bowls. Jamieson steers it away off the back foot to deep set mid-on. See, that's my problem with the slog field, is that there are runs everywhere. I mean, take it on, sure, hit 3 sixes, that's great, that's excellent, but you've got a single wherever you want it. Listener in Manila in the Philippines. How many countries and territories are we up to now, Scotty? Do you remember last time we finished with about 118, I think was the final number?
I do, because you mention it every time.
It excites me.
I know it does. I think you're just trying to get free holidays. Didn't you book yourself into a free trip to Sri Lanka the other day? Aren't you a tour guide now, Manners?
That may well be the next iteration of my career. Just it's a one-off though. 106 for 8. The deficit now 34. 2 slips and for Will O'Rourke as he now leaves one. Oh, that dangerous game that. We've had 3 leaves and bowled. Players leaving the ball and being bowled. I
just looked at the Nathan Smith one. I think me and Harmy might have been a little bit harsh again. That was actually a lot wider than I originally thought. So it really did come in a long way. Yes, as we've said, maybe leaving on this pitch with the amount of seam movement is not ideal. But it did come back a long way. Whereas the other balls that Tongue has got wickets from have been a lot, hit the stumps from, have been much closer.
2 slips, a gully, a leg slip, a short leg as well as Tongue is in, bowls. O'Rourke leaves that one alone, I think. Did he leave that or did he play at that?
Well, he played at it when it was in the gloves.
Right, okay.
So I think he was trying to hit it. It's hard to tell. He was a considerable distance from the ball in the end.
It's actually gone over the top of off stump into the gloves of Jamie Smith.
It didn't bother him though, does it? Like,
no.
He's like, no, I'm going to miss some.
He's a wonderful, wonderful bowler and a complete contrast as a batter. There's not an aggressive bone in his body as a batter. Leaves one again outside the off stump, deliberately or not, I couldn't tell. But he may have been playing inside the line of it. Like, it's like, as a cricketer, you're handed your quota of aggression. He channels 100% of his into his bowling, and there's nothing left for his batting.
So he did try and hit that, and then straight afterwards he thought to himself, I should have left it. I think considering what we've seen on this pitch so far, better to try and hit it than leave it. He's 1 of 12, so he's due another 20 balls, is he, Manners? Is that right?
Well, if he's going to maintain his average, yeah. Greetings to Elliot Easton, who's listening to us from the Yasawa Islands in Fiji. I'm guessing you've never been there.
You've covered some games there, haven't you?
I didn't know that there were Yasawa Islands. But it's fantastic that he's listening to us from there. Jameson on strike now as Robinson begins another over and he pitches one up, aims for the stumps. Jameson misses it with an aggressive swing and it's taken by Jamie Smith. That wasn't too far away from the stumps at all.
Yeah, he just gave himself some room, tried to slog that and it went past leg stump. That looked like club cricket. I'm all for that. I've got 2 Fijian stories. There's the great batter El Siva, whose name is too long to pronounce on air, but if you look up El Siva, Fiji player, he almost got picked for New Zealand. His batting was incredible, smashed New Zealand domestic bowlers over 2 tours.
Here is Ollie Robinson again from the nursery end bowls. Jameson drives powerfully, thunders it past the bowler up to Josh Tongue, who's deep set at mid-off. You just, I mean, you're defending an increasingly diminishing lead and you're giving runs away. I find it peculiar. What's your second Fijian story?
The second one is that Neil Maxwell, Pat Cummins' agent, former Australian cricketer who set up the Kings 11 Punjab, recently was involved in Saudi cricket and is involved in a bunch of other things in America as well. He played for Fiji. Those are the only 2 Fijian stories I know.
He played for Fiji?
You didn't know that? Oh.
I didn't know. Was it after he retired from Australian domestic cricket?
I'm not sure, actually.
Robinson in again, bowls to Will O'Rourke. Good leave. Outside the off stump. O'Rourke 1 from 13 balls now. 27 for 2. It's almost It almost looks as if it's a matter of pride to him not to score runs. I mean, he wasn't disappointed when he edged that one past Gully to get off the mark, but it wasn't his intention.
I don't know if you remember this test match. There was a great test match where Carl Rackerman, I think it was an Ashes test match, and Carl Rackerman faced about 60 or 70 balls before getting off mark. And he was just putting his giant Queensland leg down and padding up to everything in the days you could do that. And the crowd was always disappointed when he scored a run.
4 slips in a gully now as Robinson is into Will O'Rourke. Blocked away up towards mid-on. Jeremy Coney has joined us. We've been singing the praises of Will O'Rourke.
Morning, Manners.
Morning, Jeremy.
Well, I'm with you. Add 1 to the total of people who are lining up and
3 makes
saying,
a
well
fan club.
done. I mean, but you and I spoke about this yesterday, didn't we? That, okay, he doesn't score a lot of runs, but he's very interested in partnerships. If he's got someone at the other end who can do it. New Zealand are just creeping towards that 110 I was talking about.
Here is Robinson, 4 slips gully again as O'Rourke plays defensively. It hits him on the pad actually, but he does everything right defensively. Gets outside the line, gets the pad as a second line of defence.
He has there. He did try and score a single there, and I think he got a little bit ahead of his skates. Just go back to the defensive shot. That's what you're good at. He missed that by quite a distance in the end.
He was looking for a single. There's a mid-on, and then there's no one else except a deep backward square on the onside. So there's acres of territory, and now they're trying to give him a single at this stage.
At deep point.
And the way he plays, I don't think he'll be interested in the slightest.
I don't know how he'd get the ball out there.
No, that's true.
Maybe deep backward point off the outside edge, and as Harmy said before, the inside edge onto the leg side. But if he hits the ball out to deep point, I think something's gone very wrong.
Well, England have decided they've changed their mind. They've still got the deep point, but they put a man in at short leg as well. So 3 slips a gully and a short leg, mid-on, mid-off. Here is Robinson bowled to O'Rourke. He's magnificent. Block up towards mid-off. He is a fabulous, fabulous character as a batter. 107 for 8 at the end of the over. Still no place on the honours board for Ollie Robinson, who's now got 4 for 34. Peculiar, Jeremy, watching Ollie Robinson trying to bounce players out.
What is that about?
78 mile an hour.
How has he got
bounces.
his wickets? He's got his wickets through good length bowling, consistent accuracy, nipping the ball around,
On a helpful
beating
surface.
on a helpful, very helpful surface, with good overheads yesterday and the lights on, new ball, all those things in his favour. It was a perfect day for Ollie Robinson to return to the England side, and he took advantage of it. Let's be fair about that. He got a couple of marginal LBWs, let's also say, from Rod Tucker. And I'll be very interested if when New Zealand are in the field, if they get the same sort of decision and he turns it as a not out, that will irritate them, and they'll be chuntering like mad in the changing room if the same margins on an LBW are given not out.
Gus Atkinson's into the attack now, taking over from Josh Tongue, and he's driven behind square towards the sweeper on the cover boundary, and they take a single. It sounds almost as if you're intimating towards a subconscious bias from Rod Tucker.
No, I'm not saying that at all. But if you're going to give those ones that are where the margins are and give that out, you'd like them, please. And I would, nevertheless, there will be chuntering going on in the New Zealand shed if you are the batsman too. But it just seems they give those decisions more than they used to.
Yeah, I mean, the umpires used to, by default, be, veer towards not out.
Correct. Cardboard cutouts. Well, we used to call them that, didn't we, as players? So you'd call them that, and you say, look, I'll just put the jersey over the top of you.
There's a silly point now to Will O'Rourke, as well as a short leg and a couple of slips, and O'Rourke guides this one. Oh, he's edged it. I beg your pardon, he didn't guide it at all. He's edged it straight to the man at second slip, Harry Brook, who's gobbled up the catch, and O'Rourke's innings has come to an end. Good work from Gus Atkinson, good work from Harry Brook at second slip. And no longer shall we be heaping praise on Will O'Rourke's good piece of bowling.
The only thing I would say is it was a good piece of bowling and a better length. But the other thing is the silly point coming in, I think, stopped him just getting out to that ball a little bit. Just for a second as a number 11, he thought, oh, they put this guy in case I push this ball here. And that was the first time we've really seen his feet go nowhere and his back go towards the ball. Every other time he's waited for the ball under his head. He's got himself into not a great position, but a good tail end blocking position. And that time he just went, oh, just hang my bat here. I don't want to hit this silly point. So clever by Stokes to think that through, and it worked about as perfectly as it could have.
Just opened the blade slightly as well.
Well, I don't think he's played many away from his body until then.
No, it's...
now we see why.
So Henry has come out. Whether this means that he'll be able to bowl, none of us quite know. He's going to have a little warm-up,
we were
isn't
told,
he?
we did get an update, and they said that he would definitely bat and he would begin the process of warming up and preparing to bowl between
See how he
innings
goes.
and then make a decision.
Right.
And then Harmy said that if he is able to bowl, you've got to keep him moving during the lunch break, lunch on the run.
Yeah.
Just don't stop.
Get the exercycle out, feeding him in between every fourth as you go.
Jarrod was saying lunch on the treadmill.
Yes, that's right.
3 slips in a gully, and it is Matt Henry, and forward he comes, a little stiffly, maybe I'm imagining that, but he wasn't on the field yesterday beyond the first 45 minutes.
Well, Matt Henry has developed a bit of a reputation for hitting as well. He's quite an aggressive batsman. If you look at his strike rate, I think it's reasonably high.
Jarrod was saying he's become a manic slogger. Well,
that's successful as well. He's good at, he is really good at it.
In fact, he's got 50s, hasn't he? He's got
He's
3
got
or 4
of them.
Yeah, that's right.
3 slips in a gully and a short leg to Matt Henry. Mid off, mid on. Atkinson in. Quick delivery outside the off stump. He's rediscovered, if that's the right word, reclaimed the pace with which he bowled at the beginning of his international career.
If he's not going to bowl at 90 miles an hour, he doesn't move the ball enough laterally. If he bowls the ball at 90 miles an hour, he becomes a really interesting bowler for England. But unfortunately, he had a long period of time where he didn't. And there's another bowler he's very similar to. I'd say better than him, but very similar, which is Unwritten Orkia. If Unwritten Orkia isn't bowling at 92, 93 miles an hour, he's just too straight for modern cricket.
Here is Atkinson from the pavilion end, bowls to Matt Henry, blocks this one behind square on the offside. I would say that if you've got back spasms, if you've got any kind of pain in the back, that's going to be a big precluder playing big shots.
I was wondering that too, because he is, I would say, Jeremy, he's kind of like Tim Southey on red cordial when he bats at times, isn't he? He's a little bit, he's not just, Tim Southey would wait for the ball to be in his area and play shots, whereas Matt Henry can just go at everything, and he is a little bit reckless with his swings. He may not want to do that with a back spasm.
Yeah, dead right. He's got another job to do. Here's Atkinson again, bowls. Henry has edged this, has he? No, it's into the ground. It's a bump ball. Harry Brook caught it in front of his left shoulder at second slip, but it was a bump ball edged into the ground. 108 for 9 at the end of 29 overs, and it's time for John Norman to take over. I only momentarily wondered whether that had been edged. Anyway, England are still 32 runs to the good, which actually I think is... didn't you say yesterday you thought it'd be about 110, Jeremy?
Well, I thought, there were a number of scenarios. If New Zealand lost wickets today and were perhaps, they were still 60 behind, then it just seemed as though 60 was too many, and that the New Zealanders would then have to confront without Henry to bowl.
Jamieson has lofted this high. It's going to drop just before the boundary in front of the media zone, or media centre rather, and that's another 4 to Jamieson, who moves to 37.
Yeah, there's a long on back there now. That's Stokes himself, isn't it? And then there's also a long off in position, and he's just leant back and swung hard and hit it very straight, right back over behind where the bowler is coming from. So he's bisected those two fielders.
I should have got you to commentate that one, Jeremy.
Just before the Toblerone.
Goes again. There's Jamieson. That is a big heave, but a little bit more bounce. And Robinson's still searching for that wicket. Feels like he wants that fifth. He wants to get up on the honours board. It's a little riposte, possibly, to those that have questioned his position in the side, and there have been a lot of people, and quite rightly. But Jamieson's taking him on, 37 not out, 112 for 9, Jeremy. And, New Zealand trail by 28.
He's lost his length, hasn't he, John? That perfect, nice length that we saw yesterday that brought him so many and reaped him so many rewards.
Here he comes again, and Jamieson will turn down the single. And it's the field, isn't it? Well, the field certainly plays a part, because what length do you bowl when you've got?
Well, you got
1,
7.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Well,
certainly 4 on the boundary, 5 on the boundary, and 2 halfway in.
Mid-off hasn't come back yet. He'll come back to long-off. So, and then there's long-on as well. So you've got 7 at the moment, really, and there's so many singles around, and it looks as if somebody else is now racing to a strange position. Is he going to go straight behind the bowler?
Well, it's Harry Brook who's running from first slip, and I thought he was actually coming up to have a word with Robinson. I thought he was actually running over to have a word.
Yes, I did too.
But he hasn't. He's run straight past him, and now he's had a kind of, between long on and long off. He's very straight, and Jamieson picks him out, but he'll take the single. A little bit of bizarre cricket. Hurls the ball. You can see that Matt Henry is not running. He's not running freely, and actually, I think he hurls the ball at the striker's end, thinking he might catch him short.
Yes, that was the idea behind the action there of the fielder. So he's aware that Matt Henry's not moving all that freely. Certainly, the way that he's batting, he's really only, using his bat as a prod, isn't he? It's just straight down by his leg or wherever the line of the ball is. Not as if he's actually moving out to the ball either. So he is restricted, it looks very much to me.
This is more of a regulation field. 3 slips in the gully, and he's bowled in middle stump, pushed out the ground. Matt Henry can't come forward to cover the angle of the ball. Ollie Robinson does pick up his 5th wicket. Robinson, what a return to the England side for him. And finally, New Zealand's rearguard effort is over. 113 they've been bowled out for. Robinson, the pick of the bowlers, 5 for 39. Henry goes for a duck. Jamieson at the other end with 38 has done his part to drag New Zealand close. But boy, oh boy, at 5 o'clock yesterday, when England were bowled out for 140, few would have thought that as we approach midday on day 2, they'll be coming out to bat with the first innings lead, and Ollie Robinson walking off the field with the ball held aloft and taking applause from another packed crowd here. 5 for him. England lead the game, but Jeremy Coney, Cole Jamieson might have done enough to bring New Zealand back into this an hour before lunch. If New Zealand can do as they did yesterday and what England's bowlers have done, this could be a very, very exciting game.
Yeah, it's interesting that New Zealand, in the end, have got within 27. If it had been 60, I think that England would have been very positive about their second innings, because they would feel that 60 is quite a substantial lead. And the number of wickets that they had taken, it was almost 6 wickets, wasn't it, by the time 60 had arrived for New Zealand. So they would therefore have had a bit more of a licence to play in a very aggressive style. That may, by reducing it to 27, that may just hold them back a little. And we'll just have to wait and see. It's certainly, looking at the way that Matt Henry's movement was restricted there with his batting, doesn't give me a lot of hope that he'll be out bowling for New Zealand. And I guess then there'll be the usual argument about substitutes at this particular point. But as far as that's concerned, I mean, it looks as though New Zealand are going to have to work with just 3 seamers and Daryl Mitchell, and then the 2 part-time spinners when they come out to bowl and try and restrict England. But I mean, Jamison's innings was an appropriate one. He came out and he looked to be very aggressive right from the start. He sent the message to the bowlers, and it certainly seemed to affect Robinson, the most accurate and consistent bowler yesterday, which was a perfect time for Robinson to come back, to be honest, with a new ball, with the movement in the surface, with variable bounce, a consistent English long-fingered bowler, bowling from his complete height, beating the bat, and bowling to batsmen who hadn't got started at all and were missing it and being hit on the pads. So just a lovely spell yesterday. He had to work for that wicket today, didn't he?
Well, he did. It's interesting that the two bowlers that have taken the most wickets are the two with the highest release point in Cole Jamieson and also Ollie Robinson. But there's also been some exceptional bowling from Josh Tongue, who just showed he is a point of difference bowler, right? He is, I think he's the fastest to 50 wickets.
Yes, since Ian Botham, I would say. And the other one would be early in the 50s. The very quick bowler.
Statham? Or
No, the quick bowler. Faster.
Truman?
No, keep going.
Larwood?
No, that's 30s.
That's 30s. That's a bit before, yeah. 50s. Statham, Tyson.
There's your man.
We got there.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's some pretty good company to be keeping.
Oh yes.
The fact that he wasn't picked, because he was not picked for the first two Ashes tests.
No.
Either way, that's the story that we've done, as have the substitute fielding, or the replacements. So here we are. The problem is, of course, though, Jeremy, if this is 380 against 350, 30-run difference, you'd say it's game on. Very, very even. But, of course, in a low-scoring encounter, a 30-run difference is obviously quite clearly, seemingly, makes much more of a difference. But this is a pitch that we know does flatten out if the game can get to day 3. But, of course, for it to get to day 3, if England is still batting, then maybe they'll be over the hill. But I have been at this ground many times when you've written off the possibility of a day 4 and a day 5, but it does flatten out. The outfield's quicker today as well. You're going to get more value for your runs, because that was another problem that England and New Zealand had yesterday. I just got the feeling, though, that Matt Henry situation, it's going to be all or nothing a bit for New Zealand. If they don't get early wickets and England get to lunch, losing maybe just the 1, and they've added a 50 or 60 to go with the 30, and then suddenly you're asking Jamieson to come back again, O'Rourke to come back again. Smith, I think you're going to be able to rely on to bowl those long spells. But the other two...
But how long is the question, isn't it?
And that would be the problem. But to counter that, the way that the batting has gone in this test match, fortune has favoured the brave. Jamieson, Brooke, and to a point, Phillips. If you're an England batter right now, having seen how it's gone, I don't think getting stuck on the crease, allowing a bowler to bowl at you, is the way to go. I've got a feeling that Duckett's going to come out and play a few more shots. I think Bethel's going to come out and play a few more shots. And whilst that may work for England, it may also work for New Zealand.
Yes, well, that can do if they're going to take... It depends on the level of risk attached to those shots, isn't it? That's all. And if they can be a bit more selective. And New Zealand, certainly, as far as they're concerned, must hold all their catches. Cannot afford to drop any more catches in this test match.
Can I throw something else in there, Jeremy? I don't want to see slip fielders taken out. Tom Latham's got to be brave in this hour. He's got to keep that
while the ball is
good.
New. That's what you're
the
saying.
Next hour,
absolutely.
Right? Whilst that ball is new and New Zealand are in this game, I don't want to see third slip taken out. They've got to be in there.
Yeah,
you spotted something on the screen. Tell the listeners what you spotted.
Well, it's Matt Henry just going through some fairly innocuous kind of ideas. He's put up his thumb at that point. He hasn't really tried stretching out right now.
So,
I'd be surprised.
well, having watched
From
him
what we've
bat,
seen, yeah.
I'll be shocked
Yeah.
if he can bowl more than an over.
They'll have to keep him warm if he does play, won't they, as you're saying before, or someone else was saying. But, yeah, look, I think New Zealand from the position they were at, 5 for 20 and then 6 for...
20 for 5.
Yeah.
29 for 6.
There you go. To get up to the 113, it doesn't sound a lot, does it? But it's the tail that
No, I think it's a
have
good
done
point.
it. It's the tail that have done it. A little bit of Phillips. Phillips, if he had been able to have 30 minutes and of his hitting, it might have been a little bit more. But that wasn't to be. He was the first man to go. And once that occurred, New Zealand were always going to be a little bit behind the 8 ball, I think. But Jamieson has just pushed them within this, within the scope that they might have earned a few overs where you have to be a wee bit more cautious if you're a batsman.
I've got a feeling, Jeremy, we will know where this game is going. We're certainly going to have a much better idea where this game is going at lunch. So if you're joining us, listening, viewing on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, thank you. It's great to have you with us all over the world. But this next hour, I suggest if you're in New Zealand, so what we know, it's plus 11 hours, isn't it? So it's 11 o'clock at night. Is it 11 o'clock at night? Yes, it's 11 o'clock at night in New Zealand. So I think you've definitely got another hour. I definitely suggest that you stick around for the next hour.
Yeah, just get the old plug, put it in your ear, get yourself a cup of Bovril.
Do
No, New Zealanders
anyone
don't drink Bovril.
No, it's Milo, isn't it?
It is Milo, definitely. But and because this could be our next hour could just give a little pointer to where this game is going. Where is it heading? Is it going to be England? Are they going to come out and play aggressively and get away with it and put New Zealand, under the pump quite early? And New Zealand then, of course, have to retract men in close and then looking to try and hold the game. And they're coming out now, New Zealand. Can we see Matt Henry? Yes, isn't that him coming in last there?
Now, do you, as a former captain of New Zealand, do you throw the ball to Matt Henry to bowl the first over as he would do normally? Or do you open with O'Rourke and Jamieson and then hold Henry back for first change?
Well, he's not. It looks very much to me as if Kyle Jamieson, after warming himself up, is going to be taking the new ball from the pavilion end. They're starting there.
So Jamieson took his wickets from the media end, didn't he?
Henry is on the field at mid-off.
He's got to be, hasn't he? Doesn't he have to be?
Well, he's got to try.
We'll find out.
He's got to try.
We'll find out. I will be listening in Kerry for another hour, says Marcus Little. Is the weather going to be okay today over there? I think it is. It's light clouds. There's just a little patch of blue above us, but that cloud cover is going to remain for the foreseeable. So that will come to the aid of the New Zealand bowlers, you would think.
We should report to New Zealand also, and that these are different conditions today, aren't they? Yesterday, as always, folks, it's the conditions that drive the day, and always have and always will. The balance of a side, who does most of the bowling, the lengths that they utilise, the field settings, the number of runs that are scored at a decent clip or not. They always rule the game, really, and overhead conditions yesterday were suitable for bowlers. The pitch itself wasn't easy for batting, so that suited the bowlers. The new ball remained, the outfield is nice and fresh, and that kept the ball nice and new. So all the things favoured the bowlers yesterday, and wickets fell, 16 of them.
And here is Jamieson for the first ball of the second innings. He's coming in round the wicket to the left-handed Ben Duckett, who comes forward and pushes it back to the bowler. There's 3 slips in place, a gully, backward point. There's a mid-off and a mid-on. There is a mid-wicket, and Nathan Smith down at fine leg, about 10 yards in from the boundary. Jeremy Coney is... Are you still sticking around, or are you off?
I've been told I've been ripped away.
That's all right. you
An
head off.
untimely ripped. There's a Macbeth term.
I want to ask you something as well. When we're back on comms, I'm going to ask you something as Jamieson continues round the wicket, and again defending on and around. Off stump is Duckett, whose leave percentage was far higher than what we have come to expect from one of the two left-handed opening bats for England these days. No Zach Crawley in this match, of course. No Ollie Pope. Emilio Gay at the non-strikers end. 8 before he was the first of Jamieson's 5 wickets in first innings. And Jamieson turns at the top of his mark and runs in again. And this is an attempted cut from Ben Duckett. Comes onto the bat a touch slower than possibly he was expecting. And it travels forward limply. And Duckett just looks at his bat inquisitively. Turned in his hand, I think, a touch. And no timing on the shot. Harmy's back. How are you doing?
Very well, John. Very well. Yeah, he just didn't come out of the pitch. He just sat in the pitch a little bit there. Didn't come off with a new ball. Ben Duckett not too happy with the shot making.
Jamieson again, left alone this time. Big step forward. Jeremy's singing in the back of the comms box. You know he's a musician, Jeremy?
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Yeah. What musician? What type of
I
musician?
think he plays the
should say?
piano.
Piano.
Play the piano? The guitar? You're in a duo back in New Zealand, aren't you? Yeah, nod of the head from Jeremy. Yes, I am. A farmer. Well, he certainly gets involved in the harvest. Ooh, a little bit more bounce here, and Duckett almost follows that. Duckett's approach, I know it's early doors, but his approach in this innings and the first innings is of a man that is reconsidering his role at the top of the order, and I'm not sure I like it.
Yeah,
Because I love Duckett.
yeah, I'm the same. I don't think it's so much the game plan. I just think he is.
As jagged
I just think he's struggling to pick up the length and the consistency with a new ball of this surface. I really do. I mean, that there was a little bit fuller than the ball that he flat batted, and it didn't go anywhere. That sat in the pitch.
Well, that did a little bit too much, I think. Jamieson is in. All beats the outside edge again. Duckett is coming forward, and he's trying to defend. Let's have a look at this again. Whether he keeps the bat inside the line. No, he's genuinely beaten there by a good ball on a length which lifts and moves and goes past the top half of the bat. That's almost unplayable.
Yeah, I mean, that's a beauty. Nobody's hitting that. Nobody's hitting that. So
Those last few balls are certainly the 5th ball of the innings. Over's just come to an end. Maiden at the start of the innings, as it was in the first innings, actually. The 5th ball of that over did too much.
it did
A
too
bit like
much.
Mitchell Stark was bowling some of those deliveries in the Ashes, where nobody's getting near it.
Nobody's getting here, but if you go back, rewind back to the ball before, the one that he clossed, remember, the flat back off the back foot he clossed. I reckon that the ball that he's sort of come forward to there, that's pitched a little bit fuller than the ball that he's clossed, and that's nearly gone over his shoulder. It's just done too much, but it's bounced.
It's Emilio Gay facing up, and he edges just short of second slip. First ball, Nathan Smith bowling from the media centre end, and he's drawn a shot from Gay, and just hasn't carried.
Not carried, his heart would have been in his mouth, Emilio Gay there. Perfect length to Emilio Gay. He's trying to put bat on ball, he's trying to feel it. Got squared up in that first innings with a good ball, really good delivery in that first innings. You can see he's trying to get forward to try and smother any sort of movement and any sort of bounce that's there. It's a bit of a dangerous tactic though.
Round the wicket, Smith comes, another edge. Just keeps a touch lower, and it travels along the ground to second slip again, where it's fielded. And the problem that Emilio Gay has got is that Nathan Smith will just bang it on that length. He's a consistent bowler, isn't he? He's not as fast as a Rook. He's going to be bowling low 80s, but he's going to be asking the same question over and over again. With that new ball, he's going to be a real threat.
He keeps dismissals in play, doesn't he? He keeps the
Kept
bold LBW caught behind, caught first slip. They're the ones that are in play.
3 slips in place as Smith is in again, this time just a fraction wide and left alone by Gay. There's a howl from behind the stumps as Blundell tries to just get in the mind of the batter. This has gone nowhere near the stumps, but you wouldn't have known it by the reaction too from behind the wicket. Pressure on Emilio Gay. This is what it is all about. Packed crowd at the most famous venue in cricket, with the test match on the line, bowler friendly conditions, facing the new ball, yet to get off the mark. You want to play test cricket? Left alone again by Gay. Alex Stewart's in the house, the gaffer, your old teammate.
Yeah, talking to Piers Morgan.
Is he talking to or being talked at?
I would say he was being talked at. I couldn't quite see Piers Morgan's lips moving, but I know for a fact he was talking, because Alex Stewart was he was nodding in respect. Piers Morgan is talking. Mark Austin and Piers Morgan is still talking.
Piers Morgan with his back to the cricket. I have a feeling there's a little bit of Arsenal-Chelsea banter going on there.
I think there might be there as well. Mark Austin, Sky News newsreader, was there as well.
Smith again, and this time Emilio Gay meets the ball with the middle of the bat rather than the outside edge for the first time in the over.
It's right above the New Zealand dressing room, so I'd imagine the New Zealand... That's why there's nobody on the balcony of the New Zealand dressing room. All I can hear is Piers Morgan talking.
Last ball of the over then. A very unusual start to an England innings. 11 deliveries, and we haven't had a run. Here comes Smith then. Gay is facing edged. Oh, I thought he'd got an edge there. He comes forward. A kind of block drive. That is a very, very risky shot. And
big shot.
Put that shot away.
Yeah, it's a big shot this time of the day, with where the movement off the pitch, movement in the air. Smith, the way we just talked about, the way he bowls, he keeps a lot of dismissals in play. He's just got it to hold the line going back up the hill from around the wicket to the left-hander. That's a big shot from the Durham debutant. Wanting to put bat on ball. Don't think either batter here. I think Gay, to be fair, shaped up better than Duckett so far, because I'm not sure Duckett's picking lines and lengths right. So it might be facing Jamieson. That could be the problem.
Yeah, this is the beauty of having two very different bowlers. As the 6'8" Cole Jamieson is in and draws Duckett forward, who is defending. Gay was being forced to play. He doesn't want to be driving though, not at the moment. That's not the shot.
No, not as expansive as what he did on the last ball. He's prodded forward a couple of times and thought, you know what, this one's a little bit fuller. I'm gonna throw the kitchen sink at it.
Smith did well though. He was dragging Gay forward in all 6 deliveries, and there is a swing and a miss from Duckett. It was actually a poor ball from Jamieson, dragged down a touch wide. But the mindset, I think, of Duckett, it was very wide, and it maybe kept a touch low as well. There is still that bounce, that variable bounce, but the mindset of Duckett doesn't seem as the clarity isn't there. From the start of his well, forget the 2016 or 2017 incarnation, but from the Bazball 2022, Ben Duckett, I think that ball whistles to the boundary because his mindset is to hit see ball, hit ball. I'm not sure it's quite the same today. Flex the knees from Duckett as Jamieson comes in and he's beaten. And as good as this is for New Zealand, and it is good, they need to make this hour count.
They definitely need to make this hour count, because I think from Ben's point of view, I reiterate what I was saying before. I just don't think he's picking from a shot execution to the length and the lines of the ball. The ones that he's thinking are there to cut aren't bouncing as much as what You know, his brain is computing to tell his hands to play and to execute the shot, and then he's coming forward to some balls where you think the actual cross-bat shot would be more applicable to.
Continuing around the wicket is Kyle Jamieson, and that is pushed out to point, and it's Devon Conway running in from backward point to field. Again, no run, 0 for 0. We've had 2.5 overs. Conrad McBad is trying to listen. He's trying, and the reason he's trying to listen rather than successfully doing so is that our commentary is battling with the sound of a perpetually hungry and wet-napped newborn in Christchurch.
Good luck, Connor, good luck.
Congratulations, Conrad
yes.
McBad, but good
Conrad,
luck as
sorry.
well.
Yeah, good luck with that one.
It does get easier.
No, it doesn't. I'm sorry. But bearer of bad news, it doesn't.
It's Jamieson, and the first scoring shot of the day for England, that is. Bit of width there, and a little bit over pitched as well. And Ben Duckett does what Ben Duckett has been doing for much of his career. He throws the bat at this and cuts it square and away to the boundary for 4. England up and running in second innings here on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, 4 without loss.
That was better. That was better. He was all in one movement there. His front foot come down the wicket, hands went through the line of the ball. He wasn't trying to hit it down. He wasn't trying to sort of flick it. He was trying to get a good piece of it, and he got it up in the air and over the top.
No change in the field, which is what you'd expect. That kept low this time, and Duckett exaggerates that movement by almost dropping to his haunches and defending. Holds the pose. Crab-like defensive, and that's the end of over number 3. England 4 without loss. And
it's also when you're from a confidence point of view of, especially when you're a shot maker, confidence point of view.
bit like you, Harmy.
Yeah, but
You were a shot maker.
Yeah, I was
You're
a
not
shot
relying
maker.
on your defence.
No, I was definitely not relying on any defence. But it was when you are a shot maker and there's a little bit of inconsistency of the bounce, it does throw you a little bit.
Here's Smith bowling to Gay. Ooh, again, front foot drive, beating past the outside edge. Blundell takes it from behind the stumps, and Amelia Gay is getting a bit of a working over here. Now Smith is getting the ball to move away from the opener, the left-hander. Can he get one to come back in? Can he get one to go down the slope? Can he threaten?
Him up for that? He's setting him up for that. Setting him up perfectly for the one that goes up. He'll keep doing it. I would keep going with it because at the minute I'm setting him up for the in-swinger, but the one that's going away, has got 4. There's 5 catches in play.
Smith again. He's past the umpire. It's in, or he's wrapped him on the pad. He goes up for leg before wicket, but Gay is going to complete the run. Is that going to? Oh, that's hit him. It's probably done. Was it outside the line? I think it might have been doing too much. Either way, it's a leg by, so Gay isn't off the mark.
I think both, to be fair. I think. Bear in mind, it's down the slope, and Gay's a long way out of his crease. I think it's possibly hit him just outside the line, which leg stump might have been in play.
No, he's given him a run, so he's hit it. So it's an inside edge onto the pad, I think.
Poor shout then.
Just going to see a replay. Yeah, thick inside edge onto the pad. So it's Duckett now to face his first delivery to Nathan Smith. Tries to push this through mid-wicket, but it's fielded at mid-on. 5 without loss then, and New Zealand will be pleased with how their bowlers have started. We've still got a question mark over Matt Henry. He did bat gingerly. He has gone through a little warm-up before the second innings, but he hasn't taken the new ball, which you'd expect. We will see. We will find out at some stage in the next 40 minutes whether he's going to be fit to bowl, and New Zealand really need him.
I think what possibly could happen with Henry, because he's on the field, I might leave him till after lunch.
Oh, okay. Here is Smith. Fires this in on the pads of Duckett, who again is of defensive mindset. Comes forward and blocks the ball at the bat again, just turning in the gloves.
think from Duckett's point of view, I think he's happier down at Smith's end. More, not because Smith's a poor relation to Jamieson. I just don't think he's consistently picking lines and lengths up right from Kyle Jamieson's release point and his height, where Smith's a little bit skiddier coming onto the bat. Causes more problems.
Smith, and that's driven square of the wicket. It goes over Rashin Ravindra at backward point and to the boundary for 4. Has he hit that into the ground, or has he just hit that over?
Over.
He's hit it over the fielder.
I think from Ben Duckett's point of view, I think his ability to, play a shot more consistently, especially from a standing position, whether it's in between length and he can still, it's not a big sort of front foot drive to hit it on the floor, or a cross bat shot to horizontal bat shot to sort of slash it through backward point. There's not as much lavish bounce, there's not as much movement from Smith to Jamieson, so he can be more forceful towards Smith.
Smith again, and playing with bat well around the pad is Duckett. Smith herring towards a short leg position to field. Athletically tries to scoop the ball back and run down the stumps, but the batters have crossed quite comfortably. That is the end of the over. 10 without loss, England. After bowling New Zealand out in second innings, Kyle Jamieson's swashbuckling 38 from 29 deliveries, including 3 sixes. Did get New Zealand within touching distance of England's score, but advantage England, you feel. 113 New Zealand bowled out for, so England lead by 37, 10 wickets in hand. Niel Manthorp coming back in after a word from Harmy.
Yeah, good lead, good start from England, both from New Zealand and from England. Jamieson's hit the ground running. I think Smith's bowled a good spell at Emilio Gay. Ben Duckett is still searching for rhythm. I think consistency, rhythm of putting bat on ball, and whether he's gone into his shell or not, I don't think so. I just think he's struggling to get a sort of consistent movement as Jamieson comes in again.
He slips in a gully as Duckett drives, and there's some rhythm, there's some timing, beautifully punched through extra cover for 4. That's a delightful shot from Ben Duckett. I mean, there has been a change of approach from Duckett. I mean, he's left the ball in the first innings more than in any other Test innings he's ever played.
I get that. I just think there's also been there's some of the deliveries that he's left. I mean, they deserved leaving. Do you know what I mean? He's not leaving. They're not being good leaves. They've been wide.
There've been hundreds that he's played at that were worth leaving in his career. Here's Jamieson again, bowls down the leg side, and Duckett misses out on a leg glance. Looks very disappointed with himself. Looks up to the skies as he sees Tom Blundell diving down the leg side to take that in both gloves. 14 without loss. New Zealand bowled out for 113. England with a first innings lead of 27. Rarely in Test cricket has a first innings lead of 27 felt more significant. England have added 14 to that now, so 41 runs to the good.
Speaking of runs, so Jeffrey Boycott, Graham Gooch on the TV there. There's some runs there.
Here's Jamieson again, bowls. Duckett, he's one rising up and whips his bottom hand off the bat handle as he knocks it away defensively on the onside. Boycott 8,100. 8,100. Graham Gooch
8-9, something like that. 8-9. I would say.
17,000.
Yeah, that's a lot of runs. That's a lot of Test runs. Yeah. Graham Gooch was doing a lot of listening there. A little bit like Alex Stewart earlier talking to Piers Morgan. There was a lot of listening there. I think there was a bit more cricket sense being talked in that conversation rather than Piers Morgan and Alex Stewart. But nevertheless, I mean, good cricket chat that.
Here's Jamieson around the wicket, bowls to Duckett, plays defensively, pushing it straight back to the big fast bowler. He's had a tremendous Test match so far, Kyle Jamieson, with figures of 5 for 62 and then 38 not out in New Zealand's 113 not out. Piers Morgan's interesting. I mean, he's an absolute cricket nuffy, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, he
Cricket
runs
and
his own village team.
Village team, yeah. We get some big hitters going down and playing. And when Shane Warne was alive, Shane went and played. Brian Lara, Chris Gale, He's to be fair, I know you mock him a little bit, but he is a massive sports fan.
Jameson in again, and it's clipped away by Duckett out towards mid-wicket. Now, oohs and ahs from the crowd suggest that they think that may have carried to short mid-wicket. I'm not sure that it did. Rachin Ravindra as the fielder.
I think it did.
Did it carry?
I think it did, I think it did. I think it's just low. It's a low one, but I think that's carried.
Well, it'd be interesting. The oohs and ahs from the crowd suggest that perhaps they weren't certain. But here we go. Look at the replay here. Duckett has chipped that one up into the air, and Ravindra has dropped it.
He's not even laid a mitt on it.
It's
hit him in the knee.
That's
oh my word.
That wasn't that difficult, Harmy. That wasn't that difficult. That was shin high. Here's Jameson again. Bowls. Duckett knocks it away defensively out on the onside. That was shin high, and it wasn't.
I think even I might have caught that now. I think I might even caught that now, Manners. That's a shocker. I mean, the first one I reckon I'd have had to move a couple of yards to yesterday when it came to Ravindra in the deep. But sorry, Rachin, I reckon you've dropped an easy one there. You've dropped an absolute goober. Oh, watching it again. Oh, he's not even. He's leaning forward towards his left, more dominant side. His left arm, and he bowls with his left arm. Battett's left arm. It's gone towards his left, and
did Jameson take something off that ball? Because Duckett was through the shot very early, wasn't he?
I just think the inconsistency of the tall release point bowlers on this pitch. Some of them are flying off, and some of them are sitting in, and I think that's why Duckett has played the way he's played, because there's been a bit of a struggle.
Nathan Smith continuing from the nursery end, commentary end, and it's knocked into the offside. Well done by Emilio Gay. That's very good batting, opening batting, and just knock it into the gaps, get down the other end. Do you see Rachin Ravindra immediately put the blame on his eyewear? He took the sunglasses off that he's wearing unnecessarily, I have to suggest, and stuck them on the back of his cap.
He might have put them on his wrists. He might have a better chance of it sticking. Yeah, it's a bit of a shocker, that one. I think even now I'm catching that. Sorry.
I reckon I'd have got a hand to it at least. Here's
Nathan
Nathan Smith around the wicket bowls. Duckett drives quite sweetly. Perhaps his timing's coming back to him now, but it's gone straight to mid-on to Jameson. England in a very strong position now with a lead of 27. Gee, that's disappointing. And second drop of the Test match for Rachin Ravindra. Just a recap for those of you who are joining us for the first time or missed out on news that England dismissed New Zealand for 113. Kyle Jameson making 38 not out, including with 2 4s and 3 6s. Nathan Smith in again. Duckett drives this, well, pushes it firmly up to Will O'Rourke at mid-off, and there's no run. So no Matt Henry, but he is on the field and he's being made quite the fuss of down at long leg, isn't he? There's been 3 members of the sports staff down there with him at one point.
Yeah, they're looking after him. He has to stay on the field. So he's got to be on the field, give him the best chance of being able to bowl. If he's off the field, he can't bowl. That's obviously stating the obvious, but the longer you're off the field, the longer you have to wait to come back on the field to bowl. So I think this is a good thing. I wouldn't surprise me if they try and work on him in that 40-minute break at lunch, and then him start bowling straight after.
Nathan Smith again, and has pushed defensively, blocked by Duckett up towards mid-off, intercepted by the bowler. Just explain to some listeners who are asking the question why Nathan Smith is preferred with the new ball to Will O'Rourke.
I just think it's the little and large combination. I think on this surface, I think with the slope, I think Nathan Smith is challenging with all 3 or 4 dismissals in play. LBW's in play with Nathan Smith, the inside edge, outside edge, and obviously we've seen a lot of bold in this misjudgment. So I just think making the batter play while the new ball's in play, I think is a good move.
Smith in again, and Duckett clips it away off his pads down towards long leg, and it's Matt Henry, the incapacitated Matt Henry, who comes trotting in from long leg. He's had one member of support staff with him down on the boundary at all times so far in this innings. He's obviously, most of the time, he's the other side of the boundary, but he has now stepped into the field to play. You're right, Matt? You're right? Is that okay? Was that... He's trotted in to do the fielding. Didn't, I wouldn't say attack the ball exactly, but he's just doing some stretching. It's clearly
He moved better there than he did when he was batting.
Is that
Yeah,
right?
I thought he did there. I'm quite positive of the way he was moving there.
Here is Smith again, edged by Emilio Gay. Soft hands as that hit the outside edge and ricocheted to Kane Williamson at third slip along the ground. 16 without loss. England leading by 43.
I think that's why Smith's opening the bowling, because he's challenging that outside edge. He's probed in and around that off stump. I think he's bowled very nicely in this Test match so far, asking questions of the technique of batters coming forward. It's either one or the other. You either take Smith off now, or you give Jamieson this one more. You get then O'Rourke on from the pavilion end, Smith a couple of overs, and then Jamieson come to bowl the last two or one or two from the nursery ground end. Then you've got 40 minutes as a medical team to work on Matt Henry to get him ready to go after lunch and see if you can get that 6-over spell out of him after lunch, and that would be the ideal plan from New Zealand's point of view.
3 sips in a gully as Jameson continues. Thick outside edge, deflected past Glenn Phillips at gully. Dives to his right, can't get a hand to it, and Duckett takes the single down towards the third man boundary. Duckett moves to 13 from 26 balls. Emilio Gay has 2. 6 overs gone. England leading by 45 now. 17 without loss. Place on the honours board for Ollie Robinson today. Peculiarly, he started looking for that 5th wicket. He had 4 overnight, of course. 4 for 10. But then reverted to the short ball, which was an odd tactic, and was clubbed for a couple of 6s by this man, Jameson. Emilio Gay now guides it into the gully or towards backward point, fielded by Conway, and there's no run. So Robinson did collect the final wicket when he bowled the incapacitated Matt Henry, and he finished with 5 for 39. Inspirational return to national colours for the 32-year-old Sussex captain, and wickets as well for Josh Tongue, 3 for 40, and Gus Atkinson, very tidy figures indeed. 5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 9. Here is Jameson again around the wicket, bowling to Emilio Gay. 2 left-handers for England, tucked away nicely off his hips up the slope towards the grandstand. The man in pursuit, and I think he's done very well indeed. It's Rachin Ravindra out there. He has indeed. He's intercepted that maybe a yard from the boundary, slipped it, flicked it back inside the field of play as he slid into the ropes, into the foam triangles. Duckett 14, Emilio Gay 5. England now 20 without loss. Jeremy Coney's replaced Steve Harmison. That really hurts. It hurts any time you drop a catch, but Rachin Ravindra's little catch at mid-wicket there was very painful indeed. Are they just having a look at that piece of fielding from Rachin Ravindra? Or we've moved on now, so they can't change that decision. Duckett plays and misses at Jameson here. Length delivery on off stump. Maybe just moved away down the hill, beat the outside edge.
I don't know what to say about that drop, really. I mean, it was a club catch, just straight to you, or just maybe to your left slightly. He is a left-hander, so it was going to the strong side. If any, it was proved not to be quite so strong as he anticipated. Certainly the bowler Jameson could not believe it.
When I said that Duckett had played and missed there, I'm not sure that he was playing at that. He was playing a shot, but it was about a foot inside the line. Here's Jameson again down the leg side, and Duckett looks to flick it away. I think it's taken the pad. It'll be a leg by. We'll see what umpire Adrian Holdstock says. He signals now, stands on his left foot, taps his right knee. A leg by, 1 more to the total.
I haven't seen the New Zealanders out here on the field. Maybe it's at the nursery ground, although there's a lot of equipment out on that nursery ground as well, nets and so on. I'm just thinking about catching. Just they don't seem to warm up on the field. There's a bit of bowling going on, yes, of course, and the keeper, throwing back to the bowlers and so on. But I haven't seen catching taking place.
Matt Henry's limbering up. That's very interesting. Jameson, wide delivery outside the off stump. Emilio Gay not interested in that remotely. But Matt Henry is jogging on the spot. He's doing a little bit of twisting from the hips, trying to just release that back. But I think it looks like the plan is to see if he can have a little bowl before lunch, which is strange really, because you'd think maybe bowl one spell.
Yes, you would. You wouldn't break it up, would you? So maybe it's just a look and see, and then make a decision at lunch to see whether
Will O'Rourke's also limbering up.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. It looks to me as if they quite like the idea of Smith. There's his skiddy release as well. He's a shorter man and comes onto you a little bit more quickly, and perhaps use both the faster bowlers from the pavilion end. Certainly, O'Rourke is one that leans away, and he can use the slope going down the hill as well, and perhaps get it to hold its line and create problems around that off-stump area of a left-hander.
Nathan Smith then around the wicket to Ben Duckett, and forward he comes. Looking to push that, I think, probably more straight than it's hit the inside half of the bat and has deflected past square leg. Rachin Ravindra does the fielding. He'll be feeling wretched.
He will be.
Till he can actually catch one. He's dropped two now. One on the boundary in the first innings.
Both of them eminently catchable, you'd have to say. I mean, for
Harry Brook on 8 as well.
Just catches that you have to move. Maybe if you're on the boundary, he had to move a foot and hit virtually straight through you and put that down. And then that one just a moment ago from Duckett at mid-wicket.
Smith in again to Duckett. Chops it away behind square on the offside to Devon Conway, who's fielding deep, not quite on the cover point boundary. Talking of Duckett, roast duck for lunch. Harmy's gone early. Roast duck, fancy that. You wouldn't get that anywhere in the press box in the rest of the world, would you? Maybe
No.
Hobart, perhaps.
Roast tiger. Yeah.
I think the standard of catering in the
It's outstanding,
Hobart
isn't
is
it?
Truly outstanding.
Yeah.
It's in
At
second place.
Hobart. I was thinking you're talking about Lords here as well.
No, well,
So
Hobart's
very
in
good.
second place.
Yeah, is
in
it?
my experience.
Edgbaston? Edgbaston's not bad.
Third.
Gotta say-
That's the
okay.
big three.
Okay.
Here is Nathan Smith again to Emilio Gay. Onto the back foot, plays it defensively to point. There we go, we've done it.
It's the
Handed
highlight
out
of,
all the medals.
highlight of our day, isn't it? It's Harmis, he has got away. I tell you, it's a flyer. I reckon the gun hasn't gone off yet at all, and he's away. They won't catch him now.
Got all the trimmings as well. It's some asparagus,
Yeah.
a bit of salad, some sweet potato by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Oh, really looking forward to lunchtime, which is it's a 1:15, isn't it? It's 15 minutes. So Harmy's gone very early. Still 35 minutes till lunch. Here's Nathan Smith again. Bowls Emilio Gay, struck on the pad. Nathan Smith's very interested. He's more interested than any of his teammates, to be fair. Not out, says umpire Rod Tucker. Adrian Holstock, it is. Rod Tucker is now at the pavilion end. Adrian Holstock, they swapped.
I think perhaps coming in and may have been hitting the stumps, but hit outside the line. And the umpire felt there was a stroke there. And so, no, he's not letting the ball go. So the LBW is out of play, really. Not much real swing. It was he's run a little wider. It's nipped back in a little bit, but I think that's outside the. Set him on the knee roll as he's coming forward, as Gay likes to, of course, or just above the knee roll.
Would have hit off stump, I reckon.
Yeah.
Here is Nathan Smith again. Bowls. Emilio Gay plays defensively, guiding that one up towards mid-on, where Carl Jameson does the fielding. Will O'Rourke's now animatedly warming up, so I think it looks imminent that he'll take over from Jameson from the pavilion end. Jameson none for 12 in his 4 overs. 24 for none. lead by 51 overall, England now.
Yeah, it's a good lead, and they've managed to see off a lot of the new ball, haven't they, and the freshness of the New Zealand bowlers.
3 slips in the gully. Smith in again, steered by Emilio Gay into the gully. Once more, Glenn Phillips does the tidying up. The lights have come on, the LED floodlights. They come on immediately. I think most grounds have got LED lights now. You can just flick them on and off. Years gone by, it used to cost an absolute arm and a leg, didn't it, to turn the lights on? And the grounds that were more financially hampered than others were becoming like, no, I'm not turning them on.
Yeah.
Get them off. Have a rest.
Right.
Not too expensive.
Shimmy up and remove half the bulbs. Be half the cost.
It really did take sort of 25 minutes when floodlights were first introduced for them to warm up. A reminder that New Zealand bowled out for 113 today, resuming on 61 for 6. Glenn Phillips was thought to be the key wicket. Added just 3 runs before he was bowled by Josh Tongue. Nathan Smith made 15. He too bowled by Tongue, who finished with 3 for 40. But Kyle Jameson took New Zealand over 100 with an unbeaten 38. As the new bowler is Will O'Rourke. First delivery back of a length. Guided away by Duckett into the offside, and there's no run. 38 not out. 3 sixes, the only 3 sixes in the Test match so far to Kyle James.
That was good bounce though from a first ball, and it's actually taken him on the hand as well. That's the bounce, and he was surprised by that. Is Gay? No, it's Duckett. Sorry, Duckett very much so, and so. Good start from Will O'Rourke, running around the wicket, of course, to the left-hander, angling it back into him, and he's taking his time here.
I think he's properly hurt, Jeremy. Look at that. So we're looking at a replay, and he immediately takes his left hand off the bat and holds it up in a kind of protective, defensive gesture, as you do, and he's got the glove off and the
bottom hand. Yeah. You're right.
You sort of know, don't you? You can just. I mean, he's one of those who uses talcum powder to keep the hands dry. So he's got the glove off, and you can see the talcum powder on. That might confuse some people. It's just to keep the hands dry. But he knows that. I mean, you're an opening batsman. You never bat at any stage of your career without one sore finger. It's very often the index finger. But the physio's out now. First thing to do is check for a fracture, a break, which is so he squeezes it and twists it and bends it at each knuckle, and that's when you see the batsman kind of wince and pull his head and hands away if there is a fracture. So there's no wincing going on at the moment from Ben Duckett. Hopefully it's just bruising. He's 17 not out from 32 balls. Absolute total change of approach has from Ben Duckett, hasn't there? I mean, when you give up £225,000 contract in the IPL
go to the IPL, yes,
to play Test cricket, you kind of want to make sure that it counts.
It's an interesting change, isn't it? You don't see that very often. Players doing that. And he's gone away and he's got hundreds. He got a 200 against Surrey, didn't he? They're not out. And he's put together a large number of runs to hold his position.
Well, he's been past fit, or he's past himself fit. He's had a little break. No magic spray that I saw. I think it was just... grin and bear it. You've got half an hour to go till lunch, but he's been reassured that there's no break, no fracture, so he's happy just to carry on and bat through the pain barrier. Matt Henry's still on the field, as Harmy was explaining. The reason he's still on the field, even if he's not fit to bowl, is that for the period he's not on the field, he can't bowl for that time when he does return. So keep him on the field.
Yeah, that's certainly, they're aware of that. And he seems to be, the last time we saw him field the ball at fine leg, and he's gone from fine leg to fine leg, he was moving a little more freely.
Here's O'Rourke again, and Duckett plays defensive, thick inside edge onto his pad, and it is deflected out to Phillips in the gully. He's done a couple of bits of fielding, and he wasn't sort of hobbling in. I mean, he had to bend down and pick up the ball. He was down at long leg, as you said, long leg to long leg. So they're hiding him as much as possible. But he's, he is moving, and he'll do everything he possibly can to get fit to bowl and go through all the treatment, the massages and whatever else that need to do. O'Rourke in again. Duckett plays defensively once more, back of a length, rising up towards maybe the midriff, chest height. There is a short leg in there to keep him honest.
Yeah, the vagaries of the surface. I mean, he's just been hit on the finger, of which one has surprised him with pace and a bit more bounce, of course. And then the second one, he's bowled another short one at him, and that's kept a little bit lower than Duckett anticipated, and he's closed the face of the bat onto it, and he's looked disgusted at the pitch, and he's gone down and had a good look at that area that O'Rourke is actually using at the moment. And then another short one.
O'Rourke in again, bowls, and Duckett is beaten outside the off stump. It was back of a length. He was just in two minds. He wasn't beaten by maybe the pace, but he didn't know whether to play at it or not. And the old Ben Duckett would have slashed that away over uppercut.
That's correct.
And so he didn't. But the new Ben Duckett, not interested.
No. And then it looked as though that surprised him again because of the bounce, didn't it? So what we're seeing again is this inconsistency of bounce. And O'Rourke's getting some good pace here, and he is extracting a bit more bounce. That's certainly taken quite high by Blundell.
O'Rourke in again, bowls. Duckett pushes it straight to mid-on. Straight to Nathan Smith in that position. 24 without loss. The lead is 51 in the 9th over. Ollie Robinson in place on the Lord's Honours board on his return to national colours. 5 for 39.
Yeah, the first four were easy, weren't they, for him?
He was bowling like Ollie Robinson.
Oh, yes, he was.
Then he tried to bowl
like someone else. Yes, exactly. Perhaps his mother. But I mean, it was just an odd little session for Ollie Robinson.
You're bowling differently to the tail. We saw England's bowlers do it, bowl differently to the tail enders than you would to the top order, which was odd. But that was a good tidy over from Will O'Rourke. 24 without loss, England leading by 51 with Duckett on 17 and Emilio Gay on 5.
Yeah, good over.
It'll be John Norman.
Good over. 4 short ones, getting different supply of bounce. That made it rather awkward for Duckett. A hit on the hand, and then a low one that he looked awkward to play, and he was going down the pitch and having a good look at it and unhappy. Then another really good one outside the off stump that he flayed at and could have got a little edge, a villainous little edge, but didn't. And and then a couple of full ones to finish with.
Smith continuing. He's been bowling well as it comes in, and Emilio Gay is being tested. His technique's being tested. His ticker is being tested. And Nathan Smith has essentially just been operating, angling the ball into the left hand. He's in and around off stump, 4th stump line. The outside edge has been taken on a couple of occasions. Gay's got the bat down in time on another couple. He's finding it very difficult to rotate the strike.
We can report Harmy's nearly through the first helping.
Wow.
And he's nodding and chewing.
Smith again, this time defended by Gay. Yeah, I mean, that is, or was rather, I mean, as my nan used to say, after finishing up and getting a bit of mother's pride bread and scooping up all that was left, she'd put the plate up and say, "You don't need to wash that. You don't need to wash that one."
Straight to the tea towel and then
absolutely. Well, Harmy looks contented. He's ready for a good, I reckon he could get a good 45-minute snooze in here.
You did wash the plate though after, right?
Oh, and the orange juice has gone. Wow, contentment. Gay driving. No great time if it gets off strike. Fielders just on their heels at point and at cover, so he comes through. And that's important.
We've talked about your grandmother. Can we just talk about, was it Ollie Robertson's mother?
No, that was a silly thing to say, wasn't it? All right, there's no need to keep
She's a left-arm finger
highlighting
spinner.
it,
We all know
folks.
that.
So, yeah,
It stopped the box.
but he certainly changed his method, didn't he? And suddenly didn't look as anywhere near as threatening.
It's almost like, again, they say to him, now you've done that thing that you're really good at. We want you to do these things you're not very good at.
Well, England have been here before at Lords. Remember that time when
They made him bell bouncers for a day and a half.
was it? And also, didn't they get Liam Plunkett to do something similar? I don't think Plunkett ever played again. It was against India.
Sri Lanka.
Was it Sri Lanka?
Yeah.
This is
Took 9
clipped
wickets.
away for a single. Duckett moves to 18. That brings Gay back on strike.
They do see bowlers as depreciating assets, don't they? It's like, oh, okay, well, as long as we get enough out of them here, we'll find another one.
2 balls left of the 10th over, 26 without loss. So the lead for England now 52 in a low-scoring encounter. Felt that this hour was crucial to New Zealand's chances of getting back into the game. The
Crucial second hour.
crucial second hour. But that drop by Rashin Ravindra, this is cut away by Amelia Gay. This time he actually plays this late. Instead of coming forward and trying to drive the ball, he waits for it. It's a touch wide, and he really follows through with a shot as well. Pierces the gap between backward point and gully and away for 4.
Yeah, he naturally gets on the front foot, and he's looking for drives all the time. That time he sort of stayed upright rather than... Let's have a look. Does he get back at all? No, he's still leaning forwards a little
Well,
bit.
his
isn't he?
legs are forward, but,
Yeah.
but his back is leading.
And he just guides that away. That's going to be a tough shot to play against. I think Smith is more of a first-class kind of bowler. That's going to be a tougher shot to play against proper test bowls, like someone like O'Rourke at the other end.
Yeah, and it's also Smith there just dragging his length back. Just a touch. And this is off the pads. And single taken down to fine leg. New Zealand need wickets here at Lords. And if not for one of the worst drops that you'll see, they would have had Ben Duckett already. Duckett has been hit on the glove by William O'Rourke, whose first ball got one to lift and take the left hand of Duckett, who got a bit of treatment, and Smith is walking off. He looks frustrated, but
That Ratchin drop was bad. I'm not sure it's his worst drop of the game.
well, let's ask the listeners on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, which of Rashin Ravindra's 2 drops in this match was the worst?
Because the one out in the boundary, Jeremy's about to have a go at me here. He jumped, and yet it was at his belly. So at least this one was a normal drop. I mean, it was pretty... I'm not sure he got his hand on it, Jeremy.
Here's O'Rourke, short delivery, and Gay ducks under it, takes his eyes off the ball.
No, certainly the second one he didn't get. He just sort of fell to his left. It's a good start again from O'Rourke. O'Rourke's testing both these opening batsmen with some short pitch deliveries. He's getting some response from this surface. He's bowling reasonably rapidly as well, and he's making, certainly they're having to watch him very keenly. He is getting some differential bounce as well from the halfway sort of down the pitch that he's bowling.
And here he is again. Oh, there's a front foot drive from Gay. Actually misses the ball by some distance. Goes through to Blundell. I mean, New Zealand have bowled well. They will feel that they are deserving of a wicket, but the longer this goes on, the spell starts to come to an end. Bowlers are asked to come back again and again. We haven't yet seen Matt Henry. I imagine we will. Well, Harmy thinks they're trying to keep him back till after the lunch break, but the lunch has been pushed back to 1:15. So still got 20 minutes to go. Can New Zealand prize out a couple? They will eat their lunch as heartily as Steve Harmison if they were to manage to get rid of 1 or 2 of these. Pushed up to mid-off this time. 31 without loss.
Do you think they bowled at the stumps enough?
I think, no, well, does anyone bowl at the stumps enough?
So there's 20 wickets have fallen in this game. 12 of them have been LBW or bowled. 8 in the last innings.
I think that the balls that have been on the stumps have been tucked away a little bit easier than they were in the first innings.
Maybe, and that could be the difference. But
So
they've
he's
bowled some
basically
really
got-
good balls where they've beat the bat by a mile.
Here is O'Rourke. Oh, that just dropped short of short leg. I mean, it would have been a ridiculous catch. And we haven't seen too many of those from New Zealand. Although that Kane Williamson catch at third slip in the first innings was up there. It bounces short of Ravindra, who's in naughty boy short leg position now.
I mean, I don't think they're bowled poorly, but
Thing
I
is,
just
with
feel-
O'Rourke and Jamieson, I mean, Jamieson did bowl at the stumps a bit more in the first innings, didn't he?
I
But
think
if that
Smith,
movement's
Smith
not
is
there-
the one that I thought was a bit wide. He was
I
swinging
get
the
it,
ball
Tagay.
massively.
I mean, he got two genuine outside edges from Gay's bat. He's beat
him a lot.
Here is another short one. He's trying to push Emilio Gay back here. Emilio Gay's trying to get on the front foot. That's his preferred position, and William O'Rourke is not letting him. But he's trying to force a mistake here. Is Gay going to take him on? Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about results, and they haven't taken a wicket, have they? So, possibly.
I think they bowled a lot of pretty bowling. I don't know if they've bowled wicket-taking bowling at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, when we were watching Smith, when Harmy was on, there was outswinger, and we were waiting for the one that came back in. Here's O'Rourke, and 4 driving, 4 runs from the bat of Emilio Gay. Wasn't quite in control, wasn't quite forward either. And the ball has just split gully and backward point down to the field for 4.
Yeah, there were kind of 2 fielders there on either side, and it looked like one of them was going to stop it and somehow managed to get through the gap and go away for another 4. We've seen he slashed a couple here in the last couple of overs, Gay, so he's getting the boundaries, but he's not completely in control.
I think that there is more or less madness to this method. One of the problems, watching New Zealand bat, they just were so stuck. I mean, obviously, Ravindra only lasted a ball and Williamson too. But crease occupation, or just crease occupation, is not gonna work in the long term.
This could be a huge moment in the game, one way or another, as Matt Henry comes onto the ball.
It is a huge moment in the game. Matt Henry is set to bowl. He's just fixing his collar, walking back to his mark. He's back to us. We're up here in the media centre. He's got his back to us, and he's going to bowl his first ball of the second innings. He's in now past the umpire, and this is driven straight back past him and will reach the boundary at long off. Now, well, that was a throwdown.
That was Ollie Robertson pace from Matt Henry there. It was wide, it was full, and it was easily forced down the ground. He just looked very stiff coming in. He looked fine coming back at the end of the delivery, so he doesn't look in any discomfort at the moment.
My only experience of back spasms is watching Harmy in Auckland back in 2023. Here is Henry again, and this again is over-pitched and driven. This time to the left of the bowler, and reaches the boundary at long on. And again, that was way too full.
I don't think he's getting through his action here at all,
No.
actually. I didn't notice on the first one, but I'll just ask Harmy. Harmy, he didn't get through his full action there. Yeah, just pushing the ball out. If he's going to do that, he at least has to bowl back of a length. So what was that, 79?
Well, he's bowling Duckett back into form. 43 without loss. And here comes Henry again. Third ball of the over. He's in. Oh, is that dropped by Blundell behind the stumps? I don't think Duckett got anything on it, but that's not what you want to see from your wicketkeeper. Kept a little bit low. Oh, it's jagged back actually. And this time it's hit Blundell on the tip of his middle finger, I think. But that moved back a lot.
That was
Even at 78 miles an hour.
Yeah, you're not hitting that. That has gone a massive amount off the surface there. Just have a look. Yeah, just bowling another wobble ball, and it looked like it hit a stone. Not sure why Blundell missed it in the end, because
He's had a bit of a problem. I mean, they do talk about the difficulties of keeping wicket at Lords. Henry in, and this time he fields. He's prevented 4. It's Amelia Gay facing. There was a bye taken from that misfield by Blundell. That was absolutely drilled back past the bowler, but Henry stuck out a left hand and has done well to get down onto that. I mean, that's going to test your back spasm as well, isn't it? Having to dive to your left halfway through your follow-through.
Well,
45 without loss.
he's bowling so full that everything's being driven back at him, so he's having to field almost every delivery.
Yeah, just got to get that length back a bit. If you can get it to move like he did, as Duckett would take a single to deep backwards square leg. This is a funny over.
Yeah.
Not funny, ha-ha.
Got through that action slightly better than some of the others. Yeah, he got that up to 81. I know it's not a massive amount, but you could tell of that delivery that...
With back spasms, Harmy, he's off air at the moment. Will he know at the end of this over whether he's going to be able to bowl? I mean, is it as simple as that? Two slips in place. Henry is in, driven back to the bowler who fields. Shapes to take a shy at the stumps, but Amelia Gay is well behind the crease. So that is the end of Matt Henry's first over. First 2 balls went for 4. Could have dismissed Ben Duckett to the second or the third delivery. Amelia Gay could have had 4 himself, but we might see another over from Matt Henry, and after the first 2 balls I didn't think that would be the case.
No, we're definitely going to see another one. I think he feels like he's gone through it. I think what Harmy said there off air was that essentially with a back spasm, what happens is it makes you feel like you can't do anything, like everything's a bit tighter. So he just needs to loosen that area and feel a little bit more comfortable. And he looked better at the end of the over, certainly than he did at the start. I would suggest stop bowling half volleys so that you have to stop fielding it. Also, there was a great moment where they threw in the ball and he dropped it and he didn't pick it up. Which is, again, that's a good thing. Don't pick it up.
3 slips in place. Short leg as well for O'Rourke. And driving is Duckett. It goes square of the wicket rather than through extra cover. So it will be fielded by Conway out there, I think. My eyesight's been failing me. It's quite
Conway.
gloomy. It is Conway, isn't it? Approaching the lunch break here on day 2. We've only had the 2 wickets in the... 4 wickets in the session. New Zealand overnight, 61 for 6. The feeling was that Glenn Phillips was going to be the man to get them close to England's first innings score. He wasn't. He was out to the first ball he faced, bowled by Josh Tongue. He went for 34. Nathan Smith, ball that jagged back alarmingly by Tongue. Another batter to be bowled, shouldering arms. This is pushed up to mid-off, no run. William O'Rourke did William O'Rourke things and defended away before he was dismissed, actually playing a forcing shot.
That was good captaincy by Stokes, by the way, bringing in the silly point.
I heard you on comms and thought it was a good spot that. Immediately short, was it silly point? It was immediately silly point was brought in. He felt he had to play a shot essentially, and the outside edge was taken. Catch completed by Harry Brook, and then Matt Henry missed a straight one to give Ollie Robinson his 5th wicket in the innings. This is spanked through square leg by Ben Duckett. It's a short delivery from William O'Rourke, but the pace is 91 miles an hour, which is surprising. Maybe just sat in the track a touch, but the way that Duckett just played that so easily with so much time, and he has been troubled by O'Rourke.
Yeah, it was a very efficient. It was almost a slap, maybe a flick, as if to say, "Yeah, I've got time here. I'll place this exactly where I want," and it was right off the middle of the bat.
Use the pace of the ball and timing as well as O'Rourke continuing. That is caught at a gully. That is a catch and a half, and Ben Duckett can't believe it. He thought that the ball would be travelling away for 4, but he's actually tried to hit that up, hasn't he? Instead of just guiding the ball along the floor, he's almost tried to scoop it up over the fielder. He's gone through with a shot, but possibly in the way that we saw from Harry Britt yesterday. He hasn't gone at it with all of his power, and Glenn Phillips has just picked one up next to his bootlaces, and that is exactly what New Zealand needed. Not just a wicket, but a good, smart catch to boot. And England lose Ben Duckett just before the lunch break. They're 52 for 1.
It's a bad ball. It's a wide half volley, and as you said, he could have thrown the kitchen sink at it. In the end, it's actually very hard to get that ball in the air. Most people would play the exact same shot and just play it along the ground and hope to pick up a boundary. And instead, for whatever reason, he's tried to slice it almost. And in doing so, he's hit it straight to Glenn Phillip and is out. So not very good bowling, not very good batting, but Glenn Phillip takes the catch. And to be fair for the Kiwis, they haven't taken many, so that one counts.
It's the kind of shot that you see towards the back end of a T20 game. Do you know what I mean? Where the fielders are out, you know exactly where they are. You need a boundary.
When they're bowling wide Yorkers at you.
By the way, did you see Jimmy Neesham yesterday?
No.
The evergreen Jimmy Neesham, playing for Glamorgan.
I did see he was playing in the Blast.
It was in the pub. It was on in the pub I was at, and Jake Ball bowling, and Jimmy Neesham needed 4 from the last ball, and he carved it through extra covers, 2 fielders out, and he got the 4, won the game. Glamorgan are having a pretty good season. So yes, and what this also means is that with 8 minutes to go before lunch, Jacob Bethel is going to have to come out and see off the last over or two. The floodlights are on here at Lord's. It's gloomy. There is just a little patch of blue above us, but there's no sun beating down, and all you can see on the horizon is it's quite heavy but light clouds. This is the time for New Zealand. England's lead is 79. Ben Duckett has gone. Amelia Gay's still there, but he's not scoring freely. And now we've got Jacob Bethel, who has batted a bit over the last couple of months, but he's been batting white ball cricket in India for Royal Challengers Bangalore. No red ball cricket since Sydney. And William O'Rourke is in, and it's taken by Blundell behind the stumps. That is a decent bouncer. It's actually a touch too high, but Bethel shapes to follow the ball, and then in the last minute keeps his bat inside the line.
92 miles an hour, that one.
First ball.
And it seemed to wait as well. It was just a back of a length ball that just kept getting bigger and bigger on him, didn't it? There's not much you can do about that first ball. Even O'Rourke smiled at Bethel.
He has bowled some beautiful short deliveries, has William O'Rourke. And that may be why Duckett would get out to a shot like we saw, because you kind of feel like you've got to score at times. Oh, beaten this time. Jacob Bethel coming forward. And there's a little look and a rueful smile from O'Rourke to the batter, who just turns. And that's the end of a successful over for New Zealand. Their first in the innings. O'Rourke has struck. Duckett has gone. And we've got just a little game within the game here, haven't we, Jarrod? 6 minutes until the lunch break. Can New Zealand get another?
100%, I think. Sometimes on a wicket like this, although this is a bigger partnership than you would have wanted, but sometimes on a wicket like this, you start to panic if you haven't got a wicket in a while. But what we have seen so far is there are multitudes of wickets that can fall, especially when the new batter comes out. And so Bethel's come out, and England have been batting okay for the last, 20 minutes. Suddenly, looks like a minefield again.
Here is Matt Henry, and that's a consummate and handsome front foot drive through extra cover and away to the boundary for 4 from Emilio Gay. There were covers and away. He moves to 20.
You know, Matt Henry at his best, the energy he gets off the pitch and the speed and the seam movement that he can get would really trouble Emilio Gay. This Matt Henry, over pitching at, about 7 or 8 kilometres, well, actually maybe even more than that, 10, 15 kilometres slower than he can bowl, is just not. It's just drifting outside off stump. And that is what Emilio Gay is waiting for, really, that full ball outside off stump that he can hit either to mid-off or through covers.
Yeah, good pace. As in, good pace for a batter. Second drop was worse, in my honest opinion, says R1 Crawford, but it's close. Talking about the 2 drops from Rashin Ravindra, one at deep square leg and one at, was it cover?
No,
Was it
Short
mid-wicket?
mid-wicket,
Short
wasn't it?
mid-wicket. I was actually getting a coffee when it happened.
It was a little flick off the pad. So it was one of those
Yes, you're
ones
right,
when
yeah.
you for a second, you're like, did that carry?
It was a bit like that backward point one, Devon Conway yesterday. The difference was Harry Brook was batting. Harry Brook smashed it so hard. This one was tight. It was beautiful. Oh, he's edged and it's gone through first and second slip. Blundell up behind the stumps, and that's possibly been the reason that Daryl Mitchell is unsighted.
I don't think that's Mitchell. I think that has to be. Well, actually, I want to see where that carried. But second slip never moved. Mitchell moved and has ended up in the splits. Not the most athletic splits you've ever seen, but Latham never even blinked there, did he? So how close is this?
Oh, he put him off.
I think that's a Latham catch, isn't it?
Well, Latham shaped. I think Latham shaped to turn and then didn't go. And then by the time he didn't go,
It was probably Mitchell's catch, but Latham put him off.
yeah.
It was right
I
in the
think he
gap,
did.
to be fair.
Here's Henry again. Oh, and again this time fielded by Williamson. Oh no, Phillips at Garley, and he's quite close in as well there. That would have gone for 4.
If you are a first slip and the keeper comes up to the stumps, your entire eye line changes. I don't think that was one, though, where you didn't get a good view at it. Maybe it was a little bit obscured. We need maybe Jeremy, when he finishes his duck, can come in and explain that later. But I feel that it was enough to put him off on the first delivery anyway, and then, of course, the edge is dropped.
Here is Henry, straighter and defended. This is better. What pace is this? First two balls of both of Henry's overs have gone for 4.
Yeah, you should stop doing that. It's a better length, that one.
81 miles an hour. So he's kind of up where he normally is. What's he do? 83, 84? He's not much faster than 81, is he?
He can get to 86, 87,
Can he?
88, yeah.
Okay.
With the stiff breeze behind him.
Here's Henry again. Defended this time. Amelia Gay, 24 not out. He's probably learned more about batting in the last hour than he has in a season of county championship cricket.
That one seemed quite a lot, didn't he? Still getting the ball to jag around, but it is quite slow.
This is the time for New Zealand. 2 minutes until the break. Can Henry? He will have another over as Henry comes in down the leg side, and that's going to rattle along for 4. Don't think there was anything on it. Byes called, and Henry has been expensive on his return. That was 80 miles an hour. He's leaked a few. 64 for 1 then, a lead of 91. I mean, how many is too many? When you consider New Zealand were bowled out for 113.
It does look easier to bat on than we saw yesterday. I think that's probably fair. We even noticed that when Jameson and Smith were batting. But there's still seam movement. I mean, the ball's still darting around a little bit. So you don't want this lead to go past 200 very quickly, do you?
Well, the chances are it will do. New Zealand have had their opportunities. They've seen Duckett dropped on 12, and we've just seen Amelia Gay edging between first and second slip. As O'Rourke is in, and this is over pitch to touch. Driven. Front of square, and for the second time today, a fielder has caught up with the ball. Got a hand to the ball, and I don't know whether their foot has just slipped on the outfield or what, but they haven't been able to prevent the 4.
So a minute ago, Devon Conway fielded a ball in a similar place, and I thought it was a pretty simple stop, and he fumbled it as well. So, I don't know, maybe it's slippery out there? Because it's almost exactly where he just mistimed his, I don't even know. Well, this is a slide. To be fair, he got the ball off his hand, and it just went in the wrong direction. The other one was similar, though. He fumbled it when he didn't need to.
4 then, and Bethel leaves this alone. So Bethel's off the mark. 68 for 1. O'Rourke with the wicket. Jameson saw 1 go down, and Henry actually would have taken a wicket. His first 2 overs have been expensive though, but at least he's managed to complete them both. But this will be the final over before the lunch break, and it's been England's session. 4 Kiwi wickets, bowled out for 113. So they started the morning trailing by 79. They ended it trailing by 27. They probably would have taken that. Certainly would have after Phillips was out, first ball he faced. But England have battled back. Oh, again, this time Jacob Bethel coming forward, and I don't know if he holds his bat inside the line. Oh no, I think he's beaten there.
He just gets trapped on the crease quite a bit, doesn't he? I think you said coming forward because he kind of has that initial sort of half
Trigger,
press and then just stays there.
Yeah.
So he's been beaten 3 times with that delivery since he's come out to bat.
Bethel, who made his debut against New Zealand. TalkSport were out there in 2024. O'Rourke, who also played in that series in, and here's an edge. Past third slip. Phillips dives to his right, but can't prevent the ball from splitting the field. And the applause in the background will tell you that's another 4 runs that have gone the way of England. Bethel moves to 8, 72 for 1. And the point you made, Jarrod, about teams not getting too stressed and searching for wickets, I think is completely bang on, because whilst they're getting these edges, they just got to keep going.
Soft hands there from Bethel, which was nice to see. Wasn't never going to carry. He wasn't in control of it. Wasn't where he was trying to hit it. But
2 balls left of the session. Oh, this is very, very short, and Bethel just leans back, lets the ball go, and then mimics a ramp shot.
he mimicked a ramp shot, and O'Rourke went down to tell him that probably that wasn't ideal. Just before lunch. Be interesting to see what this next delivery is actually now.
I was about to say, I think it might be another short one. See if I don't know actually. I don't think Bethel's going to try and ramp the last ball before lunch, is he?
I mean, it's probably going to be back of a length outside off stump, because that's basically what he's bowled. I think a nice surprise Yorker would be interesting here.
I know. Aim it at the stumps. O'Rourke, final ball of the session. Oh, that is a brute. It is back of a length. It rises up, and you know what? I think Bethel, it looked a bit uncomfortable and ugly, but I think he's just about dealt with that okay. He's actually dropped the hands. He's allowed the ball to hit him rather than try and follow it and protect himself. End of another exciting session of Test cricket. 5 wickets falling, but England will be the happier. A lead of 99. They're 72 for 1 at lunch.
Yeah, there's still stuff going on this wicket. It looks a little bit easier to bat on than it did yesterday, but we're seeing lots of half chances, and you know, the last ball there's a little bit of inconsistent bounce. I do wonder a little bit if New Zealand have been consciously uncoupling from the stumps too much. I might need to, but there's something here. They just have to stay patient, and England have batted really well so far. They should be happy with this start. Very happy.
Brilliant
Ecstatic.
stuff. Jarrod will be happy. He hasn't had any breakfast. He can go off and get some. Oh no, sorry, Harmy's eaten it all. He's eaten the TalkSport quota. Jarrod's going to go and get some lunch. We're going to have a new feature for you at some point in this session. Matt Roller from ESPN Cricinfo will be the first guest of Sam Ellard. Did we decide what to call it, Scott? Was it Sam Ellard's Lord's Lunch with ESPN Cricinfo's Matt Roller? Essentially, Sam would be eating his lunch on camera and talking to Matt Roller. It may be the first of a very short series of videos that we bring on TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, or it may take over the world, and essentially that's what we will be here for this time next year. Either way, thanks for joining us on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. 72 for 1 then England at lunch. With Bethel and Gay at the crease, they lead by 99.
Lunch on day 2 of this first test match between England and New Zealand. England 72 for 1. That's the lead of 99 runs. It's lunch then. I'm Sam Ellard, and I'm alongside ESPN Cricinfo's Matt Roller. Now, Matt, I've worked at TalkSport for around 10 years. Good place to work. Great place to work. One thing I would say, you don't often get instructions. Like, normally you just get told, like, you're going there, go and do it. I've been given a specific instruction for lunch today, okay? And I'm going to be honest with you, I think I'm just not going to do it. And I might just have to take a you-know-what at the end of this lunch. I was told by our boss, who I've worked with for a long time, and, you know, he's not in the room now, so I can probably say, you don't often get much feedback. I've been told to eat my lunch during the Lord's lunch. Now, it sounded maybe quite a nice idea 3 days ago, but now I'm actually sat here and you're next to me. It feels weird if I was just to eat that lunch whilst next to you, whilst we're literally being streamed live on TalkSport's Cricket's YouTube channel. What do you think?
Sam, would you like me to go and get my own plate of food so it feels a little bit less socially awkward? I could deliver an extremely long monologue if you want and just give you time to scran all of that, which does look lovely.
I think what I might do, like I might pick at it maybe, but I think like the actual Harmy, can you what do you think? There we go. There's a man. There's a man who's game for anything, isn't there? There you go. Maybe that's it, Harmy. Maybe every 5 minutes you just come over and take something off my plate. That would then be good, wouldn't it? Okay, there we go. Maybe that's now Harmy's done that. It feels less weird. Matt, how are you?
Very well, thank you, Sam. I've really enjoyed this test. I was feeling a little bit apprehensive yesterday when England were 140 all out, but they've recovered pretty well, and I think we're hopefully at least we're going to see a test match go into day 3. We've seen over the winter.
Yeah.
I was down in Australia to watch two-day tests, and I can say that for all, I very much enjoyed the opportunity to have a couple of days off in some nice Australian cities. Probably not quite the same when you're at home in London, and they are, let's be honest, slightly farcical. So it'll be nice to hopefully, touch wood, see this one go into at least day 3 and maybe even 4. Who knows?
Yeah, there we go. What did you make of the lunch, by the way, today? Did you like it on a scale of 1 to 10?
Sam, despite this plate of food in front of me, I'm actually a pescatarian, so I was on the mushroom tagliatelle. Pretty different vibe to this, what looks like a roast of some description to me.
Harmy, what was it? What was lunch today? By the way, you should have seen Harmy today. I think, what, 12:30 you went for your lunch today, Harmy, was it? He thought lunch was at 1 o'clock, and he came in with the biggest plate of duck you've ever seen in your life. It was absolutely remarkable. Yeah, John. So I haven't had any of my lunch yet. But Steve Harmison is going to come in every 2 minutes and just take something off my plate and eat it himself. So yeah, there we go. Absolutely remarkable. Oh, Matt, you get to go all around the world, don't you? And try lots of different lunches. I'm sure you've never been asked this question before, but then Matt Roller, favourite lunch around the world?
That's a great question, Sam. I mean, I would say my experience has been that in India in particular, you get some fantastic lunch at cricket grounds. So yeah, I probably have to say something there. Although most of the games that I've done in India have been floodlit, so you don't really have the same opportunity. It's probably going to a nice cafe somewhere in Mumbai, and then going to an IPL game in the evening is probably the ideal cricket lunch as far as I'm concerned. Because the problem is, I don't know, you might have a different take on this. I don't want to fill up too much at lunchtime and then go into that sort of post lunch stupor, where the first thing you want is a sleep, if you're meant to be hard at work.
Yeah, I find tea in England very, very difficult. Because you have the biggest lunch, don't you? And then you know you're going home to have dinner later. And then they bring out Hero Laws. I mean, the amount of food there is. And we're very grateful, aren't we, by the way, that we get this food. But I mean, it's scones. It's cake. It's everything, isn't it?
I was on the trout sandwiches yesterday at tea time. Fantastic.
Can you explain what a trout sandwich is for those that don't know what a trout sandwich is?
It looks like a smoked salmon sandwich.
Yeah.
But yeah,
just call it smoked salmon then, really.
Well, that's what I thought. But it is a different fish, to be fair, Sam. So you've got to be accurate here. Okay. These are the standards of journalism we need. You've got to get stuff right. You can't be sloppy around the details.
No. That is why you are one of the best cricket journalists around. Which leads me then on to a very, very important question I need to ask you, because I know you've got your ear to the ground when it comes to this sort of stuff. The big question. Are you ready for this?
Tell me.
Are we going to see Mikel Arteta change his ways next season? Because I know you like your cricket, but I know, is Arsenal, does it go cricket, Arsenal, or does it go Arsenal, cricket?
Well, I suppose one is work and one is pleasure, Sam.
Okay.
So I'd have to say that pleasure comes top for me, which is going to be Arsenal.
Did you go to the final?
I didn't go to the final. I went to the screening at the Emirates, which was great until it wasn't.
The first 64 minutes were quite good, weren't they?
I did fear pretty soon after the Havertz goal that it felt like a repeat of the game that it reminded me of.
Can I guess what you're going to say?
Go on.
The England-Italy game in the European Championship final?
I was actually going to say the England-Croatia game in the World Cup in 2018, which was a similar type of thing. Score too early, forget that you have to have the ball for a bit, and just offer nothing for the rest of the game. I think my guess is that it will look a little bit different next year, because I think so much of this season has been that constant sense of pressure of you cannot get this wrong again after second. So I would like to think that we'll see Arsenal nowadays, to the extent that, particularly when you have however many teams in Europe, but then all the teams who aren't in Europe then have that massive advantage of the fact that they're not playing. I think we saw that both Bournemouth's win at the Emirates and then their draw against City, where they were absolutely fantastic. Where if you're able to be fresh in the second half of the season, you look so much better than the best clubs who have that fatigue. So
that's why I'm petrified for Chelsea next season.
Well,
They've got no European football, and they've got a good manager in as well. If they do this thing where they start signing good players, as opposed to young 18-year-old South Americans, Chelsea might be a good football team again, which scares the life out of me.
Yeah, and so I would like to think, Sam, that we'll see Arsenal open up. I think they'll probably, again, the big difference this season that's just gone versus previous has been the depth of the squad, which has meant that they could compete on multiple fronts in a way that was much harder previously. But I think that, you know, heading into next season again, they're going to have to recruit even more, get even more depth if they possibly can, and that will then enable them to go full throttle in more games than
I'm
they have.
going to pay you a big compliment here. I've worked with Niel Manthorp for many, many, many years. I've never seen him look so interested before in somebody's answer when inside a... He's an Arsenal fan as well, by the way. He's literally been nodding at you and looking at you with the biggest concentration I've ever seen ever. Matt, big Arsenal fan, missed the Champions League final.
You're joking. What are you doing instead, Manners?
You in the bush, Manners? There we go. Can we get Manners on? Come on, Manners.
I was in the bush. I was in the Cricket National Park, and I didn't have cell phone reception. Never mind television
Who
reception.
planned that, Manners?
So it was my mother's 80th birthday, so I had to go and watch elephants and zebras and giraffes.
That's a good excuse, at least. That is a good
it's
excuse.
a genuine one as well. But I just want to know, like, the set piece. I mean, it really frustrates the life out of everybody. What's the answer? Because like cricket, you know, you come up with a strategy and there's an answer. So why are Arsenal so good at set pieces, and how's that going to be countered? And I mean, I love Arsenal and I love everything they've achieved, but a part of me is sort of slightly discomforted by the fact that they score so many goals from set pieces.
Well, it's tricky, isn't it, man? Growing up, I was very much used to watching those Wenger teams in the early years of the Emirates, where they would go to Blackburn away, Wigan away, Hull away, games like that, and get beaten 2-1, Stoke away, get bullied, and exactly, you'd have that whole narrative of watching, you know, Mikael Silvestre or someone get beaten in the air by a big mid-table striker.
Kevin Davis in Bolton was the one that used to really bully with the Reebok, wasn't it? Kevin Nolan, Kevin Davis, big Sam Allardyce's manager.
All of these guys, Cameron Jerome and Ricardo Fuller at Stoke, horrible, nightmare stuff. But yeah, I think in some ways I've quite enjoyed the fact that we're now, you know, a team that bullies other teams rather than the rating, won't it? Because if there's suddenly a big clampdown at the start of next season, which you wouldn't be surprised by in terms of grappling. I mean, even watching, you know, reruns of Premier League games from a few seasons ago, you see that things have changed a lot. It's not just anecdotal, and there has been a huge increase in the number of bodies in penalty areas, the amount that you can get away with as an attacking team in particular. It will be interesting to see what the counter is.
A really good cricket writer, but you're wasted, by the way. We need to get you a talk. We need to get him his own TalkSport show, doesn't he? Matt, I would love to speak to you all afternoon about football, but we need to get an 8-minute cricket video out of you. Okay. So you ready for that?
Yeah, fine.
Just come back from the IPL?
Yes.
How did this IPL compare to different IPLs for you?
That's a good question. I think this IPL was saved by one teenager, which was Vaibhav Suryavanshi. I think it was an all-right tournament across the board. I don't think it was one of the best ones. I think it struggled coming straight after the T20 World Cup. I think we've seen... I do think there is an element with pretty much any format of cricket, but particularly T20, that you do get to a saturation point after a while. And the way the calendar has worked this year, there was just this incessant run of T20 cricket from, probably February, even January, post the Ashes, through to the end of the IPL. You know, personally, I love T20 cricket. I've grown up with it, but I think there is that element, particularly with scores going up, particularly with such flat pitches, small boundaries, of it being a bit rinse and repeat, where you see 220 get chased down yet again. You think, I don't know, a little bit formulaic. But I spent, you know, we caught up when I was out in Mumbai. I spent a lot of time in studios over there. We were working on a Cricinfo show. We had some ex-pundits in. Sorry, some ex-players in, I should say, as pundits, and similar on other channels there. And you sit in the green room while the game's going on, and sometimes people are having a bit of a chat about something else. Sometimes people are scrolling on their phones. Sometimes people are having a bit of dinner. And when Vaibhav Suryavanshi was batting, no one was doing any of that, and they were all glued to the screen, because he's a complete phenomenon. No one's ever seen anything like it before, and everyone's just fascinated by it because they can't get their head around it. I mean, there's obviously been a bit of chat with people saying, "Oh, is he actually 15?" Firstly, I think he almost certainly is a teenager. He looks young. I don't think there's any doubt that he is, a teenager. And even if he was 35 and doing this, we'd never have seen anything like it before. He has he's completely unique in the way he bats, and to score at the rate he does, to play with the total lack of respect against any international bowlers. There was a game against Sunrisers in the playoffs where he faced 8 balls from Pat Cummins, one of the modern great fast bowlers, and hit 4 of them, 4 out of 8 for 6. It's incredible.
I'm surprised it's only 4. Like, if I had to guess, I'd have guessed it's at least 6 out of the 8. I feel a bit underwhelmed it was only 4 out of 8 balls he hit for 6.
But yeah, India are naming some T20 squads, I think likely on Saturday, so tomorrow, and I would love to see him over here in England in the summer. I think it would be great to see him in international cricket. I'm sure there's some people who would argue, what's the rush to get him in? But at the moment, he's the best T20 opener in the world. What are we waiting for? And particularly, it would be, I think cricket in England generally is probably going to struggle a little bit for oxygen this summer, competing against Football World Cup, everything that goes on around that. You've always got Wimbledon, all that sort of stuff. But if there's any way that India series is going to cut through, it's going to be Suryavanshi coming over and absolutely smacking it everywhere.
I'm thinking already, like, for the breakfast show on TalkSport, like, how do I get cricket mention on the breakfast show? It's going to be, you never guess what, there's this 15-year-old kid who's over here in England, and you never guess what he did last night.
Forget Colombia 1, Japan 1 in Seattle or whatever
Good
it is.
game, though.
But
tough place to go and get a result, Seattle, isn't it? It's going to be hot, it's going to be humid,
But yeah, I think it's going to be phenomenal.
I remember Yas Rana was doing a commentary with us, and I sort of said to him, are India are they going to try and hold him back, try and look after him, and the pressure of international cricket? And Yas said the pressure, a white ball series against England is not incomparable to what he's doing right now in the IPL in terms of trying to take his team to the title. So like in terms of the pressure and the scrutiny, anything like that, I mean what he's doing now in the IPL is much, much higher and harder than a white ball series against England, right? If we're being honest.
Well, it's tricky, isn't it? I mean, there's obviously that prestige, and the fact that he'll be wearing a kit that has India on it will, we know that has effects on people that you can't always predict. But you're completely right to say that he's doing this in front of sold-out stadiums, in front of massive TV audiences of tens of millions of people every single night. I don't think there's any particular concern about, if you're worried about someone's self-confidence, it's not going to be the guy that's batting the way he bats. He's not someone who's timid. He's not someone who's thinking about himself. He's overthinking anything. He's spoken about the fact that the way he prepares for games is by going to his room and watching cartoons. I don't think he's going to have any problem playing at a sold-out Chesterland Street on a Tuesday night.
Tough place to go and score some runs. What cartoons do you reckon Vaibhav Suryavanshi watches?
Great question. I'm not too familiar with the Indian cartoon
scene. If you're
in
a Vaibhav Suryavanshi press conference in the next couple of weeks, can you please ask him what his favourite cartoons to watch?
He doesn't speak to the media very much because he's only 15, so there's a certain duty of care. And I think that is probably the more serious point to make about him is obviously Rajasthan have, I think done a fairly good job in terms of making sure that he's supported off the field, and there would obviously be that element when he comes into international cricket of making sure that the same sort of thing happens, that he's not massively caught up in the spectacle of it all. But I think your point and Yaz's point is bang on, that I don't think playing 5 T20s in England in let's be honest, even the biggest ground, we're probably at the biggest ground in terms of capacity in the country, and it's 30,000 here at Lord's. He's played in front of bigger crowds already and succeeded, so I don't think it's going to overawe him.
I'm going to ask you another question, and then when I do, I'm going to have a bit of this duck, so I don't want to get in trouble by my boss John Norman, who sat right behind me, and he's staring at me, wondering why I haven't tucked into this. Why I haven't tucked into this duck yet? It's actually harder than I thought, John, to try and have a serious conversation with someone and then ask a question. Something that has been touched on a lot over the last couple of weeks is about the amount of runs that's being scored, and whether it's now you touched on whether it's getting silly, whether it's getting stupid. Do you think anything is going to look different in next year's competition then to try and stop 240 being chased almost what feels like 2 or 3 times a week?
I sort of doubt it, Sam. So I think one of the big factors in scores going up over the past couple of years has been this impact player rule, which effectively has turned everything. It has turned T20 in the IPL from an 11-a-side game to a 12-a-side game, and the main change has been that teams who previously batted down to number 7.
Romario Shepherd coming in at 8.
Yeah, now
RCBs
back down to number 8, which means that the top order can play with so much more intent because they have the faith that they're not going to get bowled out in all likelihood, and they're not going to have genuine tail enders facing many balls at the end of an innings. And that has been a big factor. Now, as I understand it, the impact player is locked in for another year, and then there's a potential that might change before the 28 season, but I don't think that's going to change next year. I think one of the other conversations is around home advantage, because at the moment it seems like there's a little bit of inconsistency between which teams have how much control over their home pitches. I think officially the BCCI...
That's quite important, isn't it?
Yeah, who are obviously in charge of the tournament say, we have a sort of certain standard that we have to adhere to, but, there are some teams, so Gujarat Titans, have been quite clever with it. They make sure that they have different types of soil, and they always play a certain opposition on a similar type of soil so that they can effectively negate their strengths. You compare that to, say, Delhi Capitals, where their head coach has said playing home games in Delhi, they might as well be away games. We have no idea what each pitch is going to do. We're guessing every time we turn up. We don't have any say with the curator or anything like that. So I think that's a big thing. And if the BCCI were to say, you're allowed to prepare pitches however you want to, we'll give you control for the course of the tournament, I think that would be a good thing, because we'd probably see what we used to see back in the day of a couple of teams picking pitches tailored to their strength of being spin bowling. So you might see Kolkata, who have Narayan and Varun Chakravarti, saying, actually, we're going to try and get a pitch to turn at Eden Gardens. And similarly, Chennai used to do that back in the day at Chepauk. They have Akil Hussain and Nur Ahmed now, 2 pretty good spinners, both overseas players who, if they were to tailor their pitches accordingly and to say we're going to back ourselves to have the better spinners than our opposition, I think that would be a good sign. And I think personally, I think the key is variety. I love seeing 240 plays 240, but I don't necessarily love seeing it every single night. And I think most people are the same with that. In the same way that, if we were constantly seeing teams getting bowled out for 120, that would get boring very quickly as well. I think people just love variety. It's the spice of life, they say, isn't it, Sam?
That's how you live your life, isn't it, Matt Roller? Away from there, a little bit of variety. Don't like to do the same thing every single night, do you? Mix things up, keep things fresh.
Keep you guessing, Sam.
I'm always guessing. I bet you're guessing about what's coming next, right? Did you enjoy being out there in India? When you're there for Cricinfo, you'd obviously writing, but you do lots of kind of shows with people like Aaron Finch come and join you and stuff like that?
Yeah, this trip I just did was slightly different to ones I've done before, because it was very much studio-based. It's a slightly different thing for me, doing a bit of punditry effectively and sort of playing the analyst role, trying to prompt our guests with numbers.
Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it was good fun. Certainly a slightly different skill to written, which is my main medium, I suppose. But
2026 though, isn't it?
Exactly.
Times
You've
revolving,
got to get in front of
Times
cameras.
revolving.
Why do you think I said yes to this,
you
Sam?
should, yeah, next year you're in India. You should suggest a feature, maybe during the interval, where you and Finchy eat some lunch during
That's a lovely
during
idea.
the interval. See how many bits of potato you can get Aaron Finch to scoff down his face during the 10-minute interval.
But yeah, I do always enjoy living in India, and I think it's I very much consider it one of the privileges of this job, being able to travel lots and see lots of different places in the world. I've been very lucky to travel to India. I think I've now been 4 times in the last 4 years. Seen a lot of different cities and different places in the country, done a lot of different things, eaten a lot of different food. To stick with the theme of this chat, and yeah, it's been great.
Everybody that goes to India, they always say something about how they can't leave their hotel and go, walk down the street for a coffee. Can Matt Roller leave his hotel room and walk down the street and go and get a coffee without being disturbed? Or I think I even saw one video of you arriving at an airport and someone was trying to get something signed. No,
that's a load of rubbish, Sam. I have absolutely no trouble going down the street for a coffee in India.
You know what though? Thing on TikTok, if you watch one 5-second video of Joss Butler being mobbed by people outside of your algorithm basically just becomes players in the IPL leaving their hotels or coming into the airports and thousands of people just trying to get their autograph. It becomes absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever had that issue, but I have been in environments and seen that be a thing for other people. And clearly, cricket is huge over there. It's probably arguably bigger than football is over here. And I think there's still that sort of stardom element with international players coming over and superstars coming over and people having the opportunity to see them in the flesh. So such a big country, such a passionate country in terms of how much they love cricket. So yeah, it's part of it.
Good man. Matt, final one before I let you go. Ollie Robinson, have you got anything to say to our wonderful people that hasn't already been said about Ollie Robinson over the last 14 hours?
Well, to be honest, I don't think Ollie Robinson looks a huge amount different in terms of how he's bowled. I think the interesting thing as this summer wears on will be to see how he does on pitches that aren't as helpful as this one. I don't think there was any doubt that in overcast conditions on a green seamer that Ollie Robinson was a very, very useful new ball bowler. I think the interesting thing will be seeing, let's say, second test against Pakistan. He's had a long summer behind him. The sun's out. It's a flat pitch. Someone's bedded in. Babar Azam's 80 not out. Can he then come back and prove himself in his third, fourth, fifth spell? And will the pace be up, or will it be a question of the same old problem?
People staring at the speed guns for Ollie Robinson.
Exactly,
in that third spell against Pakistan in the second test.
But also, to be fair, I think the main thing that's changed is it's less Robinson himself, and it's more that England have realised that there's a guy out there who averages 22 in 20 tests. Are we really a good enough team that we're leaving this guy out? And I don't think they are. And I think he's done brilliantly coming back in and taking fifer, but this is the start of the story rather than the end of it.
Matt, good man. Thank you very much. Would you like to try some lettuce? Do you want to have a little bit of lettuce?
Have one of these these green beans.
Yeah. So you eat fish but not meat. Why?
Correct.
Well, you actually crunched that really loudly into the microphone at the completely wrong time there, by the way. Loud crunch. By the way, this is TalkSport radio. This is TalkSport, right?
I'm still learning my radio etiquette, Sam, clearly.
Yeah.
I don't know when to put the lip mic up.
I did just ask you to eat a bit of food, didn't I, live in our stream? So why do you eat fish but not meat, if you don't mind me asking? I have curiosity.
A combination of mainly environmental, I'd say, that I don't eat meat.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Each their own. Well done. Matt Roller from ESPN Cricinfo. Thank you very, very much. England 72 for 1, leading by 99 runs, the third innings of the match. Afternoon session, day 2 here at Lord's, underway in 5 minutes' time.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to Lord's. I'm sure you've enjoyed, if you stayed with us, Sam Allard's interview with Cricinfo's Matt Roller. Fascinating. Loved the Arsenal conversation. Really interesting. Anyway, it's back to the action in front of us now. An uninterrupted, extended morning session has seen England, I wouldn't say take control of the Test match, but manoeuvre themselves into a position where they certainly could take control of the Test match in this session if they have another good one. Steve Harmison's alongside me, having enjoyed a most magnificent Lord's lunch, as it always is. But I don't recall having roast duck very often. But outstanding. I wonder if the players had the same thing.
I would imagine the players will have had something as nice as the roast duck that we had. I mean, it was beautiful. It really was. I even had to have a go at Sam's dinner. I mean, which I must admit, I did catch him when he was off guard and looking the other way. But no, it was, always beautiful picture. Not only here at Lord's, the surrounding areas behind it. You look out the back window at the nursery ground end, where a lot of hospitality and a lot of drinking bars and food vendor stalls. It is a beautiful picture here at Lord's. And I think New Zealand are just in the game. I think a couple of wickets would go down nicely for the game and for New Zealand. It's great to see that Matt Henry's going to take the first over after the lunch break, who's struggling with a bit of a dodgy back, a bit of a back spasm. But Emilio Gay's looked quite good. Jacob Bettles had a hefty blow and hit some nice shots down the ground.
It is Matt Henry to bowl the first over after lunch, and it's left alone, this delivery outside the off stump by Emilio Gay. 72 for 1. Both batsmen, well, actually Emilio Gay's still got his sleeveless sweater on, but Jacob Bettles dancing from one foot to the other at the non-striker's end. He's sweaterless. It's certainly as warm now, or warmer now, than it has been at any point on the first day and in the second morning. Here is Henry again around the wicket bowls, and Emilio Gay struck on the pads as a loud and animated appeal for leg before wicket from Matt Henry. Not much enthusiasm from the keeper or the slip cordon, but Henry believes that it's worth further investigation, and he's continued on his follow through to have a chat to Captain Tom Latham at second slip. Latham seems to me to be a captain who's got this review thing pretty much mastered.
Yeah, he's got it mastered. He heavily sort of pushes on the opinion of the wicketkeeper and Tom Blundell. I think this is closer than. I think it's hit him in line, and if he's a long way down the crease, then Obviously, it's going down leg side, but I think it's hitting in line. But the slope, the Lord's slope, and that little degree of, taking it down the hill, that might have been an umpire's call at best.
Here is Henry again, and Emilio Gay drives, not timing for a single into the covers. But you could understand on the replay why Henry was excited.
Definitely. I would like to have seen it. I'd like to see it again, because I think it might have been worth a little bit of a look. I think whether they think it was outside the line, whether they think it was going down leg.
You can't have a little bit of a look. It has to be the full.
It has to be the full
look.
Yeah. It's hit. I think it's hit him in line, but I think it's going down leg.
It would be nice if you said, "Can we have half a review on that one?"
Oh no!
Oh, it was hitting the top of leg.
It's hitting the top of leg stump. Oh, Matt Henry, you were right. Tom Latham, you were wrong.
Gee whiz! The first replay, I thought, gee, that looks a lot closer than I thought. That was crashing into the top of leg stump. If they'd taken the review, that would have been the end of Emilio Gay. Wow, goodness me! So we don't call it a life, do we? It's not like a drop catch, but well, I suppose it is. That brings up the 100 lead for England, by the way, 73 for 1, first innings lead of 27. But gee, I mean, as you said, hit him in line, in front of middle and off. Forward comes Jacob Ethel to the next one and guides it defensively up towards mid-off. Well,
the balconies just give them the bad news. The balcony, they're getting the message from the balcony.
Why would they do
out.
that? They can't help themselves, but why do that?
I don't know. Well, to be fair, the last thing you want is you look up to the balcony and them go, no, it wasn't out, and then you come in later on and it was. You got to give them some, I think, remnants of the truth.
Yeah, oh, Henry again, another appeal. It's hit him outside the line. I think Jacob Ethel this time had got himself outside the line of off stump, but he's having just been told that he would have had a wicket 2 deliveries ago. He's now grumpily consulting with Tom Blundell. Could you listen to me next time, Skipper?
Yeah, they've gone for the review. I think they've gone for the review, haven't they? And I think they've just gone too late. They've gone for the wrong one. I think that looked as though it might be just outside the line.
I think there's an element of miffedness about this one from Matt Henry. You robbed me of a wicket, Skipper, 2 balls ago.
Can we have ultra please?
I think this may have hit him outside the line. That was my initial reaction. You see Bethel has got himself quite a long way outside the line. Oh, hello. Hello.
Again, it looks as though it's hit him in line, but it looks as though it's done, maybe he's done a bit too much.
Height, maybe. I tell you what, Army, that's close.
Umpire's call.
Oh, look at that. Is it just clipping leg? Hit him in line. It's hitting a decent part of the top of leg stump.
It's height. Wow. How's your luck, New Zealand? I mean, how is your luck? That's hitting middling leg. Middling leg, and it's just bouncing over the top. So I think Jeremy Coney was right. I think it was Jeremy Coney said something a bit like that a little bit earlier, where I think he was on with you, Manners, and I think you were possibly implying that the umpires were home bias.
He said if you're going to give marginal LBWs,
give them out.
Be consistent.
Yeah, I get that.
If you're going to err on the side of the bowler, then just do that throughout the course of the Test match. That was an over of serious misfortune for New Zealand. That's a good delivery from Will O'Rourke. Bounces quite steeply. Emilio Gay just drops the hands and sways out of the way of it. He does look very composed, Emilio Gay. You've seen more of him perhaps than most, Army, being he's a new Durham lad, but I mean his record is undeniable in the last 2 years, and crashing start to the county championship season this summer, as in he was crashing the ball to the boundary.
He's had a really good summer, really good start to his Durham career. He's had a good season last season, better one this season.
3 slips in a gully, backward point as O'Rourke is in again. Good leave outside the off stump once again. Good challenging line from Will O'Rourke, but left alone by Gay.
Yeah, the Emilio Gay stuff, I mean, there is a little bit outside off stump where he sort of pokes and prods, where that's where I would imagine top bowlers, international cricket will try and take advantage of. He plants his front foot, as we've seen in the first innings. He plants his front foot, and a couple of times in this, he's done the same. He hasn't got a problem. I don't think he's got a problem with a short ball. I think he gets himself in a position where he doesn't play the short ball that well. Two different things for me in that.
Here's O'Rourke again, bowls. Gay drives for 4 through the offside. Full, pitching it up, Will O'Rourke, looking for the stumps. A little bit too much width though, and that was an excellent cover drive. Do you know what? I think, Harmy, sometimes it can be a strength if a batsman has a weakness, and I'll try and explain that. But it focuses the mind. You know, if you don't have a weakness and you can play all the shots, you tend to do that inappropriately. And you know, if he's got something that he's aware of and something that he doesn't do quite by the book, it sort of focuses the mind. You know, they say beware the injured golfer.
Yeah.
And you know, if you're aware of that, then it sort of focuses the mind. 3 slips in a gully still as O'Rourke is in outside the off stump, left alone by Emilio Gay. Yeah, I mean, there's many a great player has had an apparently a weakness. You know, whether it's not being great against a short ball or they said that Graham Smith, the South African captain, couldn't cover drive because he had such a strong bottom hand grip. You know,
and I think that's a bit like Graham Smith not being able to drive is a bit that I think about the short ball with Emilio Gay. It's not as though he can't play the short ball. Just think the way he shapes up and he's batting and his front foot and his front foot press, he gets himself in a position. He makes himself a target. He struggles to get out of the way of the short ball, which means he struggles to play it.
Played away defensively out in the offside by Emilio Gay.
Bit like there. It's a back of a length ball, short ball, and he stands up, and he probably doesn't need to play that. You know, he could easily let that go, possibly duck and sway out the way of it. But because he has that front foot press and that front foot tap, big toe goes down the crease, which might cause him trouble against the swinging ball back into him from over the wicket against the good bowlers. But then because he's like that, he also has a little bit of a problem with that trigger where he then goes up with the ball, he rides up with the ball, and because of that, then he makes himself a target for the short ball.
Here is O'Rourke again, and this one clipped away nicely by Emilio Gay off his midriff down towards long leg, and they trot through for an easy single. The thing about Graham Smith is that they said he couldn't cover drive, and it wasn't a shot that came naturally to him because his elbows, his hand, everything was in the wrong place, but he could.
Yeah, he could. Yeah, he did hit the ball through extra cover, not a problem at all. But you did bowl it there. I remember many times. I got him out a couple of times in one-day cricket because you can't just leave it in one-day cricket. You've got to play it. I think at Headingley in my comeback game, I remember getting him in that way where you put it outside off stump and he could sense he wanted to drive it, but he wasn't quite there. And then all of a sudden, the one that he did go for, he nicked it, and it didn't feel comfortable for him to play that shot.
Matt Henry in down the leg side, hits the pad and flicks away past Tom Blundell and down to the boundary for 4 leg byes. Well, England will take him however they can get him at the moment, with Emilio Gay moving on to 30. Jacob Ethel has 8. Those 4 leg byes take the total up to 82 for 1. England leading now by 109. A word to James, who's watching and listening in the UAE. He's a long-suffering Spurs fan, and he found Sam Allard's interview with Matt Roller strangely compelling. I don't know whether he is implying that it was painfully compelling. Long-suffering Spurs fan, driven sweetly through the offside by Emilio Gay. That's a fine shot, but it is cut off by the man fielding on the cover boundary, sweeping on the cover boundary, Devon Conway, and so it'll be 2 rather than 4. It was fascinating. Matt Roller talking about all the years and decades that pretty Arsene Wenger teams were bullied off the ball in midweek games at Stoke and Hull outside the off stump, left alone, and the bullied have turned into the bulliers.
Yeah, they were, and I never had a problem with them. Obviously, doing a lot of football stuff myself. When you watch Arsenal, it was like you got 98 minutes as the sort of normal time to last the game, and the game lasts, and You know, the objective is to get it in the goal, and that's what Arsenal did.
Here's Henry again, and it's driven by Emilio Gay, but only as far as mid-on, fielded by Will O'Rourke. It does seem that it seems to me that, you know, that with corners and free kicks, particularly with corners, it's just like you obviously have a target, but it's just like everyone gets stuck in. Just find a defender and wrestle him.
Absolutely, yeah, and obviously they've found a way. They've got a new formula. Same in all sports. You find a way to gain an advantage, and somebody cottons onto it. And the
very famous England and Irish Lions rugby tour to South Africa in 1977. Do you remember the 99 call? It was like when the Lions were under pressure from the Springboks, and they would go code 99, and that you punched the player nearest to you, everybody at the same time, and you just piled in, and the referee couldn't. He had no idea what to do. It was just like a mass brawl everywhere. Like the backs got stuck in, and here is Matt Henry again, and that's outside the off stump. And it was designed to confuse the referee, and it worked generally. I mean, he couldn't send everybody off. And it just seems like that's a bit like what Arsenal do at corners.
Yeah, get in as long as everybody's in the way and causing mayhem. But I think VAR was very kind to them in some stages last year, especially
one particular.
Yeah, there's one particular time, but I think there was a couple of times where there was a little block towards the goalkeeper, stopping forwards running into defenders when they're not watching the ball. I think the goalkeeper. I think there was a couple of times got bumped last year. It's amazing when you're talking about punching somebody. My eyes just turned straight to Sam Ellard.
Because he's the person nearest to you.
He's the person nearest to me, so he's going to cop it soon. He's not got any.
No one's called Code 99.
Not
I think
yet.
It was 77, but it was JPR Williams era. Right, it's 84 for 1, and Jacob Bethel is on strike. He's 8 from 11 balls. Let's hit him! That is a very, very good bouncer from Will O'Rourke. And Jacob Bethel got into a little bit of a tangle. He didn't quite know whether to play it, leave it, try to get out the way. And he's done a bit of all three. Well, it's hit him somewhere fleshy. It hasn't hit him on the head. It's hit him on the shoulder, I think. The right
arm,
shoulder.
He actually did quite well just to drop his hands and get out the way of this. He's let it hit him on, I think it's on the right upper part of the arm, right bicep, has it? Or shoulder, right shoulder. It's good. Again, a little bit like I was talking about Emilio Gay. Jacob's movements, trigger movement, does get him into a little bit of trouble with a short ball, make him a target.
Here's O'Rourke again, a little bit wide outside the off stump, and Bethel happy to leave that one, taken by Tom Blundell. 84 for 1. Reminder that New Zealand were bowled out for just 113 to concede a first innings deficit of 27. Ollie Robinson on the Lord's Honours board on his return to the England team with 5 for 39. Gus Atkinson 2 for 9. How about that? Only bowled 5 overs.
Proving his record no end at Lords, isn't it? Average is unreal at Lords.
He averages something like 12 with the ball and 50 with the bat, doesn't he? Like Chris Wokes. Similar. And this time Bethel plays defensively to O'Rourke. It's good to see. Are you keeping an eye on Matt Henry? I mean, it's really good to see him bowling. And I don't know what your history with back spasms was. Well, you would have had them because you're a fast bowler. But I think it's the fear of the unknown. Unless somebody has recurring back spasms, you get to know and recognise the pattern, and you know how they'll play out. But
it's just so restricting. That's the problem. It's not painful. You get a back spasm, it's not painful. It's just so uncomfortable, so awkward, and it makes you look and walk and bend down and a bit foolish because there's no structural wrong with your body.
O'Rourke in again, bowls. Bethel is beaten outside the off stump, back of a length, maybe just seamed away from him past the outside edge. You sort of hope that it's muscular, don't you? I mean, and nothing more complicated.
Yeah, nothing more complicated. Just all it is just the muscles sort of contract around a certain area, and they just make your body go absolutely solid. I mean, it just feels as though there's no bend in your body. There's no sort of flexibility or movement. You're literally iron rod straight through your sort of backside all the way up through your neck, and you've got no movement whatsoever. It's not painful, it's just restricted.
Good bouncer again from O'Rourke. Very well played by Bethel. Just sways out of the way of it. Pass him at about nose height. I mean, I'm not going to pretend that I have any qualifications as a biokineticist, but generally speaking, when your muscles spasm, it's a defensive thing. And that's your muscles saying, you shouldn't be doing this with your body. Fast bowling is not natural.
No, fast bowling is not
It's your body
natural.
rebelling, saying, stop it, you're going to hurt me.
Absolutely. You lost me at qualifications there, Manners. But, yeah, I mean, it is. Fast bowling is not natural. And Matt Henry's finding that out at this moment in time.
O'Rourke again. It's driven by Bethel and dropped at backward point. Oh, another one goes down. Goodness gracious me. Oh, it's Devon Conway again at backward point. Now, it wasn't Glenn Phillips at gully. It was Conway at backward point, and he's dropped another. That's the fourth catch that's gone down that New Zealand have put down, and it's Jacob Bethel, the beneficiary, on 8. Okay, it's gone quickly, but it's gone straight to him.
Now, you got to catch that. I'm sorry. You've got to catch that. It has gone quickly. It has gone straight to him. I thought he had caught it at the first point, and then sort of the second point he's tried to grab it again, then dropped it for the third time. So he hits his hands. It hits like the thumb, the hardest part of his hands. Then he tries to grab it again. Then it's a poor shot from Jacob Bethel. It really was. It was away from him. Good working over from William O'Rourke.
Here is Henry continuing outside the off stump, and it's left alone. So the beneficiaries of New Zealand's largesse in the field, Harry Brook twice on 8 and 45. Remember, he made 56. No one's come close to that. Well, Carl Jameson made 38, but Brook dropped twice, and now Ben Duckett dropped on 12 by Rachin Ravindra, made 33, and Jacob Bethel dropped on 8, so 4 catches have gone down. Ravindra's dropped 2 of them. Outside the off stump now, beats the outside edge, I fancy, as Emilio Gay pushed down maybe the wrong line, and England remain 84 for 1.
It's probably cost them the amount of runs that New Zealand got in the first innings. The drops, I mean, Brook was dropped on 9. What did he get? 56. You just mentioned there, Duckett on 12, he got 33. So
It's 50 right there.
The
60
totalings added up big time.
Here's Henry again, and clipped away nicely by Emilio Gay down to long leg, and they'll take a stroll through for an easy single, straightforward single.
LBW as well that they didn't go for. So you are looking at what New Zealand have made the mistake, and what's cost them probably would amount to the amount of runs they got in the first innings of 113.
Getting there, yeah, not quite, but not far off. Emilio Gay would have been LBW on 24, and he's moved on to 33. They didn't go for the review, New Zealand. Here's Matt Henry again, and angled in and then nips back further into the left-handed Jacob Bethel, and he gets an inside edge down to long leg once again. He wasn't sure where that had gone, but the sea movement and swing down the Lord's slope.
The movement's still there. I don't think it's as lavish as yesterday, but the movement is still there. There's still a demon in the surface and through the air. I think England have played it very, very well. I think they've had a better game plan, I think, than they came out and had yesterday morning.
Here is Henry again around the wicket. This one left alone by Emilio Gay, and there's no run. It's definitely still there. I mean, there's still plenty of sea movement. I mean, I wonder. I thought that maybe would flatten out this afternoon, but maybe day 3, maybe by tomorrow. Will it just be there the whole test match?
I think it'll be there the whole test
But
match.
we've seen test matches where the pitch has got flatter and flatter here at
and
Lord's.
here at Lord's, yeah, big time.
The
here
World
at
Test
Lord's.
Championship final. There
Big
was
that
one.
went flat, yeah.
Here is Matt Henry once more, and Emilio Gay's very clever. I think he's good at that. When he's in the spot of bother and he's played a missed it a couple, just drops one into the offside, gets himself down the other end. It's clever opening batting.
He has, and he does that quite well at Durham, which has been I think from last year to this year, I think the run scoring that Emilio Gay's got, and he's running between the wickets and batting in partnerships, with the person at the other end. I think has got better and better. I think he was a run out. Apparently, he was a run out waiting to happen. There was a lot of not selfishness in his thought process and his ways, but I think in the last sort of season and a bit, there's been a lot better understanding of rotation of strike. But you've got to be wary of that in international cricket, prodding forward like that against these bowlers.
O'Rourke continues now. It's a very fine delivery again, back of a length outside the off stump, and I fancy Emilio Gay did just leave that one alone. Sometimes opening the batting in difficult conditions is a bit like trying to fill yourself up on lettuce and raw carrot, isn't it? You've got to do it.
Do you want to ask Sam for his opinion on that one? You're looking at somebody who has lettuce and raw carrots there for decoration and not to be trying.
He does. Have you noticed that? He does put some greenery on his plate and then just ignores it.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
He's a meat and potatoes man.
Yeah. He's a duck man today.
Oh yeah.
What's he?
He spread it all over the desk as well, didn't he? Here's O'Rourke again, another bouncer, and Emilio Gay is ducking underneath this one. So what happens when you have a reputation, you develop a reputation, or sometimes you are handed a reputation, whether you deserve it or not, and evidently Emilio Gay, words got around, or he's not particularly good against the short ball, so he's going to get a barrage of bouncers. Hashim Amla was a great example of that. He genuinely wasn't very good against the short ball. And he got this reputation early on in his international career. He went on to play, almost 100 Test matches and scored thousands of runs against the short ball. Became really good at playing it, but the reputation continued to stick. Everybody kept bowling bouncers to him, and he was hooking them and uppercutting them and scoring lots of runs. And banged in short again by O'Rourke, steered away by Emilio Gay to cover no run.
Yeah, I don't think Emilio Gay has got the issue of some people when you talk about he's got an issue with the short ball. There's a common rule that they're quite scared of the ball. They don't like the ball coming around their rib cage, but I think Emilio Gay, it's not that for me when I watch him bat. I just think because of his forward press and the way his stature is, and he stands in his bat and his initial movement, he makes himself a target, and then all of a sudden you don't become a very good player of the short ball.
Here comes O'Rourke again, and pitches this one up. It's pushed away behind square on the offside. There's a massive difference between being uncomfortable and not being very good technically, isn't there?
Yeah, this is something I've written about quite a lot. So with him, I think it is a technical issue. There are some players who are afraid of it, but there are a lot of players, like Steve Waugh wasn't particularly afraid of the short ball, but he didn't have a very good technique against the short ball. So people get bowling it to him because he played it in such a...
Kev was the same.
Yeah.
Peterson was the same. And in the end, it was just like, the faster you bowl, the further I'm going to try and hit it. I'm not going to try and get out of the way of this because I'm not very good at getting out of the way of it. So I'm just going to try and hit it further.
Here is Will O'Rourke. It's a good spell, this. He's building up to something outside the off stump this time, however. And there's no run. You sort of get the sense, don't you, as a fast bowler is really into his work and he's into his maybe fourth or even fifth over, you sort of think he's either going to be told to take a breather because he's going to run out of gas, or it's going to end with a wicket, and he's in one of those spells overall.
Yeah, he is, but it's just it's a balancing act from Latham's point of view on how long to bowl him. Then you've got Jamieson, you've got back spasm with Matt Henry, and I think Will O'Rourke's your trump card.
Here he is again. Bowls another bouncer to Emilio Gay. He had no difficulty with that one. It was quite short. Just ducked underneath it, passed over the top of his head. 87 for 1. England leading by 114.
And Manners, would you like to tell Ashes winner Steve Harmison why the area around my desk smells so weird at the moment in the press box?
It's because what my conclusion was that an automatic air freshener had been installed in the commentary box as a new innovation. It turns out it's actually Sam Ellard's and his bottle of aftershave, which he's squirting on himself once an hour.
That's not that. I mean, that is a very good story about that. But I meant our desk in the press box.
Here is Matt Henry continuing. It's a long spell, this.
Why does your desk smell weird in the press box at the moment?
Oh, well, I'm just storing a bit of blue cheese for later.
Oh, blue cheese.
In the little desk container at the bottom. He's gonna, he's gonna forget it. And some poor cleaner's gonna find it.
Is that not what it's for? For storing cheese and biscuits?
It might have been a cheese holder. I'm not sure.
Screw a little bit away for later on.
Yeah. Well, they take the blue cheese away at tea time, which is when it's at its best. Clipped away through the onside, down the slope, and Devon Conway, Rachin Ravindra is in pursuit, and they go through for a couple of runs.
I thought there was a weird smell out there.
I thought you were on about here. Sam Ellard had his dinner here before, and we've had to Dettol it.
I chatted to Matt Roller, who said that Sam had a little trouble talking and eating. And I said, well, in my experience, he has a little trouble eating.
I've never seen him struggle to eat.
No, but messy.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. No, he's a big spreader. This one is defended away by Jacob Bethel into the offside, and he considers doing the fielding himself and then decides against it.
He's got a lot on his plate now, Sam, hasn't he? He's doing early
He had a
breakfast.
lot on his plate.
He did
Quite literally.
Yeah, he's doing early breakfast, a bit of reporting on this, goals on Saturday and Sunday. I mean, he's Mr. TalkSport, is Sam Ellard. He's used to having a lot on his plate, but
Do you remember we took him
extreme?
We took him to a wings place in St Lucia.
We did.
And it was not.
He's still flapping.
And there were wild cats running around, or dogs or something under the.
Henry in again, and Bethel this time, rather than defending, pushes it out to the sweeper on the cover boundary for a single off the back foot. A wings place.
Yeah, Wings and Tings, I think it was called.
Chicken
wings.
wings.
And tings. Yeah, that's what it was called.
You know
what were the tings that came with the wings?
More
I think
chicken.
It was more, the tings was more the spice on them.
Yeah.
That was going to get you into a hot sweat.
So you can get this sort of, like an ice cream shop with different flavours. This was a chicken wing shop with different flavoured wings.
Different flavoured wings, yeah.
I would imagine some of them were quite jerky and quite hot. Melt the fillings in your teeth. Down the leg side from Henry, and that's run away for 4. I'm not sure it touched anything, actually. Buys is right, yeah. Harsh on the keeper, but, I mean, Tom Blundell could just never have got a glove on that. That's gone. And it's just gone down past leg stump, but then gone with the slope and the swing, and it's just way out of reach.
Yeah, I think it was harsh on the keeper. I think New Zealand are going to make a decision here on Henry. I'm struggling to understand why a line bowler like Matt Henry's bowling from this end, possibly to help him, whether he feels as though he'd be more comfortable trying to bowl the ball down the slope.
Here is Henry again, and it's defended by Emilio Gay up towards mid-off and fielded by Nathan Smith. Well, it's not breaking point, but it's a critical point here for New Zealand. They really need to get things moving, and they've dropped a couple of catches, and that really hurts. And they didn't take a review on an LBW that would have been out.
They reviewed another one that wasn't, but they got to keep that. At least.
Yeah. It was just. I mean, it was hitting a decent part of leg stump.
Yeah. To be fair, 9 of them have fielded really well. It's the other 2 that keep dropping the same catches. Although Blundell's fumbled quite a bit, also.
Yeah, it's not the easiest place in the world to keep wicket when you are at the nursery end keeping in the ball from around the wicket. Once it goes past leg stump, it's going to just keep going and going and going. There's not been as much wobble as there normally is from ball going past the stumps and then towards the keeper.
Willow Rourke continues. It's a very, very good spell, and Jacob Bethel has to rise up onto his toes to defend that one.
Lords is known as one of the hardest places to keep in the world. Can you name another ground that anyone ever says that about?
Headingley.
Headingley from a visual point of view. I don't think it's from a wobble point of view. I think it might be more visual point of view. Maybe it's not now with the new the different stands at either end now. I'm trying to think of anywhere else. I mean, this place was. I remember. I think it was 2003, Jimmy Anderson's debut when Alex Stewart went off and Anthony McGrath had to keep wicket. It was like a comedy sketch. It was brilliant.
Punched off the back foot, but not timed at all by Bethel. He's looking to nudge that through the offside for a single, and it's ended up almost between his feet.
I thought Guyana should be one, because if you keep it to the seamers, it never comes above your knees, so you're bending over the whole time. But I've never heard a keeper moan about that. The basin should be another one, because the ball just keeps swinging.
Also, the swirling wind. It can't be easy to keep. Jacob Bethel has 12. Emilio Gay, the debutant, has 34. England are 94 for 1, having bowled New Zealand out this morning for just 113, a lead of 27. To which they've added 94, lead by 121 overall. Another good bouncer from Willow Rourke. good pace as well, and Jacob Bethel's seriously hurried by that. He's managed to duck underneath it, but he didn't have much to spare as that one flew over his head. Really good spell this from Will O'Rourke. He's got the 1 wicket to fall. Other bowling options for New Zealand. Daryl Mitchell is barely used in any form actually.
He warmed up yesterday and today.
Did it? He loves bowling. He's not a reluctant bowler.
Didn't he bowl? Was it like a World Cup semi-final or something, or a final, and he bowled to death? Like he's bowled some huge overs.
Like probably not having bowled for much of the season before that. Steered away defensively though by Bethel to backward point, fielded by Conway again. Rachin Ravindra's dropped 2. Devon Conway's dropped 2. And England have really benefited from New Zealand's profligacy in the field. And there's Ravindra, and obviously Glenn Mitchell. Glenn Phillips. I've got to.
Have you messaged Glenn Mitchell to let him know that he should get royalties off this?
Glenn
Is
Phillips.
he still with the ABC, Glenn Mitchell? I don't think he is.
He is a freelancer now. And there's those we haven't seen any of those 3 bowled yet, and that's defended by Bethel. Back up the pitch. Am I missing anyone? Are there any other bowling options?
Yeah, you mentioned Rachin, Phillips, Mitchell. Did you mention all of them?
That's it, isn't
Williamson can't bowl
without throwing
legally
it.
anymore. Most of them, haven't we?
Yeah, I think that.
So Latham's a keeper too, isn't he?
We've got the medium pace of Mitchell, and Phillips is off spin, and Rachin Ravindra's left arm spin. So 3 different options, but it's a seamers pitch, isn't it? I mean, and you now that Henry's bowling, you've got 4 very good bowlers. They should be able to get the job done themselves outside the off stump. Last ball of the over and left alone. 94 for 1. The lead is still 121.
I thought there was no reason to do it, but yesterday's probably the day you bowl Mitchell because he does swing it around a little bit. Maybe if this day doesn't go particularly well, but at the end of lunch, Glenn Phillips was definitely out there trying. They've got 2 left-handers, so I wouldn't be surprised if Glenn Phillips gets a bowl with those 2. I'd be shocked if we see Rachin Ravindra. So probably, one of Daryl Mitchell or Glenn Phillips, or as you like to call them, Glenn Phillips. Oh, sorry, Glenn Mitchell?
Yeah.
Daryl Phillips? He would love to call him that just one time. Coming around the wicket here is Henry, and this is guided to backward point. And they're going to take a 2. Just getting back there.
2.
Yeah. I thought it was a bit of an unnecessary run, but he got there in the end. It was actually really bad fielding. Who is that out on the boundary? Is that Conway?
Bad fielding from New Zealand. I won't have it.
At least he didn't drop it.
Perennial overachievers. Always
At
playing above
bad
their
fielding?
Always playing above their 96 or 1. What are we doing? Scott, you want us to move a little bit that way? The problem is I've just realised that these leads won't follow us, will they? Let Henry continue. It's good to see Henry bowling, though. That is the main thing. I think if he hadn't been able to bowl, then already we might have started thinking of the oval. As it is, New Zealand way behind the game. England 96 for 1. So the lead has gone past 100. But at least they've got a full quota of bowlers out there. Daryl Mitchell did bowl against Ireland. He was actually brought in back in the day on the drive. It's from the inside portion of the bat from Amelia Gay, who's 36. He's faced 66 deliveries in second innings. England 96 for 1. Yeah, Mitchell was brought into the side back in 2019 as kind of an all-rounder. But his bowling returns have dropped off over the years. We haven't.
He was Colin de Grandhomme kind of replacement, wasn't he, at that point? Or afterwards.
Here is Henry again. He beats the outside edge of the bat. That was a poor shot, flat-footed. No real foot movement from Amelia Gay, pushing at a ball outside the off stump, and he's angry with himself because he's not going to even get a run for that. He's not really defending the off stump, and Henry. He hasn't looked best pleased at times today. I feel a touch aggrieved again as he's in round the wicket, continuing to go. Props forward and pushes this out through 0.48. Single 97 for 1 England.
If you had to guess, what do you think Daryl Mitchell's test bowling average would be?
Well, the fact that they don't use him anymore, or very rarely. Well, I'm going to go. It's either going to be very low, surprisingly low, or surprisingly high. I'm going to go high, and I'm going to say 45.
That is high. It's more than double that.
Ooh, blimey, 90.
It's 102.5.
Okay.
His
way
first
off.
class bowling average.
Left alone this time by Bethel, who's 12 not out.
First class bowling average is 31. So he's
How many overs has he sent down?
He's got 101 wickets, so it's not as if he hasn't done it that much. So yeah, he's struggled a little bit at test level so far with the ball, but he can bowl. I've seen him bowl enough to know that he has it within him.
Jeremy Coney, he'll be back in the commentary box at some point this afternoon, but penny for his thoughts after some really painful drops in the field. It does become a little bit contagious, and I suppose, you know, Devon Conway is under pressure. Rashin Ravindra, his first test at Lords, I guess it is. Yeah, it must be. And when you drop one, it does put the pressure on for the second one, doesn't it? They've had a little bit of misfortune. You know, a change of umpires might have helped them out, because Rod Tucker gave those marginal ones out, but it was Adrian Holdstock, I think, who gave the 2 LBW decisions that went England's way not out. There's this delivery from Cole Jamieson, who's into the attack. Does that come off the leading edge? Does he get onto that too soon there, Emilio Gay, trying to push this to leg side?
Close the face a little bit. O'Rourke's finished his spell. That is a brilliant wicketless spell, really. I thought he was exceptional all the way through there.
It's been a fantastic battle, hasn't it? I really enjoyed the battle between Nathan Smith and Emilio Gay earlier today, and the battle between William O'Rourke and Jacob Bethel has been fantastic, but it's over for now. And this is pitched up a touch to Gay, who can't get the ball past Rashin Ravindra at short mid-wicket. What I like about this field is that at least Latham, who can err on the side of caution at times, he has kept 3 slips in. He is still trying to take wickets, and that sounds like an obvious thing. Of course you'd want to take wickets, but he's not trying to protect the runs at the same time in a way that we have seen in the past. Third slip still there, and Cole Jamieson at the top of his run, and he is bowling from the pavilion end. Got his wickets from the media end yesterday, and forward is Emilio Gay, 37 not out, trying to push this ball through the offside, but again kind of comes off the toe.
Looked
Is he closing the face when he's trying to hit to the offside as well? Or is it just the bat turning in his hand?
I think that might have been bat turn, but that shot did look like another guy from Bedford School, Alistair Cook, sort of dragging it across when his hands get out ahead of him. It's not very often that Emilio Gay looks like Alistair Cook. They are very different players in most ways, but that one was a little bit more. He's usually a really good driver. That was a rare mistake by him.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just the pitch continuing. We saw Duckett do this earlier on yesterday as well. Jamieson is here. Oh, this just pops up towards mid-wicket, but mid-on is too far back. Another little moment as Emilio Gay, again, just looking a touch uncomfortable. The start of this over from Jamieson.
He's actually looked very uncomfortable batting from this end. I don't think it's the end, although there might be a little bit more bounce. That's why we've seen the 2 tall guys from this end. But I think it's also because he can't just prop onto the front foot like he has against Henry and Smith a little bit more. So it's something he's going to have to learn, because he's going to face a lot of cricket where he can't do that.
Round the wicket, Jamieson comes and can't beat Phillips at backward point. I want to talk to you about Glenn Phillips. he's played enough cricket now for us all, I think, or most players at this stage in their career. He's got a good handle on them, but he still retains an enigma-type presence within the side, where still not quite sure what he's supposed to be.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. You're talking about a guy who, when I first heard about him, he was a wicket-keeper batter. Then he was a specialist batter. Now he's a batter who bowls off spin. I'm not sure he even knows exactly what his role definition is within various teams.
Here is Jamie. Oh, that's very short. And Gay just, when he starts to duck and then realises he doesn't really have to lean forward or stoop forward too much because it's so short, goes through to Blundell. And that's the end of over number 25. England 97 for 1. Their first innings only lasted 39.4 overs. New Zealand's first innings only lasted 29.5 overs. But batting does seem a touch easier on day 2, albeit those dropped chances and missed opportunities for New Zealand.
What would you say is Glenn Phillips' best format?
Well, yeah, I don't know. So when he came into the Test team, he was seen as a white ball specialist that was so naturally talented with, could tick. You had to play him, right? He could spin the ball, he's a gun fielder, he could bat. But, of course, he didn't really do particularly well in the IPL, did he? Forward, and Bethel playing with soft hands, but pushing at this from Henry. And it's fielded at backward point. So I don't know. I do not know what his best format is.
And I think that's part of it. Also, where would you say is his ideal role?
Well, I don't know.
Because he quite often bats at 4 or 5, and I'm not sure he is a 4 or 5.
No.
Here he's a 7. You'd have to argue he should at least be a 6. It's just, I don't think they quite know exactly how to use him.
Henry again, and Bethel trying to wristily flick this through mid-wicket, but pushes it up to William O'Rourke at mid-on. Yeah, I don't know. So let's say New Zealand lose this game, right? And then they go to the Oval. His position is going to come under scrutiny. Mitchell Santner's back in the side. That's not exactly like for like.
No, they're completely two different players.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think we were saying yesterday that the idea of Glenn Phillips is often better than Glenn Phillips. You're talking about a player now was he 30? Yeah, he's almost 30. And he's been playing professional cricket for a very long time. And he's made 8 first-class hundreds, 7 List A hundreds, and 5 T20 hundreds, right? So it's not as if he hasn't had success in any of these.
5 T20 hundreds.
And yet,
here is Henry wrapped on the pad. Little shout for leg before. Blundell's up behind the stumps, but possibly inside edge. Maybe doing a little bit too much.
And yet in T20 internationals, he's had some impact, but not the kind of impact that we expect him to have. He just had a season in the IPL where he didn't make any runs. He struggled quite a lot in the IPL.
Where was he batting? Was it Gujarat Titans he was playing?
Yeah, it was Gujarat, which is his 3rd IPL team. He's been playing in the IPL since 2021 and played 14 games.
Here's Henry, outside edge, and Latham dives to his left. It bounces before the fielder. He half stops it. And England move on to 99 for 1. Another little moment that's gone the way of England. Most little moments have gone their way today.
You're like me. You probably read a lot of previews coming into World Cups. And every time it will be, this is going to be Glenn Phillips' moment. And I'm not sure we've had that. Now, we all know how talented he is. He just hasn't quite got to that level. Nathan Sniff is warming up, by the way. Or dancing.
Henry continuing and defended. Bethel was 14 not out, and Blundell up behind the stumps. On the first occasion that Blundell went up behind the stumps, there was a genuine outside edge from the bat of Emilio Gay, and it flew between Daryl Mitchell at first slip and Tom Latham at second. We've seen 2 drop chances today. We've seen an LBW decision not reviewed when it should have been. Oh, that kept low, he's out. Oh, that has kept horribly low. And Jacob Bethel has lost off stump. And Matt Henry has struck with what may have been the last ball of his over, but that is impossible to defend on the back foot. And Bethel's got to go. 99 for 2 here. England lose their second. And whilst New Zealand will celebrate, they'll also be watching this thinking we've got about fourth here.
We're 126 runs behind. We're on just after lunch on day 2. And our number 3 has been bowled by a ball that has maybe bounced 6 inches, has it? That is incredible. That's like a fifth-day shooter from the 90s. Almost Carl Hooper to Nasser Hussain, that delivery.
Well, I don't know if Nasser's on Sky Sports commentary at the moment, but if he is, he's going to be given a rueful.
They're going to be showing that a lot.
They will be. We'll be seeing that on our Sky Sports feed within 5 minutes. Let's set the timer. It's 2:44. Before it reaches 2:49, we will be watching the Nasser Hussain moment, right?
Yeah, definitely. Just to explain, I don't want to put any pressure on the video editor who has to go find that clip, but just to explain how far he was from that ball, he'd actually got off onto his toes, maybe even was above the ground slightly as he played that. He was expecting that to be back of a length, above the hip height, I would assume, and it's barely got to shin height.
Okay, here's one for you. Matt Roller isn't here, and even if he was, he's not doing ball by ball on ESPN Cricinfo. But the description of that wicket by ESPN Cricinfo's ball by baller is Henry gets his first of the match, and that is a triumph for him and Blundell.
I think
take?
I think he might have bowled him if the wicketkeeper had not been at the stumps.
Yeah, I love ESPN Cricinfo. I'm certainly not trying to bag anyone, but I don't know if Blundell's got anything to do with it. That, for me, suggests that if Blundell wasn't there, then maybe Bethel would be playing.
Yeah, he would have just
out of
smashed
his
it.
crease. Yeah,
I mean,
that's what it suggests to me. But that he's not playing forward to that ball. He's not playing back to that ball because Blundell's there.
No.
And even if he's out of his
it's Alan
crease.
Gardner. Do you want to send him a message? Alan, what's happening here?
First ball to Emilio Gay, Jamieson from the pavilion end, and it's defended. Gay, 37. He's had some fortune. Should have been given out LBW. Wasn't. Edge between first and second slip, but he's still there. And
yeah, there's no way he would have been on his front foot pushing forward if Blundell wasn't at the stumps. The wicketkeeper had very little to do with that, if anything at all.
Oh. I mean, the very first ball of this Test match, can you remember it? It bounced before it reached the keeper.
I've got lots of notes about inconsistent bounce.
Jamieson in, and he's got his head in his hands here. Now, it seems to me that Gaze has come forward and defended this up to mid-on.
I think that kept low again, didn't it?
Let's have a look.
No, not really.
No, not really. He's targeting the pads, and maybe Gaze coming forward a little bit. He's kind of got back well in front of the pads, but he met it quite comfortably. Jeremy's joining us. 99 for 2. There has been questions about this Lord's pitch for a long, long time.
So what I was saying before is every time I've written notes in about inconsistent bounce, I then haven't followed it up with any other notes on it for ages. So I kept thinking maybe it's just me, but I've written about it 4 times. So it's been in little splurts where we've seen the inconsistent bounce.
Step forward from Gay, and radar not quite there for Jamieson. Fielded by Blundell behind the stumps, ball slanting down the leg side.
Was it Bethel? Was it Smith who got Bethel in the first innings? O'Rourke. Who else went out? There's another left-hander who went out LBW.
Smith got Duckett.
I thought that at the time kept a little bit low. Not this low, but I thought that kept low. There's a couple of other balls as well.
They've got 1 minute, by the way. You can go in 1 minute's time if Sky Sports
I
come
don't know
up
why you
with
put
the
so much
Hussain.
pressure on the editor. Some poor kid trying to go through the truck to look for the footage.
Unless he's overseas. Driven square of the wicket by Gay, who moves to 38. And a little ripple of applause here at Lord's will tell you. 100 is up for England. The lead, 127. Jarrod is off. I'll keep you updated whether the Nasser Hussain P-roller appears. And Jeremy Coney is back in the comms box with me, delighted to say. Was feeling and thinking what Jeremy was saying when those catches were going down. We had quite a robust discussion, or rather I sat back and listened to Jeremy Coney robustly discussing the drop chances in Christchurch. There's no discussion today from me those chances should be taken by a professional cricketer 9.9 times out of 10. Devon Conway and Rashin Ravindra today, they've both gone down. Jamieson switches to over the wicket. There's a leg slip in place to Joe Root, yet to get off the mark. In fact, was that his first delivery? It was. Joe Root, who was dismissed by an absolute brute of a delivery from William O'Rourke for just one yesterday. And there's been a few too many single-digit scores for Root in recent times, but he has just been to Australia, which is quite a difficult place to bat, apparently. Hey, how you doing, Jeremy? You well?
I'm very well indeed. Thank you, John. Nice to be here. The day is improving. The ball is still keeping low.
It really is. Left alone by Joe Root. Trust the bounce.
What a tough one to try and play from Bethel. You can't really do much about that, can you? And look, the weather hasn't been too bad today, has it? You would think the pitch would be drying. You would think that the bounce, if it's going to be there, would be a little higher and faster today, wouldn't you? I mean, not a bouncer can be faster, but certainly it would actually bounce a little, and batting should become a little easier. How many overs have we had now, folks? 27 coming up at this point. You know, it should be decent batting for the rest of the day, as long as the clouds don't come over, sweep over and low. The pitch should be probably getting towards its best.
I was speaking to a former England international of
Army's just over there.
Of repute.
Yeah.
I said repute. Henry in, and Gay just opens the bat face, and nicely guided down to the fielder. Oh, at deep backward point, who hurls the ball back to. It's not Henry. It's Smith's. Apologies. Nathan Smith. The ball has been hurled back at the non-strikers end. And I don't know if Nathan Smith was expecting it, realised it was in his vicinity, and Matt Henry, alert to the situation, was backing up. Nathan Smith just sorting out his foot holds here. Seeing a replay of that. The throw from the deep, and it went to the non-striker's end. And yeah, I think actually Matt Henry suddenly shouted out to Nathan Smith. He needed to duck. Now Conway's already dropped 2. If he's going to take out the bowler as well.
Well, he's actually just sent, hey, start looking at the field where I'm throwing. That's what his message was to the bowler. Not much sympathy there.
No, none at all. 2 slips in place for Nathan Smith, who's in. That's edged through vacant third and down to the boundary for 4. Now, it probably would have gone above third or fourth slip anyway, and actually that was quite a smart shot. He looked in control of it, and it just shows that the confidence is just starting to grow a little with Emilio Gay's footwork and shot selection.
Yeah, he's principally a back foot player, but that's in the air, and it's through about a 4th slip, really, a comfortable catching height. It's dragged down by Smith, and it's nipped away further, and it's hit the top, kind of towards the top edge of the bat.
Smith again, and there's 4 more.
Oh, dear.
And this is another guiding shot from Gay. There's no third out there in front of the Warner stand, and just 2 slips in a gully in place. Backward point now back on the boundary. And so good value for runs there. And Tom Latham, I was commending or enjoying the fact that he had kept third slip in and wasn't trying to keep the runs down. Well, he's taken third out and pushed backward point back. And it's cost him. And Gay moves to 48.
And Phillips at gully moves a little finer.
Well, the horse has bolted, I'm afraid. Here is Smith. That possibly does keep a fraction low, and it's straighter as well. Gay pushes it back to the bowler. 2 away from 50 on debut. Possibly Emilio Gay. I was talking with Jarrod yesterday about the 12 New Zealanders who'd reached a century on debut. Dean Foxcroft, who was in the side against Ireland, came within 2. of becoming the 13th New Zealander to do so. There's 3 Kiwis in this team who managed the feat: Williamson, Blundell, and Smith is in, and this is tucked away. The bat of Amelia Gay, who's going to turn and run back for a second, and that is 50 for Emilio Gay, England's new opener. He raises his bat up to the dressing room and then to the crowd and walks down the crease. And I mean, what a moment for Emilio Gay, because the guy at the other end who's saying, well done mate, you've done really well today, is the best batter that's ever played for England, Joe Root.
Well done. It is well done too. On debut to get a 50, and these aren't easy conditions for batting.
Smith in again, and this is drilled through mid-wicket. Expensive over for Nathan Smith. 3rd boundary from it. And Amelia Gay has moved from, 36 to 54, 38 to 54 in an over. And Steve Harmison at the back of the box suggesting that when Joe Root came down the track to say well done, he might also have mentioned to Gay, you're only 65 behind me. 66 50s and 41 hundreds for Root, 150 for Gay, but
he's got
well done, young man.
There is some distance. Well done. You've started a long journey here, and well done to him. Well done to him. I think on faster pitches it's going to be interesting for him, because he commits himself to the front foot. It's working here on a slower pitch that you can get forward to and is not bouncing too much. So it's not a bad thing to do, I think, in these kind of conditions. But, you know, he just closes off a wee bit. So anything that is bouncing straight at him, he could find quite awkward, because he's got the front foot in the wrong place. He's then going to have to open it up and then get out of the way. So we'll just wait and see. He's managed it here okay, and well done to him, as I say.
He's had a moment or two. 2 genuine edges that dropped short of the field in his first over, and then an LBW decision which would have been given out if New Zealand had reviewed. Jamieson is in. Oh, this is guided to the right of second slip. Tom Latham leaps to his right, can't stop the ball from passing him, and it's gone down to the boundary, and runs just starting to flow a touch here. Root's off the mark with 4, and the score moves on to 120 for 2.
See, for me, the positioning of the slips is not right. You'll notice for a start, you've got Mitchell at first, who takes a very wide stance. I mean, once you put your feet beyond, say, your shoulders, the width of your shoulders, you're slow to move to a catch. And sometimes you can't get down to a catch, you can't get up to a catch, because your feet are too far apart.
Jamieson into Root, who lets this one go through.
Then there's the issue about how wide should the second slip be from the first slip. All right? I'm not just talking about depth from the batting crease. I'm talking about between the fielders, between first and second, second and third if there's a third slip, third to fourth. And I just feel that they are too close at the moment. Too close. And you could cover more territory if Latham, I don't mind the stagger, but he really should be slightly wider.
Do you think that's got anything to do with the fact that Emilio Gay edged between the two of them when he was on 24 is Jamieson and defended by Joe Root? And also, as a follow-up...
Well, are you talking about when Blundell was up to the stumps?
That is exactly when a moment. And also, you talk about the fact that Daryl Mitchell's stance, he's got very wide stance.
Well, it's too wide.
And
to move quickly.
And he couldn't move quickly, and he actually landed quite awkwardly. He was almost doing the splits because the reaction was late, and then he couldn't move his legs essentially, and then he just fell over.
Well, it was a left-hander, as you say. He was fielding slip to a left-hander. So in other words, he was too close to Blundell. All right, he should be wider than that, because then he's going to his right if it goes between. What hand is he?
Well, he's right-handed.
He's right-handed.
Here's Jamieson in. A slow delivery on the pads, and Roots look slow to get the bat down on the ball, but travelling down the leg side, so no appeal.
Well, you've heard me go on about something until it drives you mad, doesn't it? But I mean,
I'm happy to hear this.
I just feel he also, because he's so wide, what you get then is what I would call heel strike. So your weight, when you are standing with it wide, you've got a lot of weight going through the back of your feet, through the heels. Now, that doesn't allow you to move. You need to be on the balls of your feet like a dancer who moves quickly.
Or a goalkeeper.
Or a goalkeeper, or, I don't know, a boxer who's moving all the time, having to, avoid, but he's got to be well balanced.
Root waiting, 4 not out as Jamieson is in and just pushes this out to mid-wicket where it's fielded. No run, 120 for 2, lead of 147 over New Zealand, who've dropped a few today and not gone for one as well.
Well, I mean, it's been Ravindra twice. I don't know quite how such a young man who's such a good batsman and knows how to concentrate when he's batting, I don't know whether he actually takes fielding quite so seriously. Now, that may be unfair. I don't know, but I'm very surprised that he ain't a good fielder.
Can I ask you about Glenn Phillips? I was having a conversation with Jarrod when he was on commentary. We're just asking where, as this is pushed up to mid-on, and again, Jamieson reacting and acting as though he's fortunate to still be there, the former England skipper. But he's met that quite comfortably. With the bottom of the bat, did keep a little bit low. Glenn Phillips, we're quite far into his career now, the point of a career where you should know the strengths, the weaknesses, the role. And there should be a body of work, enough of a body of work across all formats to know the role that this player plays in your team. What instrument is he playing in the orchestra? And I still don't really know. Do you?
Phillips? Well, he's a batsman who bowls the occasional over as far as test matches are concerned.
Here is Smith. Start of the over, the sun just making its way through what is actually turning into quite heavy dark cloud. The floodlights aren't on though, and doesn't feel like there's much of a threat of rain. But I'll let Manners come in and pick this over up. But yeah, continue. I'll still be listening. I won't be on air, but I want someone to tell me what role does Glenn Phillips play. Yeah, not Mitchell.
Well, Phillips, I mean, you're asking me about the fact that he hasn't got the runs perhaps he should have got. I think that's probably what's behind the question. He's a number 7. He's a number 7, so that in a way is, don't you think Glenn Phillips could be a 6?
Well, he's what?
Or does the number sometimes influence some batsmen where they should bat?
And how they should bat. I think he's what we used to refer to as a luxury player. So, like when, I'll tell you, give an example, when possibly the greatest South African Test team of all time, around 2012, they had the keeper and the all-rounder batting in the top 5. Here is Nathan Smith continuing, and it's played away defensively on the onside. So you had your front-line seamer, Jacques Callis, your 4th seamer, batting at 4, and A.B. de Villiers, your keeper, batting at 5, which basically gave you a 13-man team. So at number 7 was your luxury pick. You could play another bowler if you give you 6, or another frontline batsman. So the JP Duminy for a long time was the luxury pick. And I always think having a number 7 like Glenn Phillips is a bit of a luxury pick, really, outside the off stump this time, and it's left alone by Joe Root. And so I understand what John's saying. What is he then? Is he your frontline spinner? Is that why he's picked? Or
no, he's not a frontline spinner.
But he's the frontline spinner in this 11.
No.
Or is Ravindra?
Absolutely.
Oh. Okay.
I know he's taken a few wickets. He's, you know, and you look at the figures and you'd say he's a better spinner, but he's not. And I think that in terms of flight, he won't ever bowl you to a victory on the 4th day.
Here's Nathan Smith once again. That's played defensively by Joe Root, and there's no run. I thought he did do that in Bangladesh.
No. Well, that's in spinning conditions, yes.
Yeah, exactly. But he took 5 for 45.
Was Ravindra playing?
In that Test match?
Yes.
Yeah, and he took wickets as well, didn't he?
I didn't think he was playing.
Was it Ajaz? Ajaz
yes,
Patel?
I think so.
Right. Well, Glenn Phillips, I remember him bowling his off breaks pretty quickly, but it was in Manthorp, in the Manthorp Stadium, wasn't it? And it was turning sideways. And when he bowl it spinning like that at pace, it can be a real handful, and he was on that occasion. Outside the off stump again here, Root took half a pace down the pitch, I think, to Nathan Smith. But Phillips has taken 33 wickets at 31. That's not bad. The numbers, the bare statistics.
Correct. And Ravindra is probably way less, 10, 15?
11, yeah.
There you go,
11 at 46.8.
Yeah. So you would say that he might get the ball first, but it has to be certain conditions. He's more of a white ball spinner, really.
Yeah, he seems
flat at leg stump, making sure you hit to the field where the fielders are set.
Yeah, he's a perfect sort of second spinner. He's possibly a mark-up on Joe Root, but if you look at the England side, you've got Joe Root and Jacob Bethel. I think Phillips is possibly a more of a frontline option than what Joe is, but that combination is a little bit like Ravindra and Phillips. He's a luxury pick for New Zealand, like you say, Manners, until you need a spinner. Yeah, Glenn Phillips is a luxury pick until you probably need a frontline spinner, which you're probably not going to need a frontline spinner on this sort of surface. You're not going to need a frontline. You might need a frontline spinner next week at the Oval. The Oval has been flat over the course of the last few years. Then where do we go? Trent Bridge up for the 3rd Test match. Series might be over then, but you might need a frontline. You might need a frontline spin bowler there. But in England, predominantly. When there was a talk of Santner coming over and Santner coming in, Santner's not good. I don't think Santner's good enough to bat 7, is he? Can he bat 7?
He's improved his batting a great deal in the last couple of pattern.
He made his debut at number 6.
But if you're looking at if he's going to be your frontline number 7 and be your spin bowler, you're picking five bowlers, 5 batters, and a keeper. Then all of a sudden you're going, oh, hold on, I think that's a long tail. I think Phillips is a better batter than Santner, and Santner's probably obviously a better spin bowler. It's what you require at the time.
Can I just tell Harmy, keep that thought, I want you to carry on, but I just want to tell our listeners who are wondering why we're not describing the action, because there isn't any. It's the drinks break, and England are 121 for 2 with their first innings lead of 27. They're 148 for 2 effectively, with Joe Root on 4 and Emilio Gay on 55. So it's the drinks break at the moment. We're discussing New Zealand options. I'd like you to discuss Daryl Mitchell and his bowling and why it's so underused. He warmed up yesterday, did you see? And you got he was swinging his arms around today, saying, I'm available, skipper. And he's been a guest on the Cricket Collective with Harmy and I a couple of occasions, and each time I've said, you don't seem to be doing much bowling these days. Are you still a bowler? And he's always adamant that he is. I love my bowling. Still practice it. Always very, very keen to take the ball. But he rarely bowls. And there's a place, isn't there? I've often said I like a medium pacer bowling wicket to wicket.
There probably is in England, in England and in New Zealand. There probably is especially with a Duke ball. Can he balance the side enough where you leave one of your seamers out? You've got a little bit of Daryl Mitchell and a lot of Mitch Santner with a little bit of Glenn Phillips. Can New Zealand afford to go into a Test match? You would say, and I mean, Matt Henry's been one of the best fast bowlers in the world over the course of the last few years, but the way his injury is at this moment in time, if he doesn't go to the Oval, is there an argument that Henry doesn't play, Santner comes in, you've got a little bit of fourth seamer in Mitchell, and you've got a couple of spinning options. Is that enough bowling to take 20 wickets in a Test match?
No.
No, I don't think there is. I think you're right.
A little bit bits and pieces, isn't it?
Yeah, it's probably too much bits and pieces.
Well, Just just 2 or 3 overs of Mitchell. Bowling wicket to wicket, little bit of swing, sometimes a drop in pace, not for a long spell, but a couple of overs can sometimes test.
Oh no, that's certainly worth trying, even in this situation here.
Here's Kyle Jameson, and that bounces quite steeply. Takes his hands off the bat, does Emilio Gay, as it rears up at him, but plays defensively.
When you are relying on principally 3 seamers, all right, Henry's come in and done a reasonable job too, really. If he has, if he's not right, we'll just have to wait and see. There's a bit of time between the first and the second test, isn't there? There's about sort of 7 or 8 days, I think. So he might have time to get through that, and might be fit. And if he is, he's the number one kind of in terms of reliability. And so I think he would probably play if he's fit in the second test.
Jameson in once again, outside the off stump, keeps low, and Emilio Gay tries to cut at it, and it scuttles very low through at about shin height. What are you going to do for those 8 days, Jeremy? How are you going to spend your time?
Oh, I'm heading...
Hike in the Lake District?
I'm heading down into Kent, and I'm staying with a guy that I know down there, and we've been mates for a while, so that'll be good fun. Looking forward to that.
You, Manners, are you going anywhere exotic over the next 8 days?
You'll be running somewhere.
I won't be.
You'll be eating somewhere.
Eating somewhere.
That was a good effort
It was a
today.
good one.
I was quite impressed
It was
by
good,
that.
it was, yeah. Thank you very much.
Jameson in again, and that's pushed by Hines Square, passed backward point by Emilio Gay. He's really impressed, I think.
For about 12 minutes, there was a new mountain around St John's Wood. It was.
Yeah, the clouds had to get a bit higher, didn't they? Yeah. And then for about 15 minutes, when Sam went and got his plate full, yeah. So, no, I'm going to Lanzarote for 5 days to eat the Balearic. Is it the Balearic Islands? I think that's it, isn't it? Lanzarote.
Yes,
yeah,
rings a bell. Yeah, it does. Root on strike now. 2 slips, a gully and a leg slip outside the off stump and left alone. 122 for 2. I am also going to the Canary Islands between the Trent Bridge Test match and the England women against India women here at Lord's. 3 test summer at Lord's this year for the.
That's unusual, isn't it?
I think it's unique. I've asked a number of statisticians, people who would know better than me, and nobody can find an English summer in the past 150 odd 140 years with 3 Lord's Test matches in a summer. So TalkSport, that will be on the TalkSport YouTube channel, so look out for that. England women against India women here at Lord's, pushed away through the extra cover region by Joe Root, and they're going through for a couple of runs. But I had to find something to do for the 9 days between the Trent Bridge Test match and the England women's Test match. So I persuaded my 84-year-old father, who spent many years going on package holidays with his best mate, who sadly passed away. And I said, you know those package holidays he used to go on with John, the all-inclusive ones, with breakfast and dinner and local wine? He said, yeah. Well, I said, do you fancy going on one of those? He said, oh, well, I'd love to, but can you afford it? I said, no, but you'll pay. So we're going to Tenerife.
Very nice.
Good suggestion.
Good suggestion.
Here comes Jameson, and that's driven down the ground up towards mid-on. And I should be playing golf with him before that. He's 85, and he still plays golf 3 times a week.
Oh, brilliant.
So I look forward to that.
Yeah. It's amazing. They made a lot of talk about golf and England cricket team, and I think I've played 80 times this year so far, and we're only halfway through the year. And then I am golf fit, and it's amazing. You see the.
It's cost you about 2 stone as well.
I know, yeah, but I'm making up for it. As Jeremy's seen during that 15-minute period during the lunch break. The old fellas at the golf club, you see them live till. Such a great age, largely down to the fact that they're exercising 2, 3, 4 times a week. So golf gets a bad rap, but from an exercise point of view, it's brilliant for. Especially
it gives you an interest too, doesn't it?
It gives you a big interest.
A reason to get up and get out of your house and.
Absolutely.
Yep. Do some exercise.
Here is Nathan Smith running away from us from the nursery and up to the crease now. Bowls on Emilio Gay steers it into the gully, and there's no run. If my dad's still playing as well he is at the moment, in 15 years' time, he'd be able to shoot his age. He shoots about 100.
Does he use more woods, or does he go for hybrids?
All woods.
All woods, yes. That's I think that's how you notice you're getting a little older.
Yeah, I'm struggling.
Is that you've got loads of woods in your bag.
Yeah, my golf struggle at the minute is whenever I turn up to a golf course and it's got a lot of woods in it, I struggle. The trees, I mean, I'm just no good with trees. I'm a links golfer. Love the links. Yeah, the minute I get in cold sweats when I get anywhere near a golf course with trees. This last couple of times, PCA Golf Day on Monday, the Sheffield Children's Hospital game on Wednesday, Tuesday I think it was, at Rotherham Golf Club. Chris Wilder, Sheffield United manager, he was in the lunchroom before, and we were just talking about how fast the greens are. I've got a bit of breaking play. Nathan Smith's not happy with the footholds, but we played at Rotherham Golf Club. Dan Walker, Danny Willett won the Masters. Danny Willett, Dan Walker, have a brilliant children's charity in the Sheffield Children's Hospital. But the greens, the greens, man, I have never seen greens like it. They were like glass. But the problem was it was getting to the greens because the golf course had a large variety of trees on them, which my ball, do you know when a white golf ball hits a tree and it makes like a yellow mark off it? There's a yellow mark comes onto the ball. Mine had about 10 or 12 yellow marks on it by the time I'd eventually lost it.
You should turn round behind you because you'll probably see trees on the ground. You can. I don't hit many trees, but I can see where I've come from.
Yeah.
Hacking away.
My dad's got 125 yards in. He pulls out a wood. I say, "What's that?" He goes, "It's my 9 wood."
Yeah. Well, Goffey's got one of these. I've threatened to snap it about 5 million times. Goffey's got one of these old man's chippers. It's not quite a putter, but it's not quite a wedge. These
A chipper, yeah.
chipper.
It looks like a putter, but it's got a sloped face.
Which I think they stopped making about 40 years ago. And Goffey's got one of these, which, to be fair to him, he's brilliant with. And it's a pin in the backside, because you think, I've got him. He now goes over the back of the green. You're about 5 foot from the pin, thinking, right, I've got him here. And then he pulls this old man's club out, chips it, stiffs it, and walks off. He walks in like Conor McGregor and thinks he's Mr. Big as usual, Darren.
Okay.
And he's got his chipper, and it really does annoy anybody that plays against him. I've threatened to hide it a few times. I've threatened to snap it a few times as well.
It's a cheat club. I think they should be banned for anybody under 65. That's steered away by Emilio Gay into the gully, nicely fielded by Tom Latham, diving away to his left.
I played with Bob Willis at Royal Wimbledon, was his club.
He used to live there, didn't he?
Yeah, he loved it, loved his golf. But I've never seen a golf swing like it. It was kind of like trying to saddle an octopus. and it sort
Jim
of
Furyk.
It went around, it went around and around.
Practice swinging the phone box,
yeah. It was fantastic.
Here's Nathan Smith
He used to love it.
around the wicket to Emilio Gay, and he's beaten outside the off stump, and he just, did you see that? He holds his arms out as if to say, wow, I can't, it's nipping away up the hill. I can't get an edge to that. Talking of unusual pieces of equipment, what's the name of the piece of equipment that that member of the ground staff just used? It looked like it had
whacker in it.
Is it
a whacker?
I mean, it's like, it looks like it's got a chunk of railway line on the end of a pole that's been wet, and he was thumping up and down.
Whacker or something like
You're
that.
making that up.
How long you work with me, man?
Smith in again on the back foot, punched away by Gay to the sweeper on the cover boundary, Devon Conway. I mean, I've always wondered if there is a name for that piece of kit. Every ground crew has got one, but it's just a large, flat, heavy piece of metal that's been welded onto a pole. And when the bowlers are unhappy with his footmarks, they just walk out and thump them.
Yeah, they dig a hole around it, and then they try and fill it in down there with a compressor just to try and make it a lot easier. You can see Nathan Smith, he lands on his toe, he lands on his big toe, and his weight goes over the top of it. He's been digging a hole.
125 for 2 as Joe Root steers this one to the offside. Kane Williamson at cover does the fielding. It's slow going at the moment, but that is absolutely inconsequential and irrelevant as far as England are concerned. They well, at the moment, I mean, they don't want to come to a grinding halt because, you know, that there are still wicket-taking balls being bowled, but they are in a position of strength. And if they, this is Bazball Mark 3. What did Ben Stokes say about being smarter?
Smarter, playing the situation. The situation is the ball's doing a bit, so don't play away from your body. Try and defend it back down into the ground. You know, have some respect for the bowler that's on offer.
Nathan Smith in again. Oh, and it's edged, I think. Yes, it is. Up goes the finger. And it's nipped away up the hill once again. And Emilio Gay, a couple of balls ago, held his arms out as if to say, I can't edge that. Well, he can, because he has edged that one. And Nathan Smith has taken the third wicket. And Emilio Gay's excellent half-century comes to an end. It wasn't flashy, it wasn't demonstrative, but it was very necessary. And it was exactly what England required him to do. He scored some what they call ugly runs. It's a compliment rather than a criticism. It's gentle little edge into the gloves of Tom Blundell.
Yeah, Nathan Smith deserved that. He really has. He's put his heart and soul into these last 2 days. Bowler down or not, he really has. He's a challenge the outside edge. He bowled a beauty a couple of deliveries ago, which with Emilio Gay playing missed. But Emilio Gay deserves the applause that he's getting. He has made some tough runs. He's faced 95 balls, and you know, quite a few of them deliveries that he has faced have been very, very difficult to lay a bat on. And he's not worried about, you know, blocking or playing and missing, or sometimes looks a little bit ugly. He's made sure that he's put that to one side, and he's played the next ball on its merits. And unfortunately for Emilio Gay, the next ball on its merits from Nathan Smith was just too good. Found the outside edge, and yeah, good cricket all round. It's been a very, very good spell of bowling from Nathan Smith, and it was a good innings from Emilio Gay in this Test match, in his opening Test match, first Test match of his career. He's put England into a match-winning position. You know, that half-century, it wasn't pretty by any stretch, but it was what was needed at the time when it was tough. England trying to build what is always difficult on a surface which has got a little bit in it, on a moving day, trying to set a total. I think Emilio Gay can be happy with the 57 runs he's got, because it's not easy out there, and he showed some good grit, good determination, good bravery, played some good shots, played some nice shots, and also, you know, put his team, like I said before, in a position where England, I think now 153 runs in front, you'd have to have them down as favourites.
Yeah, the way to go. New Zealand can still fight their way back. Here is Will O'Rourke continuing, and that's a good delivery, nipping back and bouncing at Joe Root. Hits him in maybe the thigh pad, top of the thigh pad. O'Rourke does his own fielding. There are two Scott has consulted artificial intelligence, and it's given us 3 words for the groundsman's piece of kit that is used to smooth out bowlers' footmarks. And one of them you came up with, I don't know whether you knew you were right, pitch thumper or a pitch tamper, and the other word for it, apparently, according to artificial intelligence, is an elephant's foot.
An elephant's foot. Oh.
But but thumper. Yeah,
thumper.
Bring
yeah,
out the thumper.
I wouldn't have said elephant's foot.
That's pushed defensively by Root towards mid-off, towards extra cover, and they scuttle through for a single.
I think you would have had the same. I think you would have the same reaction. Same reaction if you had been stood on by an elephant's foot or hit by the thumper. I think if you had been hit by the thumper or stood on by an elephant's foot, I think you might have had the same body reaction.
You wouldn't want that thing to be dropping onto your foot, though, would you?
No.
I mean, you wouldn't want to miss the bowler's footmarks with it.
No.
Looked very heavy.
Some great photos at 20 years of. Hold on, I'll get Scott to pass me that the book. Is it Gareth Copeland's book? Is a great picture of Gareth Copley-Jones's his book, 20 years of photography in England's men's cricket team.
Here's Will O'Rourke continuing, and another good ball to Harry Brook, who's the new batsman, and he just drops his hands and allows it to pass by. The light at the moment is extremely challenging. The floodlights are on. We've had bright sunshine for a very large proportion of the day. But there has been grey cloud around, but we've had a lot of sunshine, and now it's completely overcast. Grey clouds up above, and it's very dark, and the lights are on. And these are, we've seen a lot of wickets fall when the light has become suddenly quite dark. Batsmen struggling to adjust, and Harry Brook's come out to the middle at exactly the wrong time as far as that's concerned. Against Will O'Rourke, New Zealand's fastest bowler, he steers this one away to Glenn Phillips at backward point, or gully. So it's going to be a challenge this for Brook.
It is, yeah. You've got that picture there, as you're talking about elephants. My dopey opening bowling partner, Hoggard, on top of an elephant. You can't really see it, I don't think, on the camera, but there he is. Elephant's trunk going. Candy, I think it was. I'm not sure who's got the most intelligence there. My former
Elephants are very intelligent.
He's got more intelligence than Matthew Hoggard. Yeah, I was going to say, which one is the elephant?
Here's O'Rourke once again, and that's Bouncer out left alone outside the off stump. There has been one Test summer at Lords before. Oh, there's been one Test summer at Lords with 3 Tests in it. Oh, that was the triangular, 1912. That's right, England, Australia, and South Africa. It was a resounding failure. It rained a lot. It rained a huge amount, didn't it? But yes. That's right. So, I suppose, there's never been a triangular before. That was the one and only Test match triangular series ever staged in 1912. 3 Tests at Lords. And that's a good ball from O'Rourke, and there's a big appeal for a leg before wicket. Up goes the finger. Harry Brook, I said, has come out at just the wrong time. And they set off for a run. What's really, really interesting is that Rod Tucker has made the decision to raise the finger. They've reviewed it, by the way, but Harry Brook was halfway through completing a leg by when Rod Tucker raised the finger.
I think this is out. I really do. I think this is just nipped down the hill. I think what Jeremy was talking about before, an umpire's call, I think it could be, this one could go in New Zealand's favour. Jeremy was 100% right talking about it earlier when he was saying as long as the umpires are consistent with giving the close calls out, then it would be given out. And it is 3 reds.
I have to say that Will O'Rourke has thoroughly deserved a wicket, crashing into the top of middle and leg. He really has worked so hard and has bowled so well. He's used the short ball judiciously, used it a lot to Emilio Gay, but he's pitched that one up, and I feel a bit for Harry Brook. I mean, he's walked to the crease, he's gone LBW 4th ball in very, very testing circumstances, in gloomy light, under the floodlights, just horrible time to start your innings. And, England are 154 ahead. First innings lead of 27, add 27, 154 for 4 effectively. And they'll always say, Harmy, you said a few minutes ago, England are in a dominant position. They always say, add 2 wickets to the scoreboard, which is exactly what New Zealand have done. And suddenly there's a different flavour to the game.
There's a different flavour to the game. There's a different hum around the ground as well. There's a few more people in than there were just after the break. There's a lot more in the tavern stand, which is filled up. A sea of red, obviously red for Ruth, supporting the Ruth Strauss Foundation, which has been brilliantly supported. I think we're up to 210,000 around about lunchtime, which is a brilliant number. Over 4 million raised I think this is the 8th year of the foundation. And you're right, add 2 wickets to it, and it's a completely different game. And England looked in the pound seats with Emilio Gay, Ben Duckett, and when Jacob Bethel all at the crease. But now 2 relatively new batters, Joe Root on 8, Jamie Smith, who left the ball that went cannon into off stump in the first innings, being promoted to 6, Ben Stokes at 7. And the gloom and the clouds that's just come over with the LED light on paints a completely different picture to what it was an hour ago or an hour and a half ago when we had bright blue sunshine and England really scoring runs at ease.
Well, interesting thing about Jamie Smith is that he made a rampaging start to the county championship season with a couple of hundreds early on and raced to 300 runs. Here's Nathan Smith, and he's trapped him. LBW, up goes the finger, 2 in 2. Joe Root's gone. LBW, can't believe it, but well, I have to say, Adrian Holstock was up with the finger very, very quickly, and Nathan Smith has it's 2 wickets and 2 balls, but Will O'Rourke trapping. They've reviewed it. Cheap as it looked out, didn't it? It looked very, very adjacent.
No, it's high, if anything.
Oh,
that's the only thing that's going in Joe's favour is height. If it's not going over the, it's not going over the stumps. It's going to be out. I think it's hit the front pad and the back pad, so that's not going to go. That's not going to go in Joe Root's favour if it's clipped the front pad as well as the back. But at this moment in time, New Zealand are just waiting on the big screen to give confirmation. I think that the England great batter is out.
127 for 4 at the moment. Will be 127 for 5, and that's a dramatic change in the landscape of this Test match. It only has to be touching, and it's out. It's just clipping the top of the stumps. Nathan Smith's made a massive, massive breakthrough, and Joe Root's disappointing Lord's Test match has come to an end with the bat anyway. And well, goodness gracious me, suddenly it's effectively 152 for 5, and I was talking about Jamie Smith. So in the last month of the county championship, he averaged 9. So he didn't score a run after the first couple of games, and he's still got a Test match average of 40. But you have to say that he's struggling for form at the moment, and has done for the last month. So Ben Stokes walks out with his team in more than a spot of bother. Suddenly, they've gone from 126 for 2 to 127 for 5.
Yeah, 100% agree. And Jamie Smith went up to number 3 early in that championship season, and he started off like a tracer bullet. But you look at it now, 154 effectively for 5. Ben Stokes are walking out. Nathan Smith has really, really deserved the wickets that he's getting right now, because when you're a bowler down, you look for somebody who is going to go the above and beyond when it comes to overs bowled, effort you're going to have to put in. You have to go that little bit extra. And Nathan Smith has been, along with with Will O'Rourke and Kyle Jamieson, the one that have really stood up. But Nathan Smith seems to be the one that's bowled the longest spells. From Tom Latham's point of view, when you've only got 3 bowlers, you need a seamer that can bowl longer spells so you can rotate your 2 what normally are wicket-taking bowlers, more prize assets, more of strike bowlers to rotate, and Nathan Smith has been the durable one, and he's bowled fantastically well.
It is Smith now to Ben Stokes, and lunges almost forward at this first delivery, and pushes it square of the wicket on the offside. There's no run.
Just to back up what you were saying, Manners, Smith, he got 9 and 132 against Warwickshire. He got 166 and 89 against Essex. First 2 championship matches. Then he went 5 and 0 against, 5 and didn't bat against Essex. 8 and didn't bat against Sussex. 37 and didn't bat against Notts, and then against Yorkshire he went 4 and a duck in his last championship match of that first cycle.
Nathan Smith in again outside the off stump and left alone. So I was right. He was average 9.
Average
in
9
the last four games.
Last 4 games he only batted once against Essex, once against Sussex, once against Notts, and twice against Notts, and his highest score in that was 37 against Notts. His next highest score was 8 against Sussex. So he had a bit of a struggle on wickets, which I think were quite flat, because the reasons why he's only batted once in them games largely down to the fact that there were boring draws because there was big scores in the games. The Sussex game was a I mean, the Sussex game was ridiculous how big the scores were in them games.
Nathan Smith's got 3 slips and a gully now for the left-handed. Ben Stokes bowled him! He's bowled him! England have lost 4 for 1. They've gone from 126 for 2 to 127 for 6. Extraordinary scenes at Lord's, and New Zealand have been patient. They've plugged away, and suddenly their rewards have come in a gush of wickets. 4 of them. Stokes gone for naught, Harry Brook gone for naught, Joe Root for 8. Goodness gracious me. And Nathan Smith has just got rid of Joe Root and Ben Stokes in the same over. I mean, I can honestly say England have gone from a position of strong favourites to this game's 50-50.
It is 50-50 now, and Ben Stokes walks off shaking his head and looks as though he's got the $1 million ball, but I'd like to see that again. It looked as though that's just gone on straight onto off stump. He's missed that by quite a while, quite a way, I think, from in batting terms. I think he's missed that by a long way, has the England captain. It squared him up. Obviously the ball's going down the slope from the nursery end, which is from around the wicket, and the ball's pitched just outside off stump, and the ball's gone onto off stump, and whether Ben Stokes is thinking it's coming a little bit straighter to him, because it looked as though he was trying to hit that straight back down from where the bowler's coming from, and unfortunately he's missed it. And I think it looks as though he's missed it. This is first impression. He's missed it by quite a distance. I think Ben Stokes has picked the wrong line there, as opposed to Nathan Smith bowling the $1 million ball, which has held it up the hill and pitched off stump and hit off stump, obviously up the hill. I don't think it's done that. I think it's just gone from outside off stump onto off stump, and the England captain's picked the wrong line.
Wow, Gus Atkinson finds himself at the crease. I tell you, I wonder what he was doing 15 minutes ago. Nathan Smith, first delivery to him, and he pushes it firmly straight back to the bowler. I mean, quite literally, he might not have been. He probably wouldn't have been padded up 15 minutes ago.
I don't think Ben Stokes would have been padded up 15 minutes ago. Never mind Gus Atkinson. Would he? Did
2 down 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, exactly. See there, I'm saying see there, you're listening to us on YouTube, so you can't see what's happening. They're showing the deviation point. I don't think it's a massive deviation compared to what's been.
Challenging light, it really is. You know, it's hard to walk out into this sort of gloomy light with the enhancement of the artificial light and to pick up the ball early. And I mean, yes, Nathan Smith's bowled a very, very useful over there. 3 for 36 with 2 wickets, a double wicket maiden, but he certainly has benefited from really challenging conditions for batsmen to start an innings. 127 for 6, truly remarkable. It was 126 for 2, 127 for 6. Oh, we've seen some collapses. We've seen New Zealand 1 for 3, or 2 for 3, I should say, and now England losing 4 for 1. O'Rourke now begins a new over to Jamie Smith, who's off the mark, pushing this one wide straight of mid on, and they'll trot back for a couple of runs. So we've got Jamie Smith, bereft of form for a month in county cricket, and Gus Atkinson at the crease. I mean, England needs to be very careful here that they don't go down in a heap and get bowled out for 140, 150, and suddenly New Zealand will find themselves needing less than 200 to win the Test match. Wow. Drama. Here's Will O'Rourke running in towards Gus Atkinson from the pavilion end, drops it in short, nudged away out on the offside. Jarrod Kimber, did you see this coming? England were 126 for 2 a few minutes ago. Amazing.
So there were 12 LBW and bowled in the first 2 innings. And where would you say that New Zealand bowled with the new ball? At the stumps or wide?
At the stumps.
I don't think they did. I think they had their lunch, They've had a chat and they come in and they're bowled a lot straighter.
Here is O'Rourke once again, and it's nudged away defensively by Atkinson. Expand on that. There'll be some listeners thinking, what was that again?
This is my notes from the morning session. New Zealand beat the bat a lot, but they did not aim at the stumps. The ball kept seaming a lot, but they couldn't bring it back enough to actually bring bowled and LBW into play. How have they got the last few wickets? Bowled and LBW. They've bowled a lot straighter in this session than they did this morning. I thought they beat the bat a lot, but they didn't get the edges.
Will O'Rourke runs in from the pavilion end up to the crease now, and it bowls a bouncer to Jamie Smith, who evades it, gets out of the way.
I'll be shocked if England don't attack the stumps a lot more than New Zealand did.
More than they did in the first innings. Gary Morgan sent through an interesting stat saying only 51 balls across the first 2 innings
Was going to hit the stumps because
right.
I think it was Nathan Lehman and Ben Jones's book. I just put Ben Jones and Freddie Wild into one combined human there. I think
spotted that.
Yeah.
Here's Will O'Rourke again up to the crease now, bowls, and defended by Jamie Smith out into the covers.
We might be running out of orange juice in the press box too. Every time I look up, Harmy's got a full half a pint of it. Yeah, so it is actually very hard to hit the stumps. I think the bowler who's the most accurate is Vernon Philander at hitting the stumps.
Yeah.
Sage nod from the...
Well, they called him the surgeon.
From the Cape Town local who'd seen him do it in first-class cricket and everywhere else. How is Big Vern doing?
He's big.
So we say in Australia he's found a good paddock.
He's a very, very good golfer, and loves his golf, and he's absolutely pristine, immaculate, all the very latest kit and equipment. You know, beautifully pressed golf shirt. He's amazing. He's doing a lot of commentary these days, but the man they called the surgeon. How many, at a rough guess, how many? There would be a lot more in England because they play a lot more first-class cricket. But how many bowlers would have taken 200 first-class wickets before making their Test debut? Philander had 210 first-class wickets before he was picked for a Test match.
Stuart Clark? Rangana Harath?
That's a good call.
I'm guessing with Stuart Clark. Rangana Harath definitely
They don't
would
play enough first-class cricket in Sri Lanka for him to have got 200 wickets before making his Test debut, I don't think.
Who is the West Indian left-arm spinner from Jamaica who had a bowling average of 17? Starts with N. You don't know who I'm talking about,
very tall. Here is O'Rourke again, bouncer down the leg side, and it's left alone. Remarkable, if you're hearing sound effects, it's because they're replaying this collapse of England, 4 for 1. That was Jamie Smith who left that one alone down the leg side, passing over his left shoulder. I do think I know who you mean, but
Nikita Miller is who I mean.
Nikita Miller.
So Nikita Miller.
Yeah, 129 for 6. You carry on with that. John Norman's coming in for me.
I don't know when he made his debut in Test cricket, but he took 538 wickets at 16.3. Played 1 Test and never took a wicket. So I would assume he was close to 200 when he made his debut. Made his first-class debut in 2005. Or maybe not. He played Test cricket in 2009. Incredible career.
Ground end. Nathan Smith.
Would you like me to help you with this? Nathan Smith bowled the delivery. It was pushed into the offside, into the covers. There was no run. I believe also John Norman may have said from the nursery ground end.
Thank you very much, Jarrod.
Did I
double invoice for you?
I felt like ChatGPT there, just sort of summarising what you'd said, but not quite as good.
I mean, that's
not in the right order.
That's the future of broadcasting, right? This game has changed quickly. England in the first innings lost 3 wickets for 3 runs. They've done better today. This is slashed through the offside by Gus Atkinson. The 2 Surrey boys at the crease, and actually Nathan Smith played for Surrey last year as well. But that's 4 from the bat, Gus Atkinson, and the score moves along. 133 for 6. 127 for 3 became 127 for 6 in the first innings. England were 31 for 1, 34 for 4 when Root was out. And Harry Brooks' incredible record against New Zealand continues.
Was it 3 ducks, a single figure score? Was it a 1?
It was 1, yeah. So 1 run from 4 innings.
And
one of those
6 scores
ducks,
over 50? 5 scores over 50?
6, I think now. 350s and 300s. As Atkinson would take a single to deep square leg. Score moves on 134 for 6. I mean, that's Marcus North's Test career in a nutshell, isn't it?
Marcus North was who I was thinking of. The other player is, I think it's Dennis Amos, who basically ever made no runs or all the runs. But yeah, Marcus North is a very good one.
134 for 6. And Nathan Smith has picked up 3 for 41. Both Smith and O'Rourke have bowled fantastically well today. Smith bowling over the wicket, and this is a drive from Jamie Smith. The ball squirts off the outside edge of the bat, all along the ground. Gully, backward point and third slip are in a race to the boundary. Third is unguarded, and so that's 4 more runs. And England, you feel this is how they're going to play, and this is probably how they should play. And I can't see Atkinson looking to block it out.
No, I think getting as many runs as possible now is probably a good idea. Again, not in control. But we said this, we were on a stint together before, and I said if New Zealand just stay in, there will be a bunch of wickets in a row, right? I specifically think this is a hard wicket to start on.
Well, a look at the scorecard would suggest you're right. Difficult to start on and to continue as well. There's only been, 2 half-centuries in the Test match so far. As Jamie Smith is caught on the crease a touch. No run. Smith's bowled really well today. He's looked like a proper bowler. Jeremy Coney, who's back with us for another little stint, pleased to say. He's looked like a thoroughbred. But these are conditions to bowl.
It hasn't swung so much for him as it did in the first innings, but he's finding ways, isn't he? And that's important. He's a skiddy kind of bowler, so therefore he's not a tall man. He puts a lot of work into his bowling.
Here he is again. Driven! Oh, that's gone to the left of backward point. A sprawling attempt by Phillips, I think. It's almost full.
Did it hit the hand?
Did he put it down? I mean, it would have been a wonderful catch.
He had a crack, didn't he? You know, it's the typical Phillips.
I mean, he would have had a crack if it was a square leg.
Sure.
But he definitely went for that one,
but he got closer to that one than the one to square leg.
Even if he gets the fingertip to this, I mean, that would have been a worldie. We're going to see a replay, or we are, and no, doesn't get a touch on it.
Yeah.
So it goes between third slip and Gully. But Gully and third slip are quite close, aren't they?
I think the New Zealand slip cordon are too close together. I think they can afford to be a little bit wider. I know this pitch is staying down a bit low, and so, you know, with the lower it is, the closer you generally are to each other. But I just feel they are covering less ground.
Here's O'Rourke, short delivery, and Gus Atkinson, I think, might have lost this. He shapes to pull, and then I don't know if he loses it, but it just hits him. There's movement there into Atkinson, and it hits him kind of in the midriff and the arm, but it looks like he lost it.
In the arm, left arm.
Shouldn't have picked that up either. That ball was still moving.
It's silly.
You could just be dismissed for no reason. I think he was a bit flustered, to be fair, because he was hit very hard on the bicep, and he wasn't really expecting it. I thought Harry Brook lost his ball as well.
There's something about Harry Brook, actually. I'll talk to you about it now. I'll talk to you about it because it's a short delivery. So what we see a lot with batters when the ball is moving a lot is them essentially trying to disrupt the line, or the length rather, by stepping down the crease, right? And but Harry Brook has been doing that. He did it more in his first innings. He also was shaping to come forward and then staying where he was. But he's also been moving back towards the stumps, and that's what he did to that delivery. And I just wonder whether that, in part, played a part in his dismissal, because it allowed the ball to move a fraction more. Oh, it's keeps a touch low. There's a leg slip, but it will be fine leg that fields. 142 for 6.
Risky shot off his stumps there for 1.
There's not much foot movement going on there, is there, from the batter? He's a batter.
Jeremy, what do you feel confident? If the pitch doesn't change, the conditions don't change, what do you feel confident New Zealand chasing?
Can I just jump in there? Because I was about to mention, and I said this to Jeremy off air, I was just had a little listen to Simon Doull on Sky, and he said even if England were to lose their last 4 wickets for no runs, a target of 150 would be a challenge. And I wonder what that means for this pitch, really, when that's the case on day 2. A challenging score, 150, push up to mid-off. Jeremy, what would you be confident?
Well, I think if the way you would analyse that was he would think it's a fairly average pitch. It should. You're talking about day 2 into day 3 when a pitch should really and ideally be at its best for batting. You can see that it's been a little soft. I mean, look, how many overs have we had? Not that many overs in the game, really. No team has batted for 40 overs yet.
This is pushed through the offside, square of the wicket. Decent shot, actually, from Jamie Smith. And timed nicely as well. Going to beat the fielder through point and away to the boundary for 447 for 6.
Who's off the field? That looked to me as if it was Nichols.
Where's Henry?
Is that not Henry at mid-on? Looks like him.
I'm going to bring some, well, no, it might not be a day 3. Bring some bins.
Well, it's...
I actually said that to myself yesterday, but I forgot them. I brought a monocule, like a...
Monocle?
Not a monocle, what's the single one called?
Yeah, monocle. This is tucked off his hip.
I brought one of them.
From Smith down to fine leg for a single. 149 for 6. How was lunch today at Lord's, Jarrod? Says Easy O'Miz. Jamie Smith was looking scary when India toured. Why has his form dipped since then?
I think teams have worked out how to bowl to him a little bit better. I think there's a couple of issues with his technique, and teams are working through that. And he's going to have to understand it and come about. He's got a lot of talent. We had Duck, which in this Test match feels like a joke, a troll. I'm not a big fan of Duck, but the Duck was fine.
Has there ever been a duck that played international cricket? Don't say duck it. Has there been a duck? Guess not.
Can't think of a Duck.
What score then would you be confident of New Zealand chasing in 4th innings, Jeremy? Or forget the confidence. What score should they?
Well,
on this
considering,
pitch,
as I just said, of this pitch, yeah, 150. If they can see off the first spell of Robinson, now whether that's possible or not, what we've seen so far, it's not.
Smith into Jamie Smith, who leans forward. I mean, I don't know if it's because you have just mentioned it, but all of a sudden that slip cordon does look very, very, very tight, very snug. 3 in a bed.
I would have thought if one person could get away, I mean, even the people who have got 50s have been dropped, haven't they? Brooke, Gay, both have been dropped. And so I just feel it is hard. Here comes Blundell up behind the wickets now. So they're going to put pressure on Smith.
Well, they're going to keep him behind the crease, aren't they? And this is on the pads. And it's Matt Henry bowling. It's not actually Nathan Smith, so that's where Matt Henry is.
Well watched, guys.
Yeah, well done. Well done, me.
Mid-on. He's actually the bowler.
No, that was the last over.
No, I was going to say I got that right.
We're not that bad.
Because when I was just going to say, I just saw him
That
walk
would
up.
be bad, wouldn't it? I think he's a mid-on.
Good spot.
Oh, he's
guys.
bowling.
Good spot. Yeah.
We're only ever 2 deliveries behind the action. here on TalkSport. Pushed out to point, and Phillips runs around from gully to field.
I was going to ask you if you thought Nathan Smith bowls like Ben Hilfenhaus, but wider on the crease. But now he's not bowling, so you can't make that. Do you remember Ben Hilfenhaus?
I do, yeah. Aussie.
Yeah. Big, strong, chesty, a little bit taller.
Well,
I think
that's a
than
bit
Smith.
different than Smith, isn't it?
I think Smith's quite strong in the chest, isn't he? No.
Similar
Have
hair.
you ever
Oh,
have you
well.
touched his pecs?
Of course I have.
Henry in,
Goodness
and keeps
gracious,
the
don't
touch
ask
low.
those sort of questions.
Pushed out to cover. Yeah, you weren't that happy with the duck for lunch, were you, Jarrod? I mean,
No. I don't really like duck. I don't really understand it. I think it's an inferior meat to other birds.
What do you mean, like?
what's your top
magpies?
three? What's your top three?
Top 3 birds?
Yep.
Chicken. That'd have to be there, wouldn't it?
I would have chicken fairly high. What's the other little one that they do here sometimes?
Guinea fowl, is it? Attempted cut shot with no real foot movement from Smith, and that's taken well by Blundell up behind the stumps. No run.
Yeah, I'd have guinea fowl at 2. And then I like the and
Spatchcock.
oh, spatchcock. I was going to say the flying fish that you get in the West Indies, the flying fish cutters.
Not
Very-
really a bird, though.
Oh, they're fish. Yeah. They're
What are
flying.
you talking about?
They're flying. I was thinking about
They're
these-
flying fish, therefore it becomes a bird.
That's a fair
Wow,
point.
that's incredible.
I think I realised my mistake now.
I don't think you did. Push back to the bowler.
Now, not at the time.
You noticed
He
it
could've-
after we said it.
It could have been a high jumper. As long as he's in the air. Yeah, we'll eat it.
So that's not a
So
bird.
let me
We're saying the
confirm,
fish is not a bird.
Your favourite bird to eat is a flying fish that you get in the West Indies. Think you might have been taking something else. in
Gee,
the
this
West
is
Indies.
good commentary.
Well, there's a maiden bowled by Matt Henry, who is on the field.
Where was he fielding? Mid-on.
Not when he was bowling, but
Has it? It's suddenly got very hot in here. Is it just me? See, everything there. You're wearing like a thin. How would you describe this, Jeremy? Thin.
He's wearing my T-shirt because he
It's not
didn't
a
have
co-
anything red on.
It's not a
No.
cardigan.
no.
No. Quarter zip.
It's a jersey. Well, yeah, it is.
A quarter
Right.
zip.
Yeah.
There's runs here for Atkinson, who's 6 not out, and Smith fielding at fine leg. And the producer Scott is about to try and prove, yeah, a quarter zip. I've never heard of such a thing.
I think it's when the zip goes about a quarter of the way down the jumper.
Yeah, thanks, Jarrod.
I don't know what a fish or a bird is, but I can tell you about a zip.
Can we get the aircon turned up? It suddenly
it's
has
a
got
heater.
very, very hot in here.
How many overs has O'Rourke bowled in this spell, please?
I think it's about
Because,
6.
Yeah, he's getting towards the end here. It's important.
Oh no, because there was a little gap for
Oh.
attempted pull shot from Jamie Smith. Really cramped for room and misses the ball by some distance. Oh, it's an inside edge onto the
That's
thigh.
it. That's the one.
Yeah. Well, no, Jameson bowled a couple of overs, didn't he? And then brought O'Rourke back again. So it's actually just 3 overs, but he had bowled a good spell before that, so he's not had much of a breather.
Yeah, he certainly bowled a lot from that end in the last few hours, but he did have that little break.
And he's had a good duel with Bethel, hasn't he? And
I thought that was fantastic.
and that was good. You know, 2 young men going hard at each other.
Over the wicket comes O'Rourke, and this is punched square of the wicket and in front of square. That is a shot of class from Jamie Smith. Economy of movement there, just waited for the ball, swung through the line of it and has timed that to the boundary for 4. 150 up for England then, so the lead now 176. 4 wickets remaining and a lot of time still to come. We've still got 47 overs today. Possibly. What time can we go on to? Because we lost time yesterday. 7 o'clock.
7.
And they could... Can you claim the extra half an hour if they're 8 down? Can you do that on day 2? If only there was someone in the box who knew a lot about cricket. That we could ask. We can. Andrew Sampson's here. How you doing?
Still alive was the
Well,
answer.
that's a win for all of us. Oh, really? really sorry to hear that. You all right? Wow. Okay.
Do you want to
It's
tell?
great to see you. It's great to have you here at Lord's. When did you get into England? When did you get here? You still here? I thought you were over in South Africa for some reason. Down the leg side, and it bounces once, maybe twice, and Blundell's travails behind the stumps continue. Diving to his left, and he can't stop the ball. In fact, he almost nutmegs himself there. That could have been very painful. And buys.
Thoughts on Blundell's keeping in this match, Jeremy?
Well, I just feel he loves to take the ball a little low for a keeper, so he takes it around the shins rather than maybe the knees or just slightly above. So he tends to be quite deep, and he forces therefore the slips cordon into a rather deeper position that I would necessarily like to be. He also means that if the angle of the delivery from a bowler.
Here is O'Rourke, short ball, and dealt with behind the stumps by Blundell.
Is sliding down, by the time it gets to him it's actually quite wide, and so that's why we've seen a couple of 4-bys, particularly bowling towards the pavilion end.
He's fumbled a little bit as well, hasn't he, a couple of times? He's quite a clean keeper, I think, at his best, but...
Is there, you talk about an optimum age for a batter and a spin bowler and a fast bowler, is there an optimum age for a wicket keeper?
You get a lot of very good wicket keepers come in early and do fumble a lot, right? So I do think you probably do have, maybe it's between 26 and 31, I would have thought. Again, with most of those things, it's fast bowling's a little bit different, but most of those things you're trying to match technical skill with your athletic ability.
Blundell up behind the stumps, full delivery. Oh, Smith is trying to play this through mid-wicket, gets a leading edge. It's a full ball from Matt Henry. It's the Yorker, and somehow he's got away with this. That is a great ball, and Jamie Smith is very fortunate to still be there. It takes a run to deep backward point, where he was trying to hit to mid-wicket. And he's got a smile on his face.
That's the third or fourth ball he's got down there, and I think all 4 have been different shots.
Henry again over the wicket. This is regulation length on the pads, and it's Smith, who came back for a second, can't beat the fielder.
That's really untidy fielding from New Zealand. That's to Nichols, I think, who's just by the umpire, and he's gone to his left, picked it up about 3 minutes. There's no run being taken, and he's fired at it. Now he's come a bit squarer. Sorry, a bit straighter.
Oh, touch of width there. And what's Jamie Smith playing at here? He leans back, and it looks as though he's going to try and cut this ball. Where's that? Has that hit the keeper? Has he just missed that?
Yes.
But he just kind of pulled out of a half shot. So that's a 3/4. What do we say? A quarter zip? It was like a quarter shot, that one. He thought about a half a shot and then didn't follow through.
And half-heartedly played it after the ball had gone past him. Defended this time, in and around off stump. Smith is 21 from 25, and actually it's his brand of attacking stroke play that I think England need right now. Low scoring encounter, and innings from him could be crucial.
200 is kind of the ceiling, I think, for New Zealand. That's I think, being a wee bit generous.
Henry again into Atkinson this time. He's up on his toes and pushing this. Do you know what the second innings actually needs? It's just classic Bazball. It's the MCG. It's the low scoring encounter where they just come out and they just.
Could you find anyone better suited to that than
Tom Latham? Yeah. And that in itself is the problem, or one of the problems. Touch fuller and defended again by Gus Atkinson. Is Jofra Archer going to come back into? Say he's available for the second test. Is he going to come in? And we've still got a whole innings to see England bowl, but it's not going to be replacing Ollie Robinson. And Gus Atkinson bowled well, and he could pick up wickets in the second innings. And Josh Tongue took wickets. Would you bring Archer in?
Yeah.
For
That's a hard. Bashir? How did Bashir bowl in the first innings? I thought he was pretty poor. Jeremy?
I thought he batted quite well.
He did bat well.
In the first innings?
Yeah, Bashir was pretty poor with the ball. No penetration.
Not a lot of turn.
No.
Anonymous.
And not a lot of deliveries.
But-
None.
But you can't drop a man who's just hit his test best score. That's the rules.
Is that the law?
Yep.
Tell that to Rodney Redmond.
This is pushed up to mid-on from Jamie Smith, 157 for 6 with William O'Rourke bowling from the pavilion end. A lead of 184, even right now, 184 would seem like a big task for New Zealand, but they will have to come out and approach things slightly differently.
Well, they did just let a run go, by the way. We didn't comment on it, but Matt Henry bowled a ball that was hit very gently back to him. I know he's got back spasms and everything, but he made the least amount of effort possible to stop that ball. Like, they have been a little bit sloppy in the field for a team who doesn't want to chase 220.
Top of his mark is O'Rourke. Smith facing and pushing this square of the wicket. And again, very comfortable single there for Smith. Score moves on, 159 for 6.
Why is Matt Henry at mid-on? There's no one else. I mean, you've got a bat pad and there's no one else. There's a fine leg. You could perhaps put him down there.
Maybe can't throw.
And you've got a quick man there in Smith. Perhaps he's bowling. But I mean,
Is throwing a problem with back spasms?
If you can bowl, surely you can
You would think so.
underarm it from the boundary.
Oh, Courtney Walsh.
I'd rather have Nathan Smith up there, to
yes,
be
I think
honest.
so. Yeah.
Here is O'Rourke, short ball, good short ball, and Atkinson takes one hand off the bat and evades this. He ducks, takes his eye off it. Approaching tea. When's tea? Is it 4:15? 4:15. So we've got 9 minutes. 4:10. The intensity from New Zealand isn't really there for me. This is where they've got to be pushing. Well, I can see a fielder chewing his nails. I can see one with his arms behind his back. Can't see anybody with their hands in their pockets, though.
Partnership of 31 between these two batsmen at the moment. They made a little breakthrough, didn't they, in the 120s, New Zealand. And it's just got away on them a little bit here.
There's O'Rourke, and this is just guided down into the turf. No run.
It's
still
maybe a
New
bit of
Zealand's
fatigue,
session.
Maybe a bit of fatigue as well, just slipping in for these bowlers. You can see O'Rourke is still trying quite hard. What is he bowling? In the 80s, still 84.
Well, that's quite a lot down there because he was
Yeah.
bowling at 94
Yeah.
on occasion yesterday. I'm not sure he's quite hit that today, but that is a drop-off, isn't it? Jamieson hasn't bowled a lot today, has he? How many overs has Jamieson bowled?
I feel like they've bowled him in 2 or 3 short spells,
Why
maybe?
can't
Is it just 2 spells?
Here's O'Rourke in, and again comfortably behind the line of the ball is Atkinson and defending.
Yeah, 8 overs, so 2 shortish spells, perhaps.
And O'Rourke has had...
O'Rourke, this is his 13th.
Yeah, that's...
Starting to worry,
yeah.
starting to get nervous.
Well, not nervous, but I think 13 is... He just looks to me as if he's trying very hard to get his pace and keep his pace up. But it's not quite the body isn't responding.
The Jamieson spell, I don't think it was quite 4 overs either. I think it was a shorter than that. The second spell. Oh, full delivery. Big shot for leg before wicket, but going down possibly. Oh, O'Rourke's not pushing for it. Latham's having a chat.
I mean,
but
it's definitely going down.
I think it's going down.
Beautiful
the leg. Oh,
delivery.
he's gone for it.
Okay, it'll hit.
Tom Latham has gone for the review, and that is a surprise. They do have 3 remaining.
Director, we have a player review for LBW.
It was a great length, in other words, a Yorker, and it certainly beat the bat of Atkinson. But I had the feeling it was leg side more than the stumps.
Oh, that's missing by about a foot.
Yeah, I don't
Can we have Ultrage, please?
kind of see that. Maybe he feels O'Rourke, even O'Rourke.
Going, please.
Oh, yeah.
Gap
That
between
reversed a
more
little bit,
ball
though.
tagging, please.
Not a massive amount, but just enough. I know you.
It's not out, by the way,
Yeah.
dear listener.
It's pitched outside leg and is going further away.
Okay.
And I think we
Broadway
could
waiting
see
for ball
leg
waiting.
stump almost when he gets hit. And it gets hit on the outside leg. It may miss by 47 centimeters.
Pitching outside leg. Thank you. I'll go back to.
How many
Broad, you can
centimetres
say.
in a foot?
30, 29, 28. Andrew Sampson's here, he'll know. So he said 30 and nodded.
30.
Oh, it's not missing by as much as I thought. I mean, it's still bad. It was still pitched outside leg stump and going further away, but maybe 26 centimetres.
It's Matt Henry. He's picked up 1 wicket and seen an LBW given not out, which New Zealand should have reviewed, and seen Emilio Gay edge between first and second slip. That LBW to Bethel. Oh no, Gay, sorry. In fact, they were both to Gay. And but it is great to see him bowling, because I'm not sure we would even have a contest if he hadn't been able to bowl those 10 overs. This is the start of his 11th driving. Through vacant cover, Jamie Smith moves to 27. This is a touch of swing away from the right-hander, but it's just almost swung into the bat and away for 4.
Well, that's what happens. I mean, if you've got 3 slips in a gully, and you know there's a mid-off, and there's a big deep backward point, but nothing kind of cover area.
It's Henry again. Just keeps a touch low, and Blundell's fingers aren't going to be a pretty picture at the end of today. Shane Dowrich was the wicketkeeper that got hit flush in the face, and I think he had to be substituted. You were talking earlier today about bad grounds to keep wicket, and Old Trafford, and I don't know if he played for West Indies again after that test match. I don't think he did after that series. This is driven beautifully by Jamie Smith, and it's 4 runs through long off. Nathan Smith puts in the chase, but not only is that hit with power, it's hit with timing. And it just feels like New Zealand need to get in for tea now. They've made some inroads, but this 7th wicket partnership between Smith and Atkinson is pushing England back into ascendancy.
Well, Smith's on 30 odd, so he's done the bulk of the scoring. He's going up in boundaries in this particular over. That's another half volley. Really, it's just a comfortable stroke. That's 2 of them so far from Henry, both resulting in boundaries.
Just 2 slips now, and he's pushed up to mid-on. Fielded by Jamieson. T has been pushed back. It'll be the end of this over, so we've got 2 balls remaining in the session. A session which saw England walk out with Jacob Bethel and Emilio Gay at the crease. 72 for 1. And they ease their way into a decent position. Bethel went for 14, but it was when England lost 3 wickets without a run being added. As beaten this time is Smith by Henry, but not taken cleanly by Blundell. That brought New Zealand back into the contest. 127 for 6, but with 1 ball remaining in the session now. 166 for 6 to the lead, 193.
So what, 1 for 72 was it at lunch?
Yeah.
So yeah, they've nearly got to, it looks like it's tea at the moment, so nearly 100 runs in that session, but 5 wickets for New Zealand. So they've certainly pulled it back in terms of wickets. I don't know quite how many overs they bowled in that session, but I'm sure we'll be able to find out
27
out for you for 100 runs. Yeah, you're getting to 100. You're getting 4s, aren't you, at that stage? But
it's not fast for England, though, is it?
No.
There was a couple of overs. There was an over where Smith got a couple away for 4 that weren't off the middle of the bat. Emilio Gay hit a big. Was that of Henry or Smith?
16-run over.
Smith, wasn't it? So those overs probably pushed them up a little bit, yeah. But I think England, did well. The problem is that there's always a batch of wickets with your name on it here, and that the same is going to be true of New Zealand, even if they get off to a good start. If they ever dismiss England, and
This to me looks a little bit like a new ball pitch now, is that once that new ball takes some movement and you seem to get variable bounce with it as well, bit of nip, and so batting is quite difficult. As you were pointing out, I think, Jarrod, it's also hard to start.
It's also hard to see sometimes. Those 3 wickets fell when the floodlights had just come on, and it did get really bleak out there. So you never know, if the clouds lift and the sun starts peeking through and it gets a little bit easier overhead, then maybe they'll come to the aid of New Zealand, but of course the reverse could also occur. But they've got to get these 4 wickets, yeah?
I don't know, they're about, what, 23 or 24 ahead, were they, at the start of the first, this
28,
innings? So
27. 27.
Yeah. So it's 190 ahead at this stage, and that's a very handy lead in the context of the batsmen that we've seen today, and how difficult they, even in this last session, it hasn't been easy batting at all when you've got someone like O'Rourke bowling at you, and the variation and bounce. We've seen him, we saw someone got through Bethel with a grubber basically, and also being hit on the shoulder a few times. So batting ain't easy, folks, on this surface. It's not a memorable pitch, I'm afraid to say. It's been just a bit too much in sway of the bowlers.
Batting ain't
for
easy.
me, no.
Batting,
well, look at the runs.
Batting ain't easy,
No.
folks. Sounds like the start of a country and western song.
Does.
I think you'd be the man to
performed
play
by
and
John
sing it.
Wright.
Jeremy Coney.
John Wright does country music.
Oh, Jeremy Coney and John Wright
Yeah, it's a duet.
together. And Glenn Mitchell. Wasn't there a country western singer called... Oh, no, I think of Joni Mitchell.
So I thought a
Quite a
flying
long
fish
way, quite
was-
a long way out, that one, I've got to say.
I thought a flying fish was a bird because they fly, and now I'm thinking it might be a fish, John. Just want to help you out there in case you got in the wrong spot.
Thank you. We'll be back in 20 minutes. It's tea here on day 2 at Lord's with England 166 for 6, a lead of 193 with Atkinson and Smith at the crease.
Welcome back to Lord's, live after tea on the second day of this pulsating, fast-moving and thoroughly absorbing test match with England 166 for 6, and that represents a recovery after they lost 4 for 1 to slump from 126 for 2 to 127 for 6. But Jamie Smith has led the recovery, such as it is. 31 not out as Carl Jameson continues, bowls the first over after the tea break, and Gus Atkinson chops it away nicely behind square on the offside. It was back of a length and just a bit stiff, that delivery from the big man, who's had a thoroughly busy and successful test match with bat and ball. None for 21 in his 9th over currently, but did take 5 wickets in the first innings and made a potentially still very important 38 not out in New Zealand's effort of 113 in reply to England's 140. 167 for 6 now. The lead is 194. You get the feeling with the pattern of the game that 250 might be quite a challenging 4th innings target as Jamie Smith guides the next one away behind square on the offside for a single. Having said that, there is also the possibility that that the conditions flatten out a little bit in the 4th innings by the 3rd day, and it would be very hard to find anyone who would say that 250 is a winning score and that New Zealand couldn't chase it down. Jeremy Coney, do you agree?
No.
Do you think it?
I think it's too much
Okay.
if the pitch doesn't change. I think this is a difficult pitch. I mean, we just got to think of Bethel's dismissal, for example.
Here is Jameson again, and this time it's Atkinson steering it away for the 3rd ball in a row behind square on the offside to deep backward point. They go through for a couple as Conway fields.
So I believe, if I can just finish the thought just for a second, is that it has to happen this session for New Zealand. They need to, I mean, at 195 or 196 ahead now, it's getting right to the extremity, I think, of what we've been able to see so far. We've seen a couple of players get 50s, but they've had good fortune to get there along the way. Other than that, the ball has dominated.
Jameson in again, and this time it's Atkinson pushing it to mid-on.
Especially with the new ball, don't you think? I mean, especially when there's a bit of nip. There's a bit of variable bounce. Unless New Zealand bat differently in the second innings, they don't seem to have an answer certainly for Robinson in the top order. He just cut a swathe through them in the first innings, didn't he? It wasn't until someone came out and tried to attack his length that he started to be a bit more vulnerable, a bit more human.
Well, he started bowling short.
Yes, he did.
An error. Here's Jamieson again, and this is driven powerfully and uppishly towards mid-on once again, but it's gone straight to the field of Nathan Smith, and there is no run. 170 for 6. England's lead is 197. I mean, that would be really interesting to see whether New Zealand did say, look, chaps, we need 30. Say it's 250. And if they said, it's going to be very hard to graft our way to 250 over a long period of time because there'll be too many wicket-taking balls in that space of time. So let's roll the dice. Let's chance our arm and play a couple of innings like Harry Brook did in the first innings and like Kyle Jamieson did. That was a slightly extreme because it was almost a lost cause. So he chanced his arm because. But I mean, he made 38 off 28 balls. Here is Nathan Smith, second over after the tea break, and it's defended by Jamie Smith out towards mid-wicket. Who would be the... I mean, I back Tom Latham to bat, like, even on a difficult pitch. I mean, I'd back him to dig in, but maybe, Conway, Ravindra?
Yes, Ravindra could, but would you throw up somebody as a rogue kind of... I mean, that's an option for New Zealand as well. So if this comes off, it may not. A little slightly pinch-hittery kind of thought.
Phillips?
It's just, someone who wants to come out, you might do that. Someone who's accustomed to batting.
Here is Nathan Smith, and that's driven, not timed, straight to Williamson at extra cover.
I just wonder, I mean, the other thing is to try and attack length by standing out. Now, that means that's a Mitchell kind of style, if you like. Not letting the ball go, looking to attack. Now, you don't want to throw away a good wicket, do you? We want to, if there's going to be a change, and try to affect the opposition about who they bowl and where they bowl. And where are you going to start to set your field? Because this guy's going to go after you.
I do like a gamble. Here is Nathan Smith, and that's driven off the outside half of the bat to deep sweeper on the cover boundary, Devon Conway. It'll just be a single. I mean, if you look at the inning scores and the progression of the Test match, I mean, if it fails, then the criticism will come from the smarty pantsers around the world saying, like, well, why didn't you just play proper cricket? But we've seen two teams trying to play proper cricket. I mean, nobody's really come out and thrown their wicket away. I mean, just the good bowling has completely dominated the Test match. So counter that by, as I say, rolling the dice, and that's driven by Atkinson, not timed. He's trying to punch that through the offside.
You see, even that stroke, and Atkinson's got a Test 100. I mean, he's also been in for some time. Okay, he's re-establishing himself at the moment, but that he's tried to punch that into the covers. He's got a nasty little virulent inside edge and almost dragged it back to the bowler. I mean, it's not easy. This is not a good pitch, people. I mean, I'm trying to be as nice as I can about this surface, and this one's just outside off stump, and Atkinson get across his stumps there, and he's found a gap wide of mid-on, so it's a good single for him, and it's now 172 for 6.
198 lead. I mean, England, obviously, it's the inane question that is asked sometimes. How many would England want? Well, how long's a piece of string? As many as possible, please. We'd like 300. May not get them. Another 100 from the last 4 wickets might be something of a challenge. 172 for 6. Inside edge, over the top of the stumps, down to the boundary for 4. That was a stroke of good fortune, or a piece of good fortune. It was a stroke that see the ball nipping back up the slope and hits the inside edge, and Jamie Smith picks up 4 fortuitous runs. 203 on the board that lead now for England, 176 for 6. And I'm delighted to say that we've been joined in the commentary box by Sir Andrew Strauss. Very good to meet you.
Well, thank you very
Sir
much.
Andrew.
Lovely to be here. Thank you for inviting me in to the inner sanctum.
It's the Red for Ruth Day for the Ruth Strauss Foundation. Tell us how it's gone, and I mean we've been talking a lot about it during the course of the day. It's not yet finished, but it's been a busy day for you.
It is a busy day, and it's an incredible spectacle just to see the whole of Lords turning red, and I suppose from our point of view to have this unbelievable platform to tell people about what we do, which is, unfortunately helping families to prepare for the death of a parent with an incurable cancer diagnosis, and I suppose, allowing families to have those really tough conversations with their kids about the fact that their parent's not going to be around forever, which is a horrible thing to do. And I suppose instinctively, as parents, we want to protect our kids from that, have the help and support that they need.
Watching the videos of families who have benefited from the funds raised by the Ruth Strauss Foundation, I find, it's impossible for me anyway not to shed a tear, but at the same time feel uplifted and I mean, it's a huge contrast, but talking about the support that they have had from the foundation, that's pushed away defensively again. They are incredibly moving, and of course you went through the situation yourself, but at the same time when you hear children and the surviving parent talk about the benefits of that must really touch your heart.
Yeah, I mean, it does warm my soul, and I suppose, it's very mixed feelings for me, because it sort of takes me back to that place, but also, and it's an awful ordeal to go through, but then I suppose also hopefully I'm sort of I suppose they can see that you can move on and the kids are going to be okay, and so that's why it's so nice to have my boys here as well.
It's nudged away for another single. This is good rebuilding from England. 176 for 6.
And so there is hope in all of this, and yeah, for us to have the cricket community sort of getting behind us, raising funds, but also mainly around sort of showing the awareness, this incredible platform to show what we do. And it's not just here at Lords, actually. We have clubs and schools all around the country that have their own little game where they turn the pitch red and they have red stumps and all that sort of stuff. So it's a real kind of big cricket community effort, which is just mind-blowing, truthfully.
Here's Carl Jameson running in from the pavilion end. On strike, Jamie Smith. That's tired delivery, leg side, punched away to the man at deep square leg. Rachin Ravindra comes charging in. England now 204 ahead.
And Straussy, it's evolved. It's just the 8th year. I mean, thoughts upon year and how much it has just got bigger and better.
Yeah, I mean, Harmy, those first couple of years, we really didn't know what we were doing. We I suppose it was such a personal thing at that point, and so many people knew Ruth, and obviously it was all about sort of our story. And over time, it's become much more about the families we help and the services that we offer.
Jameson in again, and playing a miss outside the off stump from Atkinson.
And this year is a big start of the next step for us. We've teamed up with this incredible charity called Maggie's, who have 27 cancer centres around the country, these incredible sort of centres that people can go to for help and support. And so it gives us a physical home and allows us to get in front of more people and help and extend the services we have. So, for us, it's always about, like, how do we make sure we don't sit still? How do we make sure that we're getting to, I think it's 27,000 families a year will go through this, and so we want to try and get to as many of those as possible.
Here's Jameson again, 2 slips in a gully. Atkinson on strike, short, pulled away, hit very nicely, hard down towards long leg. Nathan Smith will field.
You also see the change in the boys as well. I mean, from year one, Yeah, two little lads walking around the field. They're a lot bigger than what you are now, aren't they?
I don't know what they're fed these days. It's weird.
So they've got more hair, but that didn't take much.
Steve, come on. That's
I
nasty, nasty.
Yeah.
I can start talking about you
Yeah,
as well.
I know, yeah. You don't want to stand on your feet, do you?
But no, it's lovely to have them here. And, I've recently got remarried, and so to have Antonio here as well. It's a personal thing for us. And just feel the love and support of all the crowd here. It's amazing.
And how's the team changes as well? The amount of sort of team changes there is, an involvement of the England cricket team.
Nathan Smith begins a new over to Atkinson, who's 13. Smith 34, plays that defensively. 179 for 6.
Ben Stokes, Joe Root, probably the only two that have been sort of ever present around the sort of the red for sort of Ruth Strauss Foundation Day. And you see some different people just sort of buying into everything that goes with what is a great day.
Yeah, absolutely. And when they're all lining up, I just looked over and there was Emilio Gay, just gave him a little wink and good luck. And, that's the start of his journey, isn't it? And great to see him play so well today. We remember those days, don't we, Harmy, when you're just sort of going into the unknown. And so it was brilliant to watch him play.
Smith again up to the crease. Pushed out on the onside for another single. Every run feels like it's a little chip away at New Zealand's hopes. I subscribed to the newsletter some years ago. I said I feel like I've watched the foundation grow. And the number of people you employ now is how many is it?
Well, I mean, we
counsellors. Do you call them counsellors?
Yeah, so we have a number of, it's tricky because there's some of them are part-time or whatever, but, throughout the whole organisation, I think it's about sort of 27 people now. But the great thing about teaming up with Maggie's is they've got hundreds of staff as well. So it just allows us to sort of fast-track probably a decade from where we do it on our own. And that's super exciting for me.
Smith again. Oh, there's half an appeal for leg before as he misses that one, hits him on. Maybe going a bit high down the leg side. Incredibly moving and rewarding as well for those people that do work for the foundation. The future, just more and more help.
Just more, yeah. I mean, as I said, 27,000 families will lose a parent every year, but also they have sort of multiple needs, and so to sort of team up with Maggie's can support some of the stuff that maybe we couldn't previously. And as I said, like having those physical centres all around the country.
Here is Nathan Smith again, and played away defensively by Jamie Smith, his namesake.
I think one of the things we're very big. A lot of people come to us because they know cricket or they've seen a Red for Ruth day previously, and as amazing that is, there are a lot of people out there that know nothing about cricket and don't know that much about the services we offer. So to team up with Maggie's, it just allows us to extend our reach, and that's absolutely crucial in this next phase.
Yeah, how we talked about the sort of the millions of pounds and the reach that you have as Nathan Smith comes in from the nursery ground end. Big shot from Jamie Smith, who cloths it through extra cover. 2 runs to England. Devon Conway is the fielder. The amount of the millions of pounds that have been raised so far, and you're talking about teaming up with sort of different organisations. Manners just asking what's sort of happening with from a futures point of view, but it's important. These days are important to showcase. We're live. TalkSport's live on YouTube on the overseas channel and the overseas market, and the reach that you can get this foundation to as much as you possibly can.
Down the leg side, glance from Jamie Smith. I think it's come off his thigh pad. He's going to scuttle back for another couple. There's a misfield by Big Willow Rourke down on the fine leg boundary, but leg by is the signal. 2 more to 182 for 6 now. The lead is 209.
Because it's not just in this country you're touching.
No, I think that's such a good point, Harmy. This is not unique to this country. Maggie's, thankfully, have got a couple of centres in Hong Kong and one in Melbourne, Australia as well. So they're sort of trying to broaden their reach and I suppose have the funds and infrastructure to do that. But, unfortunately, cancer is not going anywhere anytime soon, and too many people die too young, and too many people have dependent children. So that's an exciting phase for us to be able to sort of launch beyond the UK. And let's hope there is a future where people don't have to go through this and cancer is cured, but it's not going to happen for a while.
Carl Jameson is thundering in again from the pavilion end, pushed defensively to extra cover.
I was just showing Surendra a picture of Abby, my daughter, who was born the same day as Sam. Remember that a birthday party together in 2006. She's in Greece, I think. Oh, she's somewhere in the world at the minute, Abby, and she's got a red for Ruth. Yeah, she's listening.
That is awesome.
She just sent us a picture of the bucket hat on her head in the sunshine.
That's absolutely magnificent. Good old Abby. 184 for 6. Lead is 211. I wonder how important the fact you mentioned at the very beginning, the elephant in the room, and the Jameson is in that short and pulled and mistimed completely, and a top edge, and it's taken by Carl Jameson. Well, the New Zealanders are a bit physically tired, but I think they're a bit emotionally flat as well, and there was very little celebration as Atkinson went for the pull shot, and either top edged it or spliced it straight up into the air, and Carl Jameson stood there as if somebody had just tossed him an apple at tea time.
Yeah, tossed him an apple at tea time. It was one of the easier catches, but they've dropped a couple of easy ones. Yeah, I mean, Gus Atkinson just got the splice of the bat, just bounced a little bit from Jameson. He's worked hard in this Test match so far, Carl Jameson. He really has had to take the burden of and it wasn't that short. I thought it was a bouncer at first. It's not. It's a back of a length ball that completely mistimed by Gus Atkinson, and
it's actually come off the toe of the bat.
It has, yeah. So, what do you remember about your debut here, Straussy? I know we've seen a couple of videos of it. Just before we let you go, you made your debut on this ground. You played a lot of cricket on this ground for Middlesex. You ended Nasser Hussain's career on this ground, which was a real bonus for everybody else in the dressing room. But what do you remember? You just mentioned Remedial making the debut. It's a special place.
It is a most amazing place to play cricket, and obviously lucky enough to have this as my home ground for Middlesex as well. So, but as I said, on your debut, you're walking into the unknown. You're not quite sure how you're going to deal with the attention and the crowd and the atmosphere and the tension and all that sort of stuff. And so it's a great relief to put in your first good performance. I was able to do it in my first innings, getting that 100. And as you say, it was nice to see off Nasser, not before he saw me off and ran me out. So, there's certainly some bad memories of that Test match as well.
It's a brilliant day. And this has been another brilliant day. And I mean, just finally tell us how the people donate, where do they get their information from, and up to now, where are you when it comes to roughly the figure of where we are for the days?
Yeah, so the easiest thing is text to donate. So you just tap in 10 or 20 to 7600, or through the Rooster House Foundation website, especially if people are abroad. It'd be great to have your support. Really would appreciate that. And I think the big challenge is to get to £5 million raised. So I think we need to raise 600,000 over the course of today.
Jameson in again, short and pulled and away through mid-wicket. That's racing away. Ollie Robinson off the mark immediately. What I was just going to say was it's such a healthy thing to get people not to be, I'm talking about people, friends of families who are going to suffer a premature bereavement. You said elephant in the room, and that people find it very difficult to know what to do and say, and what the Red for Ruth Day does is encourage people to not be terrified of what to say.
Yeah, I mean, death is still such a taboo, isn't it? And in fact, some ways we're sort of allergic to it. We don't want to sort of go anywhere near it. And you're right, people don't know what to say and therefore don't say anything. But the truth is, it's okay to say anything. It's almost just to show that you do care and that you're concerned about what's going on with those families.
Here's Jameson again to Ollie Robinson outside, to Jamie Smith, beg your pardon, and it's ended up in the slip cordon. I think Jamie Smith looked to cut that. Well, congratulate. I know it's a really busy day for you. I know you're doing the media rounds. We loved your time here, and you've got an old mate alongside.
Well, I was just getting out of the media centre, going to have my first glass of champagne of the day, and Harmy dragged me in. So
looks like I'm buying again.
Yeah, exactly. I did see Harmony with a big piece of chocolate cake, I must admit.
He had
so-
two
That's
yesterday.
my second one. I'm going to finish that now. Straussy, from the bottom of my heart, a brilliant day, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much. Pleasure to be here.
Jameson into Smith once again, pushes it to extra cover. Thank you, Andrew. Thanks so much for your time. Really good to have you for a few minutes. And just wherever you're listening in the world, and we're up to, I think, over 30 countries and territories around the world now. You may not be able to text to donate, but you can pledge £10, £20, whatever you can afford. It is going to a great cause. Just log on to the Ruth Strauss Foundation website. You'll find the process very simple and straightforward, and very valuable and worthwhile. Here's Jameson again as Jamie Smith opens the face of the bat and runs it down very nicely down towards the third boundary. It's Devon Conway. I think there might be two Devon Conways on the field. I mean, he's everywhere.
He's gone from deep point to deep point. I mean, he's doing the full width of it. Well, that's what you get for dropping catches. I mean, that's what you get for dropping catches. So, yeah, see you later, Devon Conway.
47 overs gone now. That was the last ball of the over. And tell you what, if Jamie Smith can add another 20 or 30. Well, that might be being greedy. It's already a very important innings for England. 38 from 47 balls. For a man who's averaged 9 over the last month, it
is.
I mean, it's not going to stand out in his career record, but in a very low scoring Test match, this has been a mighty important innings. I mean, just like 20 in a Test match like this can make a difference. Here is Nathan Smith, bowls, looks for the Yorker right up in the block hole, and it's clipped away by Robinson, who, remember, made a county championship 100. It's about a month ago now, isn't it? So yeah, in that extraordinary game, it was at the Oval, wasn't it? Sussex were
Sussex
were 120 for 8 and ended up with 340.
They ended up passing the follow-on, didn't they? So they ended up getting a draw, yeah. But I think this, from a Jamie Smith's point of view, I think this is why they want him to bat 6. This is why I said to you, after the Ashes, that it might be a good thing for Smith to go and think like a batter, play like a batter.
Here's Nathan Smith again, bowls, and Robinson's going to have a swing here, and he's not entirely timed it out of the middle of the bat, but enough to pick up 4 over mid-on. And that's, again, I'm not saying this on the basis that it has to work for it to be justified. I'm saying it's justified now. Have a little counter-attack, you make a quick 20-30.
Absolutely. I mean, the score, the total's over 200 anyway, and then you stand there as a lower order player, possibly waiting for one with your name on it. So you might as well try and get a few before you have that one with your name on it. And he's got a good eye. He's got a really good eye, has Ollie Robinson.
220 the lead now as Robinson slaps one again, gives himself some room, taking a leaf out of Kyle Jameson's approach in the lower order, and he's just back to giving himself a bit of room, backing the eye. He's trusting, that there's not going to be too much lavish sieve movement with the ball into its 48th over. So this is as good a time as any to have a hit.
It is, and there'll be people saying, well, why are you not batting for Smith at the other end? But if you can play this way in a natural way, Ollie Robinson, I'd rather Ollie Robinson play this way than Josh Tongue possibly play this way. Josh Tongue was more of a nudger and nerdler and a blocker, and same with Shoaib Bashir. If you've got somebody like Robinson and Atkinson who can hit the ball, then Robinson should play this way, even though he's got a batter at the other end.
Nathan Smith in short, pull shot attempted from Robinson, and he's floored him. Only because he lost his footing. His stud slipped as he tried to pull that one through mid-wicket. It's slightly comical. It looked like he'd been shot. He just went down in a heap.
I think Jamie Smith's looking for a single, and unfortunately, he's Robinson's got one in the unmentionables, didn't he? It was a no ball as well, so he got one a lower thick edge. Oh, into the unmentionables. Ouch.
Yeah,
bullseye.
He's got the requisite and appropriate protection, but you never get hit there and don't feel it.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny for everybody else apart from you.
Bit of a slog field being set by New Zealand now for Ollie Robinson. That's short, and he's backed away again, pulled it out towards deep mid-wicket, and that's Tom Latham out there, the captain at deep mid-wicket. And for a moment he thought he was in business for a catch, but it landed a dozen yards short of him, and he fielded it on the bounce. Robinson 9, Jamie Smith 38, and England 197 for 7, leading by 224. I was quite surprised that Jeremy Coney was really quite adamant that 250 would be out of reach. I thought that, there's an outside chance.
You know what? I mean, once you've got the game in front of you, you know where you're going. I still think 220, 250 could be, you could get about one big partnership.
Well, it's 224 now, as this one is defended by Jamie Smith. But he said 250 too much. And I could see a way that, but it will take someone to roll the dice. It will take a couple of players to take the game on.
And have New Zealand got them? I'm not so sure. I think England have them. I think if this was the other way around, I'm still thinking, England can go, and last innings, England go and chase 225, 250, not a problem. Because they've got an anchor in Root who, I mean, is indeed in English conditions, top player. Mavericks in Brook and Smith and Stokes.
Played away defensively this time as Nathan Smith forces Jamie Smith to knock that one up towards mid-on. Daryl Mitchell can get on with it if he plays. If he puts his T20 hat on. Or
he could, but there's not.
Ravindra's got the shots.
Players, it's about, obviously they're getting off to a good start. I'd be more confident England getting this than New Zealand getting this. I also look at England's bowlers and go, I'm not going to go Ollie Robinson again, but you're looking at Ollie Robinson. What's he going to be like a part of a test match? Gus Atkinson's hardly played. He only bowled 5 overs in that first innings. He's hardly played a great deal of cricket. Josh Tongue was asked a lot of, and I know England didn't bowl that much. To go back to the trying to get more out of Josh Tongue would probably be the spearhead. So both sides have got, I think, vulnerabilities in potentially either defending 250 or chasing 250.
I'd be very interested to know what Jarrod Kimber thinks about New Zealand chasing 250 in the 4th innings. And fortunately, he's right next to me.
Tom Latham, 120 off 80 balls.
Tom Latham. Short and pulled away by Ollie Robinson through mid-wicket. There's a chase on. It is Latham out there at long on. They've gone through for a couple. Seriously, what's your chances? What odds?
Are you not slightly over-indexing on the fact that it looks easier to bat now because the ball's a bit softer?
Yes, I absolutely am.
So I don't want to say you're wrong. I really just want to see what the first 5 overs look like with the new ball.
Oh, I'm not saying.
Then I'll say you're wrong.
I'm not saying that.
You said that they would chase it 83 times out of 100.
Who said that?
You, didn't you? 250? No. 300. You said they'd chase 300 here. 2 wickets down.
What?
Are these not things you said?
No. No. Stop it. What odds would you give on New Zealand chasing 250? What I mean, like 5 to 1, 10 to 1? 20 to 1? How unlikely is it?
14 to 1.
Oh. Okay.
So the same odds that the South African women's team have of winning the Women's World Cup.
They gone out to 14 to 1?
Yeah.
On what basis? Shabnam Ismail's
Not really.
back.
I don't really understand it either.
They were 8 to 1 last week. Wow, that's interesting. 199 for 7. Ollie Robinson 12. Jamie Smith 38. See, I'd go 8 to 1. New Zealand chasing 250. 270, I'm going 15 to 1. I think they've got a chance at 250. Anyway, England are 226 ahead at the moment with 3 wickets in hand. Lots of room here giving, and he's got away top edge for 4. Ollie Robinson, gosh, when I say he's given himself lots of room, he's 2 foot outside leg stump. He's taken a big step outside leg stump, had a wild swish, got a top edge, and it's trundled on down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
Yeah, Ollie Robinson, not a bad defence. We've seen him for long periods of time defend right under his eyes, but he doesn't mind just every now and again having a big whack, and he was almost off the pitch when he played that shot.
I still find this field weird. 4 men on the leg side boundary, mid-on, halfway back. Jameson in a goal, bowls to Ollie Robinson, who he slaps it through the offside. There is a man on the cover boundary, but they'll come back for 2. I know that you want. I don't know, Jarrod. I mean, like with the pitch doing so much, seaming, and by bowl properly. It's not easy to hit length ball. 4 men on the leg side boundary. You're giving the runs away at a time when they are precious.
Yeah, I also think what we haven't seen in this game at all is, okay, let's say a mini partnership gets set. Why not just put everyone in a ring, take the slips out for a minute, and see if you can just put some pressure back on them by stopping scoring?
Jameson in again, and Robinson tries the uppercut. He has a short ball, and there is a fly slip in place. Looks like Glenn Phillips rather than Glenn Mitchell. He's now gone. Glenn Mitchell, he's no longer. Glenn Phillips is at fly slip, and Robinson was looking to try and clear him. He's come in a couple of yards now.
Isn't that Daryl Mitchell down there, though?
Yes. Then for Kane Williamson is the solitary slip. And
so you got the name right and you got the person wrong. Those two, you're really struggling. They don't look or sound all that much familiar to each other, do they?
Similar.
That's the word I was looking for.
I do find Ben Stokes does this as well. I mean, but 4 men on the leg side boundary, mid on. He's actually more than halfway back, 3/4 of the way back. There's a run wherever Ollie Robinson wants it. He's England's number 9. He's got 18 off 10 though, so he's hit the ball well, and it's short and pulled away out towards deep mid wicket. But easy runs, easy runs. I mean, right now, if Robinson stopped slogging with this field, he could take another dozen runs, 15 runs, and along with Jamie Smith, before Tom Latham would even think about changing the field, and then suddenly the lead's 250.
Yeah, we saw it this morning. We've seen it this afternoon. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, but there is, teams do go to this method quite a lot. The interesting thing is that if I was Ollie Robinson, I'd be like, I'll just take the singles then.
But exactly, that's exactly my point. Jameson in once again. Jamie Smith nudges it out to Williamson at 4th slip, I suppose.
To be fair though, Ollie Robinson wasn't just taking the singles, because a minute ago he was off the pitch playing a slog. So maybe they're thinking he'll go anyway.
Well, I mean, you're going to look a bit of a chop, aren't you, if you do hole out to one of the 4 men on the leg side boundary. It's the right thing to do. Like, you've spread the field. Yeah, that's job done. You've made 19 off 11. That's a very good job. But you've spread the field. That's an equally good job. Take as many cheap, risk-free runs as you possibly can. Force a change. 49 overs gone. 206 for 7. Lead is 233.
I think Jameson's coming off at that end. It looks like O'Rourke has been warming up for a couple of overs, so I assume Jameson will go away. It'd be interesting to see if O'Rourke bowls to a similar field, or they just let him bowl like he bowls normally with a proper human field.
Well, there's an orthodox field for Jamie Smith. It's interesting. I mean, England's number 6 has 2 slips and a gully and a normal look at cricket field. The number 9 has spread the fielders. Nathan Smith continues with a short ball and guided away by Robinson. That's clever cricket. That's 4, and he steered it. Smart. That's the man who scored an unbeaten 100 for Sussex in the second championship match of the season. That's clever. That's not slogging. He knew where the gap was. Am I giving him too much credit? I don't think so.
No, the only thing I would say is if you had a conventional field in, he probably can't play that shot because there's good catches there. So, you give him the opportunity to play that, but it was beautiful timing. I mean, they've got, 6 guys out on the boundary, and the number 9s have scored the easiest boundary you'll ever see. So, what are we doing here?
I think Tom Latham's overthinking it. Just stick to what brought you 4 wickets for the cost of 1 run as England collapsed from 126 for 2 to 127 for 6. A slap shot attempted now by Ollie Robinson outside the off stump, and he misses it. Maybe kept a bit low, squatted it on him a bit. Robinson's 23 off 12. That's he's not going to be. Remember, people won't be talking about Ollie Robinson's 23 off 12 balls in well, a month's time probably. But gosh, it feels like it's changed the game, doesn't it?
I mean, I think they already had a lot of runs, but yeah, it's certainly. Here we go. There's something wrong with the ball. Daryl Mitchell's just going up to say to the umpire. The problem here is we're not getting wickets. Can you find one that will give us wickets? To be fair, that last ball swung anyway, didn't it? So might have just got a little bit out of shape.
Odd that it should be Daryl Mitchell taking it to the umpire. He hasn't bowled. He's fielding at extra cover. And it's him that, rather than the bowler or the captain.
Well, Latham is a long way away from the umpire.
Yes, that's right, he is. There's Nathan Smith runs in once again from the nursery end. Short, pulled out towards deep mid-wicket. He's hitting it very cleanly, is Ollie Robinson at the moment, and that's travelled extremely quickly out to deep mid-wicket. And another run. Robinson moves on to 23 from 13 balls. 210 for 7. The lead is 237. I think I wonder, I mean, at this stage it would seem careless of England if they gave their wickets away. You know, don't ever assume you've got too many. We actually have seen very few top order or middle order or even lower order batsmen giving their wickets away. You know, there haven't been too many out slogging or playing recklessly. It's the bowlers have all bowled well on both sides, but at this stage, you know, I think England really, you just never know when another couple of runs, how important they might be in the final equation. This one is clipped away by Jamie Smith for a single down towards fine leg. And the total moves up to 211 for 7. It's just too late for part-timers, isn't it? Too late for spinners, is it? But when there is a frustrating lower order partnership, sometimes captains do think, well, if I bring a spinner on, he'll slug one up in the air.
I mean, Ratchan Ravindra is not the worst choice to come on now, is he?
Well, I wouldn't have thought so.
But the problem with Ratchan Ravindra is he doesn't. You kind of want a spinner who bowls more like Travis Head or Dean Elgar. Slower, do you know what I mean? Gentler.
Too slow to hit. No pace on it. That's chopped away in the air, and just for a moment, Devon Conway thought that might carry to him at deep backward point, but it didn't, and it's just a single.
I wonder if the short wide one will work here.
That was the short one.
Well, they bowled 3 of them, hasn't he? I don't understand what Smith is doing. Surely you just keep this. It's funny, when he bowled to Smith, Jamie Smith, a minute ago, he bowled the best ball of the over because he had a proper batter on strike, and he just bowled one at the top of off and middle stump, got an inside edge to fine leg, so he got a single, that's fine. And then Robertson comes back and he bowls a half tracker outside off stump again.
Nathan Smith in, bowled him, that's got through. Jamie Smith's gone, kept low, but Smith didn't he didn't come forward at all. I mean, no apportioning blame. Jarrod, you have a look at the replay. Is that nipped back? Has that just gone straight on?
I think it angled in, but it just kept very low, didn't it?
Yeah.
Again, we've seen that happen a lot. He maybe made it look a little bit worse by the way he played it, but I think most players are going to miss that ball more often than not. Let's have a look. Did it move at all? Maybe, but it went under the bat, didn't it? So, fair enough to Jamie Smith. But it's funny, if you stop bowling wide short balls, man, suddenly you have a lot bigger chance of getting a wicket. People should look into that.
Good innings from Jamie Smith. The man has struggled to get to double figures in the last month, the last 4 rounds of county championship cricket after a rampaging start which included 2 centuries for Surrey. But yeah, again, it's not a landmark innings, not a half century, but it's 39 really important runs. I mean, he was watching as that astonishing collapse of 4 for 1 in 11 balls. I mean, that's as dramatic as it gets, especially when it includes Joe Root, Harry Brook, and Ben Stokes. Wickets that fell for the addition of just 1 run. That hurts. That really, really hurts. But England have rebuilt thanks to Jamie Smith and Ollie Robinson. I mean, you know, he's got a quarter century now. He's 25 not out. It's 213 for 8. The lead is 240. Harmy's back after sampling the chocolate cake. He wasn't sure after the first day, whether it was up to scratch. So he was forced to test drive another piece on day 2. Hopefully it was up to muster.
It was definitely up to muster. I don't think so much the test driving bit. It was the second bit. It was the first bit went down lovely, and I just wasn't sure if I could fit another bit in. But I soldiered on. I struggled on. I managed to get it in.
Well done for completing the task. It was pushed away this time by Ollie Robinson. I like that. That's he's batting cleverly now. So he's rattled the bowlers. Tom Latham is setting, I think, overly overthought fields. I mean, 4 men on the leg side for England's number 9. I know the bowlers are tired. I know it's been a long day, but you still, I think, you want to predominantly bowl properly. Have a couple of men out for the slog, but having 6 on the boundary, when you're already going to have to chase the highest score in the match in the 4th innings, just seems it's not even overly defensive isn't the right word. As I say, just slightly overthought. And anyway, it's Will O'Rourke now continuing, and this one crashes into Josh Tongue's pads. First delivery for England's number 10, 214 for 8. The lead is 241. And it looks like whatever happens from here, Harmy, we are going to have a 3-day test.
We are going to have a 3-day test, unless the forecast is right for tomorrow. We might get 40, 45 overs in. That might still be enough for a 3-day test. But I agree with you when you're talking about the hedging your bets. When you've got men in front of square on the boundary on both sides, it's telling you that you're, especially against a number 9, a number 8 and number 9, it doesn't make sense.
Doesn't to me. I was hoping you might make sense of it for me. Rourke in and nudged away defensively by Tongue. No,
it doesn't. It doesn't make sense in a way which is right. You block one side of the ground off, and if you think he's playing the big shot, which obviously Ollie Robinson is, you block one side of the ground off, and you have your men on the boundary behind square on the other side. So if you think he's slogging across the line, then you have your 3 men out on the leg side. You might have a deep point just behind square, and then a third in the deep for that little uppercut. But that's all you need. The rest you can have in catching positions.
O'Rourke in again. That's a lovely straight drive. Gosh, that's one of the most proper and effective shots of the day. Really classic straight drive from Josh Tongue. Didn't back away, didn't try to do anything other than play the ball on its merits, and it was slightly too full. Never easy to drive against a man who's 6'8", whatever length he's bowling, unless it's really full. I don't think that was a half volley. Maybe I'm wrong, but it was a lovely shot for 4.
It was a beautiful shot for 4. Me and John were having a conversation late last night about who probably had the best shot, who timed the best in that first innings, and I said Josh Tongue off the back foot when he hit it through sort of cover point.
Yes,
that was beautiful.
It was. O'Rourke in again, bowled, defended nicely this time by Josh Tongue. He's off the mark with that 4, 218 for 8, with Ollie Robinson on an enterprising. I mean, he had some luck. He had a big top edge over the keeper's head, and he's had a couple of plays and misses. But do you know what? Having spread the field, and what looks to my eye is having created a bit of panic in the New Zealand team, then Latham put 6 men on the boundary, 4 men on the leg side boundary. He then started to use his head. And
yeah, he has. But he's got a good cricket brain, Ollie Robinson. The cricket sense has never been an issue with Ollie.
2 slips in a gully and a leg gully as well. Leg slip. Oh, and he's glanced it between the keeper and the leg slip. Kane Williamson shakes his head in bewilderment. You don't ever or often see very much emotion, good or bad, from Kane Williamson, but he shakes his head and thinks he got away with one there. It was in at the hip, leg glance played, and it's clipped away, perfectly bisecting the keeper and the leg slip for 4 more. 51 overs gone. England almost up to that 250 lead now, 249 ahead at 222 for 8. Another word from Harmy, and it'll be John Norman for the next, I don't know how long, half probably.
Yeah, Will O'Rourke just straying on to the legs, down the leg side, down the slope from Josh Tongue. He's given the backside a little bit of a rub. I don't think he'd be bothered too much. It's at 249 ahead. England in a great position. Nathan Smith has run in and bowled brilliantly for New Zealand over these 2 days.
Smith again, targeting the pads of Ollie Robinson, who's having one of those comebacks when everything he tries pretty much pays off. And when you've experienced the dark days, you certainly appreciate the good ones, and he's having a good one.
He is, and he spoke about that last night. I thought it was a very good interview, or good pieces that I've seen, whether on some of the socials. He talked about, he didn't shirk it, he talked about not being in a position to be selected, lucky about being back from England, which is great to say, great to hear. Yeah, he's owned that he made a mistake, and he put that right yesterday, did he not?
Here's Smith. This is pitched up, and driving is Josh Tongue. 4 not out. Ollie Robinson is 27, 223 for 8. Nathan Smith 1 away from joining Cole Jamieson and Ollie Robinson on the honours board. And he's bowled really well. New Zealand will be ruining some slapdash fielding in the first session today, and maybe a brain fade of captaincy. 3 reviews and you don't take one. But that's the game, and they are still just about in this match, as Smith again draws a defensive shot from Tongue. 2 slips in a gully, and mid on and mid off with a catching shortish mid wicket with Rashan Ravindra with hands in pockets. He's had a torturous 2 days, 2 drop catches and a first baller. Surely it can only get better from here. Fine leg, and there's a deep point as well. Matt Henry has bowled today, and he's been a touch unfortunate as well. Seen one bisect first and second slip. There was that LBW which wasn't reviewed. He has picked up a wicket as well, but it's Smith bowling from the nursery end, and again Tongue defending in and around off stump. All the fun of the fair when Nathan Smith, Ollie Robinson is at the crease with field spread and short balls aplenty, but a little bit of normal cricket. And after a 16 wicket day yesterday, we have had another 12 today. We expect a few more, but it doesn't seem quite as difficult to bat today as it was yesterday. Floodlights are on, quite high white, light cloud above us, touch of grey, and this is a drive from Tongue, which is fielded by William O'Rourke at mid off.
I think another example of not being able to time it on this surface. The very first over of this Test match, you know, Manthorp talking about the sound of Ben Duckett's bat and not being able to time it that well. Again, there, you know, many batters throughout this Test match is not being able to time it that well. And again, Josh Tongue, yes, he's a number 10, but it just doesn't seem as though this surface is. It's not a great surface for Test match cricket, but it's not a good one for batting and being able to time the ball on.
Yeah, there will be questions about this pitch. You imagine as well, I'm not sure how this ball has missed the pads, the wicket, or the inside edge of Josh Tongue's bat. It's gone through to Blundell behind the stumps. Oh, that has gone very, very close to the off stump. And I don't think Nathan Smith is going to come any closer to a fifer.
No, he's not. If he never ever gets on the honours board at Lords, I mean, that's as close as you'll ever come. Has that gone through? Oh, that's gone just past off stump, probably just over the off stump as well. We get a better view here, John. This will be a good view from a replay point of view. But an excellent action from, you know, energy through the crease from Nathan Smith. Gone a little bit wider, bowling up the hill. We didn't actually see the stumps, but his reaction tells. Reaction says 1,000 words.
He has a repeatable action, doesn't
Very
he?
repeatable action, which is good.
Here comes William O'Rourke from the pavilion. The field is spread. It's a short delivery, and moving across to the offside goes Ollie Robinson. Tries to glance it fine. Actually, he probably moved a touch too far. Otherwise, that would have been a relatively simple 4. The field is spread. There's a fine leg, deep backwards square leg. There's a fielder on the cover boundary. Mid-off is pushed back about 2/3 of the way back to the boundary. Same for mid off, which is a touch deeper, and then there's a fielder about 2/3 of the way out, extra cover with a deep backward point and a gully, and that's where the ball goes. The gully. Kane Williamson alongside Blundell directly behind the batter, and then Daryl Mitchell just below us to the right, kind of fly slip position. I mean, I don't know, whenever you see this kind of bowling in these fields placements, you kind of seem to have the same conversation.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you need the sort of the extra cover in the deep for, especially if you're going to bowl short.
There's going to be some shot to get it there. Short, and it's defended down to Kane Williamson, who's just come a touch closer.
Maybe it's to Kane Williamson to throw the ball back to him, to give it to the bowler, because that's the closest he is to the bowler. Ollie Robinson's played it well here. He really has, since he's got the field spread. He's not looked to that big shot. He's looked to guide it. He's looked to deflect it. He knows there's runs on offer.
The lead for New Zealand, or rather England's now up to 250. O'Rourke is in, and this has gone to the left of Williamson. And Daryl Mitchell down below us, and yes, a single. I think, what was the test match? It might well have been here. I think it was the Ashes test, where we seemed to have a session of short pitch bowling, and England were bowling to Australia, and it was just like this for an hour and a half. It was quite dull.
I can't remember what happened yesterday. Never mind what happened last year. Jog me memory. I'll get a little bit, but
O'Rourke, and this is pitched up to Josh Tongue, who comes forward, and the ball balloons in the air for a second or two, but to the left of O'Rourke, who can't get anywhere near it in his follow through. Could have gone back to the bowler on another day, but that day isn't today. It's great to have you and Sandra Strauss together in the commentary box an hour or so ago. You shared in some wonderful times for England, didn't you?
yeah.
What did you have, about 5 years together?
More than that, because we went in the National Academy in 2000, 2001 together.
But as England players, 2004 to 2009 would it have been, dropped into the offside by Josh Tongue. End of the over. I don't think England will mind that too much. He takes a single. The score moves along to 225 for 8, a lead of 251.
Yeah, I first came across Straussy. I mean, he's the poshest person I've ever met. And you know, the fighting qualities was so evident. First time we sort of come across him in that National Academy, unbelievable player. He showed leadership qualities during that time. You know, as fit as they come, strong character, mentally tough. And then he got his chance in sort of 2004 when in that game, just seen Nasser in the corridor actually.
Right, Smith again, bowled him. Josh Tongue's been squared up, and that is a handsome fifer for Nathan Smith. Beating all ends up, the tail ender. He likes a bit of rabbit pie. And Nathan Smith has taken wickets consistently through this innings. The crowd has just come to realise that there will be a new name on the honours board. And that is that for Josh Tongue. They do say bowl for top of off, and that's exactly what Nathan Smith's done, and he's got the wicket, and England are 9 down.
Yeah, if you bowl at tail enders and you bowl 6 balls at the top of the stumps and you don't get a wicket, the likelihood is you won't go for any runs. If you do it again the following over, the likelihood is if you bowl 12, you've got a great chance of getting a number 9, 10 or 11 out. But if there's anybody deserved a 5 on this ground, you know, you'd say Ollie Robinson deserved it off the back of that opening spell yesterday. Kyle Jamieson, the way he's worked. So 3 5s on this ground this week over the course of a day and 3 quarters have been richly deserved because they've been all about hearts. Yes, the pitch has been very, very helpful, but you've still got to put the ball in the right area. And I think Nathan Smith has backed his 5 for up in Ireland and Belfast with a brilliant 5 for here today at Lords, and he's been the one that Tom Latham could not hold the attack together, but he's the one that he had Jamieson shorter spells, O'Rourke shorter spells, and when you're a bowler down, you probably need that third seamer to go that little bit above and beyond when you need that 2 overs extra, 3 overs extra out of somebody, because the durability point of view. So it's been a brilliant performance from Nathan Smith. He showed a lot of heart, a lot of skill, a lot of fight, a lot of courage, and he's going to be deserved to be on that honours board, which historically is fantastic, and it's a one for the family to enjoy.
And he's still got 5 balls left in the over. Shoaib Bashir, the new batter, and he's targeting the stumps again. Is Smith, defended by Bashir. 225 for 9 then. England lead by 252. And Nathan Smith following up that 6 for 40 in Belfast. He got wickets in the first innings. How many did he get actually? He got 3 in the first innings, so he can't get a 10-for, but he can pick up 9 for the match. Jarrod's back, and your microphone is now on.
I do like these red for Ruth hats, but they're not made for broadcasting, are they?
Here is Smith now, and Bashir comes forward, defends, and is beaten past the outside edge. 252 with, so if England are bowled out now, that would be the lead. That would be the target, rather. 253 would be the target. 252 is the lead. 30-odd overs remaining today. We won't get those in, of course.
Might be the last time we see Bashir for the match.
It almost certainly will.
I mean, he might get an over or 2 if there's a couple of left-handers together for a while. But
yeah, maybe. But
or if the pitch does flatten out. But no, luckily we don't.
On the pads, and Bashir, who's hopping around, and he seemed to really be enjoying his innings in the first innings. There was a couple of quite, I wouldn't say extravagant, but confident shots. There was certainly came back for a second very quickly. Looked like a guy who was wanting to bat, possibly because he knew he wasn't going to bowl.
I wonder if there's a little Nathan Lyon career arc if he sticks around for a long time, where he becomes a decent number 10.
I imagine that there would have been times in Australia that he would have questioned whether he would ever play for England again. Smith's in and lets this one go through. He's a brave man. We've seen quite a few dismissals from batters who've gambled that the ball was going past the stumps.
Well, Smith is hard to leave anyway because he bowls from so wide on the crease. The angle's coming back in. If he doesn't swing it, he doesn't even need to seam it back in.
Well, Ben Jones, our friend Ben Jones from CricViz, has tweeted out.
Friend of the show.
Friend of the show. According to PitchViz, based on the ball tracking data, Smith again. Oh, beats him, and possibly there was a misfield there from Blundell that could have allowed for a run, but Ollie Robinson wants to face the first ball of the next over. He didn't drop that, did he?
There was definitely a misfield. He fumbled the ball out back to leg slip, but they never even thought about running.
According to PitchViz, this is the most inconsistent surface for a test in England since records began. Records began what? 2006?
2006-7-ish. Sorry.
And in typical Ben Jones fashion, he signs off the tweet with, which is not ideal. And he's right.
You might have thought for $1 billion venture.
Well, of all the grounds in the world,
I think I do find it fascinating that the MCG and Lords have had so many troubles with actually just having a pitch that is not rubbish.
Robinson, short delivery, ducks out. Well, he doesn't quite duck out the way of it. He shapes to play and then drops his hands at the last minute and just kind of eases back to let the ball go through to Blundell.
And do you know what's worse about the Lords and the MCG pitches? They've been rubbish in different ways. There was the
Yeah.
time when it was like
oh, absolutely.
nothing happened off the Lord's surface. There was the one where we used to run along the ground at the MCG. There was the Mark Wood game. What did Mark Wood make at the MCG? 70 or something? When he batted with Alistair Cook. There's those kinds of pitches. Like there's a multitude of bad pitches. It's not just bad for bowlers or bad for batters. They've had both.
I lost the question of the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Oh, that's edged down to fly slip by Ollie Robinson. Does he take the single? He didn't. No, he stays where he is. 28. Which was the worst MCG pitch, dear listeners and viewers on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel? Was it the MCG Ashes pitch of 21-22 when Alistair Cook hit 250 odd? 5-day draw.
Mark Wood got a 70. Does that sound right?
Oh, I don't know. I had to report the entire match, and it was so bad. Pat Cummins was being sick in the outfield. Jackson Bird never bowled again. Or was it the 2-day test match of 2025-26? Get your votes in now. Oh, Fuller delivery. And Robinson tries to defend this ball, essentially, but with half a bat, and then gets an inside edge, which goes out to square leg and comes through for the single, which is a bit strange.
I don't know if you heard that in the stump mic, but Will O'Rourke got told off by father figure Kane Williamson there, because Will O'Rourke ran down the pitch to be like, oh, I can't believe I didn't get that out. But there was a half a chance of a run out because they wanted the second run. And Kane Williamson said, what are you doing? Get down the other end, is what I heard.
Fair. The 2025 World Test Championship final was basically a 3-day test too, says Gaz 3212. Same with this one. And
but that was a bad pitch in a different way, right? That's what I mean.
Well, that pitch is fine because South Africa won.
Yeah, but
let's be honest. If Australia won that test, there would have been a lot more angst about it.
No, I get that, but it's one of those things of like, I don't think you should have a pitch where it just keeps getting easier and easier to bat on. I don't know, maybe.
But we had that one. That was the test match when these two teams played, probably the last 2 times they've played here. 2017, was it 2018, when they both bowled out for 100 odd, then both made 400 odd. Left alone by Josh Tongue. The field is up for England's, not Josh Tongue, sorry, Shoaib Bashir. There's a short leg. There's a leg slip. 3 slips in place and a backward point. But yeah, but what can they do? Well, the only thing they can do is just rip it up.
Yeah, they're going to relay. I don't think they have a choice now.
Really? They do what they
cannot
want
have
here.
This is, especially if the 100 takes off and everything, and with all the tests they play here, they can't keep having it.
Isn't that part of the problem as well?
Well, I mean, that might be it. Maybe they should play more Eton games here. Maybe that's what helps.
O'Rourke's in. Oh, and Bashir tries to leave a ball that's coming back at him alone, and it kind of hits him in the belly. He's got a smile on his face as Shoaib Bashir. I just think he's just appreciating life.
I think when you see things like the MCG in this wicket, I think what we will see in the future is hybrid wickets. Geez, that has seemed sideways. Good luck, everyone. That's like an off spinner. These are just hitting cracks now, aren't they?
Well,
that can't be
hope.
normal seam bowling.
I don't know. Doesn't look very cracky. Oh, there's a shot for leg before wicket, and again Bashir's nowhere near this. This is kept a bit lower. Latham, well, O'Rourke's already turned round to walk back to his mark. Latham is still pursuing it, and he's going to review.
Can I just say one thing? Those last 2 balls, if I'm Bashir, I'll be like, I don't think I'd spin it this much. Like it is seaming so violently that a spinner wouldn't even do it.
Do you get? He is going for it, Harmy. Yeah. Is this dangerous for a number 11?
The ball seems to miss the bat. Can we have a try, please?
Yeah, I mean, most of the inconsistent bounce is low at the moment, isn't it?
Oh. Keep it going, please. Okay. Gap between bat and ball.
The fielders are going back to their marks, which tells you all you need to know whether this is going to be out or not.
I'm glad we're checking if he hit this on ultra edge. His bat was closer to us than it was to the ball.
Not got a lot going for it, that LBW shout. But New Zealand do have 2 left, didn't they? Or they did have 2 left, so...
Well,
I don't even think
didn't
they've
pitch
bothered
out-
showing it.
If it makes you feel better, it didn't pitch outside leg.
Yeah, that was a bad one. That was a bad one.
If you're a Kiwi fan, that probably won't make you feel any better. But
You know, the other thing is that ball pitched outside leg, but it was from a right-arm bowler bowling over the wicket. It wasn't a left-arm bowler bowling over the wicket or a left-arm bowler running around the wicket and pitching out a leg.
Yeah.
It was that bad.
it actually, that one wasn't missing the stumps as much as I originally thought it was going to, but it was still terrible.
Here we go.
Impact in line. Wickets missing. Thank you. I'll go back to Rod on field.
There we go. Not out.
Other than the fact it was too high and missing leg, it was a good shout.
I mean, do you get to a point where you think, hang on, Bashir, you know, I remember, what was it? Well, like when Chews got hurt by Brett Lee. This is dug out by Robinson. Nathan Smith bowling from the nursery ground. 226 for 9. Harmy's commentating at the back of the box again.
Do you reckon he does it at home?
Oh, without a doubt. Definitely.
Do you?
No. Maybe in my head, but that's different. Robinson, 29 on out. He's not faced a lot of deliveries. This is played back to the bowler. Smith collects with his left hand and just walks back to his mark. No run.
I sometimes find myself about a minute into a very deep explanation about a cricket thing to one of my children or my wife.
Oh, no, I don't do that to my wife. Absolutely
And I look
not.
up. Yeah, but my wife knows
Yeah,
is
no,
a
your
cricket
wife
fan
does.
compared to yours. But
No,
even so.
No, your wife is a cricket fan.
Yeah.
No comparison needed.
Specifically,
she is a cricket fan.
Specifically compared to yours, but even without it. But I'm about a minute into the explanation where I was like, they don't care. They didn't even see the ball I'm talking about. They're not even watching the game. They're playing. They've got the switch on.
Short delivery, and Robinson just flexes his shoulders, ducks, and lets it go through.
Other video game consoles are available, but if anyone wants to send me a free Switch, also that's available. Yeah. So that does happen quite a bit in our house, where I find myself about a minute in going, see, you see the angle here makes it look like this.
What are you doing here? Sam Ellard's in the commentary box with us.
He's really
Offering
sprayed himself.
nothing.
I don't know, I would say that. He's got a lovely potpourri.
I thought you were going to say pot belly.
I would never say that.
On the pads and defended. 226 for 9. What were we talking about before Sam sat down and just killed the conversation?
That's kind of what he does, isn't it? We talked about Sam a lot today. We talked about...
No, Harmy talks about Sam a lot.
And Sam wasn't even listening to us. Did
the
you hear
thing
the
is
conversation about wings and things? No. We took Sam to a Solution wings restaurant, and it was outside on a wooden planks where we ate it, and he didn't like that. That wasn't clean enough. And then we had all these stray cats underneath us, and it freaked him out. So I've never seen anyone enjoy good food less.
Smith, and it's agricultural slog back past the bowler with no timing. This is actually better from England to Robinson, rather than just pushing the field all over the place and bowling it
Zealand, you
short.
mean?
Sorry,
Yeah.
from New Zealand. He hasn't scored a run for a while. Sorry, Sam, you can sit there if you want. Yeah, go on. I don't mind. At least you're on camera, so when we mention you, the viewers know who we're talking about. It's Harmy. Steps away, and this should be caught at mid-wicket. It's gone very high. It is New Zealand after all, but it's been taken. And England's innings has come to an end. Nathan Smith has taken his 6th wicket. Robinson, the last man to go. 226 all out. And if New Zealand to win this first test match, they're going to have to chase the highest score in the match. 254 the target. Well done, Nathan Smith. Brilliant, brilliant bowling effort from him. But really, from New Zealand's perspective, they probably would have taken this after giving up a 27-run lead on first innings. But the hard work really starts now.
Yeah, Manus was talking about how easy or hard it is to chase 250 on this surface, and we'll probably know in the next 20 minutes. It's the hard ball.
I'll refer you back to the Ben Jones tweet.
Yeah, it's not ideal. And I think one of the reasons that England made extra runs there was that the ball got a little bit soft. So New Zealand's only chance really is to get to the 25-30 over mark, only 1 or 2 wickets down, which, to be fair, England kind of did, and then very good bowling pulled it back. So England still have to bowl well here. I don't think it's not like there's no chance of New Zealand winning this game, but it's so tough. The ball's still swinging a little bit. The seam movement is violent at times, and there's inconsistent bounce. It doesn't sound fun.
Nathan Smith taking 5 for at Lord's. Lord's is now the first Test ground to see 205 wicket innings hauls. Can you name all 200?
Yes, I can. So the first one was...
Nathan Smith. That applause you can hear is the members in the long room applauding Nathan Smith. Maybe the umpires as well, as they walk through the long room back to the dressing rooms. We're going to have a little change of innings, of course. I mean, let's throw it out there, Jarrod. There's been a huge difference batting here at Lord's when the sun's out, and this, as in regard to when it isn't. Floodlights are still on, but it's actually as pleasant a picture as we've seen all day. So that's something that the Kiwis will possibly cling on to. But will their approach be different, do you think, at the start of the innings? Are they going to essentially try to do to Ollie Robinson what England did to Scott Boland in 2023 and try and knock him off his length?
Absolutely not.
But should they?
I think in the first innings they batted on off stump, which is a plan that they had coming into the UK, and some of them used their crease as well, and that didn't work. I think that was their 2 plans, and in one innings that sort of disappeared. Me and Jeremy were talking about this on the way home last night of like, what's the 3rd plan? Because Tom Latham can't switch hit or ramp or sweep the quick bowlers, can he? Do you know what I mean? So there is an element of they're just going to have to bat right. If you look at Will O'Rourke on this pitch when he batted, if you play the ball right underneath your eyes, you can stay in for a little while. Unfortunately, the problem for New Zealand is if they do that, probably we're going to have one ball every now and again that rolls along the ground. So it's hard. It's very hard. But, if they can get to that 25, 28, 30 over mark without too many wickets down, they give themselves a chance, even if they don't have many runs on the board.
I think the stage is set for a Bazball approach. I think we've watched enough Test cricket over the years to know that if you just play your normal game and play every ball on its merits, you're going to get out.
I don't disagree with that. I just don't know if Tom Latham has a Bazball gear.
So I don't think Latham necessarily does that, because I thought of the batters, and he didn't score a lot of runs, but his method seemed to work more than anybody else's in the top 5 in that first innings, okay?
If you're going to Bazball this...
everybody else, Conway can Bazball. He is a white ball player. Well, he's going to have to.
He's a white ball player.
Williamson, you trust to play his game. Ravindra's going to have to Bazball.
Okay. So
Mitchell's going to have to Bazball.
If you're going to Bazball, you open with Ravindra.
Yeah, I think you've got to do something.
You move Latham down to 7.
Or Phillips.
Probably Ravindra, because he can open the batting in limited overs cricket.
Well, I mean...
But the problem is, Latham can't do it, Williamson can't do it, Conway probably can't do it anymore in the way that he used to at his best. There's a lot of guys at the top that just don't have that gear.
I agree with the promoting somebody up the order.
Matt Henry. Jamieson? Nathan
I just
Smith.
think it's no, it's not a free hit. But if you were to say that New Zealand could move from, I wonder what Crickviz has for them as a percentage to win this match. I'm guessing it's around between, I think it's probably going to be about 12%. Yeah?
12% seems friendly, doesn't it?
Maybe a bit less. would suggest that if New Zealand were to get through Ollie Robinson's opening spell of 6 or 7 overs without losing a wicket, that would jump to about 20%.
Okay.
Right? If that is the case, then I think it's almost worth sticking somebody up there to try and take him on.
So, what percentage chance did you say?
I said 12.
New Zealand.
Yeah.
The betting market thinks a 35% chance of this.
Well,
You think there are Niel Manthorp?
yeah, but the 35%, the betting always. Oh no, actually that's not quite true, is it? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Oh, look. Let's have a look. Wow, wow, I'm way off. 49%. It's a 50-50 game according to CricViz, but then they're chasing stats.
Well, that's actually not what CricViz just told us a minute ago. It would be a phenomenal. No, it's not a 49%.
It's not a 50-50
I think even
game.
35 is moving on.
I just don't see that. I mean, what I do see is batting does get easier, the sun's out, and if they have a little bit of luck, they could get to 60 for 1, and we're all thinking, yeah. If they can get to that 35 over stage, 3 or 4 down, then they become favourites. But that is massive. That's a massive ask.
That's what I'm suggesting. Look, there are paths that they have. I cannot see them as a 50% chance to chase this. I can't see them as a 35% chance to chase this. I'm not even sure they chase this 1 in 4. Right? Maybe 1 in 6, 1 in 8.
That's yeah. So what's 1 in 8? What's that? That's about 15% chance. So I said 12%. So we're kind of there, right? I think when you've got a 15% chance of winning a game, you do something different. I think this is what we've been saying consistently about the England team.
Yeah, agreed. I get that. I just don't think. I'm just not sure this is a team that is set up to do what you want it to do.
No.
What are you going to do?
I totally agree.
You're not going to send Blundell up to slog, are you?
No, but you would send
O'Rourke?
No, but I do think you would put Ravindra up there.
Okay.
And drop Latham down to 6.
Okay. What if we did something different here?
Yeah.
Are you ready? What if you open with O'Rourke and see how much new ball he can take?
Yes. No. This is what I'm saying.
I'm in.
If we are
Send him a message.
If we are suggesting that the odds of a New Zealand win jump so much by getting through that Ollie Robinson spell, bearing in mind you've still got Josh Time to come, but if we're saying that, then I think it's worth sending somebody in there just to see that spell off. Eat up as much of that as you can, and not sending him out there to swing for the hills. Send him out there to block.
To block to the valleys.
Block.
Are we
Block
getting
for the
closer
puddles.
to a period in Test cricket where we will see this with the World Test Championship and teams playing for points a little bit more? Because you wouldn't have, what you're suggesting definitely wouldn't have happened a few years ago. But now, I wonder if we're not getting closer and closer to teams just being like, actually, this makes sense.
It used to have, at the end of a day, they'd just send in 2 night watch just to, that was in the 30s,
I
right?
can tell you that Will O'Rourke
Manners is
has
coming
not
in,
come
by the
in. Will O'Rourke has not come in to open the batting. He might be
By the
too
way,
tired.
I wasn't on commentary when Jamieson and O'Rourke were batting together, but it looked great.
We had a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
2 tallest batters. Has there been 2 taller batters alongside each other?
So what's O'Rourke, 6'4"?
6'4" and 6'8". I'll leave you to ponder that. Manners is coming in. I'm sure he'll. Morning Morkel must have.
No, because Morne Morkel didn't play with Marco
Who
Janssen.
was that amazingly tall Australian? Was it Copeland? No, Peter George.
2-metre Peter.
Yeah, he must have. Who
would he have batted with?
See, there's only ever one of them.
Yeah.
Of them. Sounds wrong. Right, Manners is coming in. He can possibly continue this conversation or just forget it.
Mohammed Irfan and Shaheen Afridi. That'd be 6'4" and 7 foot. Yeah. No, I have no idea. I might have made it up. It may never have happened in cricket. So we're going to start around the wicket. And it's Atkinson still from the members' end. Robinson still can't get the first. I suppose maybe it's more to do with ends. Niel Manthorp.
It would only an Australian would describe the pavilion end as the members' end.
It's the members' end.
It is.
where the members sit.
It is, but it's called the pavilion end. It's the members' end at the MCG and the SCG and the Adelaide Oval.
It's where the members sit. This is the press box end, because it's the press where the press box is.
It's the nursery end. Now then, it's an orthodox-looking field, Jarrod. I'm going
Would you have sent
20%. I'm going 1 in 5.
Would you have sent Will O'Rourke in?
Do you know what? It's a very interesting question because New Zealand have done that in a test match at Centurion Park in South Africa. Gus Atkinson's first delivery to Tom Latham, I beg your pardon, steered into the gully where it's fielded by Jacob Bethel. And
who did they open with?
I'm tempted to go Kyle Mills.
Okay.
But he opened and in the 4th innings because it was the absolute ultimate new ball test match. Like 70% of the wickets fell to the new ball, and then thereafter it flattened out, and the lower middle order scored all the runs. Here's Atkinson again. Oh, he's edged it, has he? It's come off the pad. It's a definite deflection. We all heard it, and so did England, and they instinctively appealed, and then instinctively all looked at their feet because they knew it wasn't out, and it's maybe just come off the thigh pad, but definite noise. It didn't sound right. It was a soft noise rather than a hard noise.
New Zealand have also opened the batting with Danny Morrison, who at one stage had the world record for the most amount of ducks.
That was when they needed something like 5 to win.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and Danny Morrison said, it'd be my only chance to hit the winning runs in a test match. Edged! Gone! Taken by Brook at second slip. Latham is driving at a full pitch delivery outside the off stump, and the New Zealand captain has gone. Straightforward catch to Harry Brook at second slip. The wicket in the first over. This test match continues. Well, it's falling off a cliff today. It's going very, very quickly.
I'm not sure Will O'Rourke would have lasted fewer than 3 balls. Just saying.
I think Will O'Rourke, there's every chance that Will O'Rourke would have survived longer than
he wouldn't have played
3
that
balls.
shot, whatever that was.
Well, do you know that is indicative of perhaps that what Jeremy Coney started talking about a couple of hours ago. Whatever New Zealand chase, they're going to have to do something different, roll the dice, take a chance. You're not going to grind your way to 254 on this pitch against this attack, against the new ball in particular. And I may be wrong, but it's a sign, isn't it, that perhaps they have said, guys, let's play some shots.
I don't mind playing shots, but if you're going to play that shot, you have to really commit. That was a poke. And I think on this pitch we've seen, when people have played half shots, they've gone out a lot. I think if you have that wide ball, you throw everything at it. And I'm not sure he did that, Manners. Didn't move his feet, tried to push it through the covers, gets an edge. Good. Did he take that on the first take? Was there a little double clutch on it? Oh. So good catch in the slips, and then, yeah. I just don't think, as I said before, Tom Latham is the man to baseball.
He's not as a test match opener, is he? But, he can play some shots in at number 5 in the one-day team.
I don't know if he even does it then. He just scores singles, doesn't he, and sweeps well.
Well, I'm thinking about, if he's still there with 5 overs to go, he can play some shots. But he's not a dasher by any means.
Honestly, I think Ravindra and O'Rourke were the ideal openers for this, whichever direction you wanted to go in.
I think Phillips at 3.
Oh God, has Harmy smashed a glass?
Well, I think
he's all action off the microphone. He was asleep on air before, but off the microphone.
Somebody's obviously carelessly placed it at his feet.
Probably him.
Size 13s. 2 slips, 2 gullies, leg slip and short leg. 6 close catches. Here's Atkinson, bowls to Kane Williamson, and he's pushing it out towards short leg, where it's fielded by Emilio Gay. He'd be well pleased with his second innings, Emilio Gay. Looked calm and settled and assured in the first innings. Didn't last especially long, but long enough to create that impression, and then made a very important 59. Yes, he had some fortune. He should probably have been caught on 20 when he edged between first and second slip, and then had another little life 4 runs later when he would have been LBW had New Zealand reviewed a not-out decision, but 59 good hard-working runs. Atkinson in again, bowls. Williamson steers it away in front of Bethel at backward point. Picks it up in his right hand, transfers it to his left, and Kane Williamson is off the mark, and so are New Zealand. Latham gone for a duck, and 1 for 1 now.
One thing I'd say about Williamson, and he only faced 2 balls in the first inning. 2 balls, 3 balls? 3 balls in the first innings, is that he does play under his eyes, and I think at times some of the players who've done that have had a little bit more success on this wicket. The problem is that he also sometimes gets a little stuck in his crease, and so the ball could keep low. But are we sure that wasn't a double clutch, that catch?
Looked like he. I think he took it cleanly, but he just had a sort of a
wobble.
Yeah.
Before he threw it.
Maybe that was it. He wanted to make sure it was firmly in his hands before he threw it up in celebration. Atkinson in again beats the left-handed Devon Conway outside the off stump. Again, that was rather like Tom Latham's shot. It was a bit tentative, bit of a nervous prod at this outside the off stump, and he's beaten. Well, we are gallivanting towards a result. 1 for 1 New Zealand, requiring 254 to win, with England having been made 226 with a top score of 59 from debutant opener Emilio Gay, 33 from his opening partner Ben Duckett, 39 from Jamie Smith in a rebuild from an astonishing collapse, and a collapse not only of 4 for 1 in 11 balls, but of those 4 included Joe Root, Harry Brook and Ben Stokes. So you might say the 3 big guns all being dismissed in the space of 11 balls. 4 for 1. Jamie Smith rebuilt. Now the second over is going to be bowled by Ollie Robinson, and Kane Williamson steers it away square of the wicket on the offside. There's not even a murmur in the crowd at the moment. I think there's normally a murmur of discontent and a murmur of anticipation, appreciation, but at the moment there's just a sort of a feeling that England could do something very special, and sort of edge of the seat stuff in these early stages. I think it's because Robinson's bowling. 3 wickets in his first over in the first innings. Williamson opens the face of the bat, guides it away past Bethel at backward point again, and comes back for the second. That you can usually tell by how many empty seats there are and how many people are on the nursery ground behind the Barclays Media Centre. It seems pretty full at the moment on this late on this Friday afternoon. New Zealand requiring 254 to take a 1-0 lead before we head to the Oval in, I was going to say 8 days' time. It's actually 11 days' time, isn't it? Because we've still got 3 days of this match to go. And we finished the series at Trent Bridge in Nottingham as Ollie Robinson is in again, and I think beats Williamson outside the off stump. Open face bat, again looking to pick up some runs past Gully.
Just a nip away, wasn't it? Pitching on the stumps. That's what forcing. It was a little bit short of a goodish length, but by the time it had reached the batsman Williamson, it had moved past, because it's quite significant movement. That's the wobble ball again, moving away this time. You've got to look to play it.
Ollie Robinson runs away from us up to the crease now, bowls, and Williamson knocks it straight back to the bowler. I wondered aloud whether Tom Latham's shot, little out of character that it was so early in his innings, was indicative of a consensus amongst the New Zealand team to play a few shots.
Oh, I think they have to try, and they can't keep not getting any runs at all, because the bowling has been relatively tidy, particularly from Robinson that first innings. He's away at it now, isn't he? He's at you all the time, nibbling it around. That last delivery, you know, Williamson actually closed the face a little bit on it.
Robinson in, Williamson comes forward and blocks it defensively.
I'm pleased to see Williamson is batting out of his crease a little bit. That's for a start, that's a move I think you need to do. Try and at least get closer to the ball. and even further out, as long as the keeper is back. Force him to bowl a little bit shorter. At least it might take the LBW out of play. There's been loads of LBWs. If you went through the LBWs in this match, all bowled, in other words, bringing the stumps into play, it'd be a record, I reckon.
That beats the outside edge. Williamson had a little push at that one, and it's just swung or nipped away down the hill past the outside edge. 7 LBWs.
And bowled.
Ooh, more.
I reckon we're
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
8 or 9.
6, 7, 8, 8. So 7 LBWs, 8 bowls.
And that just says a lot about this surface, doesn't it? That, you know, some of them are pitching quite wide and then nipping back either way, and very difficult to play. The new ball, particularly, is hard to play.
Ollie Robinson bowling to Kane Williamson. Oh, and Williamson apologises and backs away. There's some movement behind the bowler's arm. Umpire Adrian Holdstock signals dead ball. It's never left the bowler's hand, but that's convention. Umpires have to do what they have to do. There was a little bit of movement. Williamson, being Williamson, apologises for backing away. There's not many batters around the world.
What have we got? We've got 3 slips, gully, leg, slip, second slip, leg, gully-ish, and a bat pad all round.
Very attacking field, early wickets the requirement for England. They've got one. Latham caught by Harry Brook at second slip. This one, last ball of the over, pushed defensively straight back towards the bowler, and actually picked up by Josh Tongue at mid-on. Williamson has 3. Devon Conway's yet to score. 2 overs gone. In New Zealand, 4 for 1, needing another 250.
That bat sounds really tinny, doesn't it? It sounded, I mean, exactly the same as Duckett on the first morning, that he was really trying to drive the ball quite hard and hitting the bottom of the bat, the inside edge, the outside edge, and really it was going nowhere. And it sounds a bit the same for Kane Williamson as well. It's not hitting a nice middle, and it's just all flowing into a solid defensive stroke. It's hitting the inside edge, and that's that little bit of movement that comes with the new ball. 2
New Zealand substitutes are on the field at the moment, tending to their batsmen who've been at the crease for 2 overs.
Well, what for?
I was going to ask you.
Oh.
I mean, the two have run on, one with a drinks bag, both with towels, and
they want to shower.
Kane Williamson's only been there for 9 balls. Anyway, here's Gus Atkinson bowling to Conway outside the off stump, playing a miss again. Devon Conway's been a little short of his best for over a year now.
Some time. It's a shame because he started so well. I remember the double 100 he got here on debut, and it was a fantastic innings. And he has become just a bit of a shadow of his former self, I'm afraid. That one's nipped away from him. You've got to play that line for a start, but just hold the line and let it go away from you. But you're right, he's also, anything on middle and leg makes him look very uncomfortable.
Here's Atkinson again, bowls. Conway drives, thick outside edge, it rushes away. Pass backward point down to the wide third boundary as Shoaib Bashir chases, but only to collect the ball, not to prevent that. It was a thick outside half of the bat. 4 runs. Conway's gone from frustrating underachiever to glorious overachiever, to be honest. I mean,
and now turning back the other way a little bit, isn't he? That was a one-handed shot, just on the bat. He's dropped the bottom hand. See, there we are, only holding that. That's why it's opened the blade, and that's why it's gone behind point and around through to the boundary.
Atkinson in around the wicket, and that one again driven hard but fielded by Jacob Bethel in the gully. It's good work, that. We've got Root at first slip, Brook at second, Duckett at third there.
See, slice, that's a one-handed stroke again. That you can't control those. You see there now, and he'll practice that. Yes, same thing he knows. He knows it can't go, that shouldn't go there.
Why is it happening?
Well, he's just taking one hand off the bat, so the top hand is moving.
Yeah, why is he doing that? Why?
Well, he's very, very aware of his hands. He's broken a couple of fingers.
Here is Atkinson again, bowls. Conway leaves alone. Atkinson attacks the kind of fifth stump line.
He's moving across his stumps a lot because he wants to look at the onside a bit more. He's going through lots of different iterations at the moment, and it's just an unsettled Conway. He's not feeling that happy at the crease. He needs a good bit of luck, slices of luck, to get back into the way he can play. But there's too much, I don't know, doubt in his game.
Here is Atkinson again outside the off stump to Conway, leaves it alone. I have the impression that Conway's one of those players who is more disrupted rhythmically by changes in format than some other players, and I think that always struck me that the T20 format doesn't necessarily come naturally to him. He's not necessarily best suited to him, and you know, his time in the IPL with all that pressure to score really quickly, and I think that it's just an impression I have. I suppose it's because I was familiar with him in his very early days, watching him. That's beaten outside the off stump now. Again, sort of a little bit tentative, really. We left 2 balls like that, and then he's played at that one for some reason. Some players adapt better than others, bowlers and batsmen, to changes and extreme changes in format. And I think that Conway's sort of rise in T20 cricket has coincided with his uncertainty in the Test format. Just an impression.
It might well be, because I don't think he is a natural, as you say, 2020 player. I don't think he's a basher. I think he plays cricket strokes, and that's his natural reaction. And to try and then alter those to extend them so that he's scoring all the time. He was at Chennai for a while, wasn't he, with Stephen Fleming? I don't know, was he playing this year? I don't follow the IPL.
No, he wasn't. That's left alone outside the off stump, and it's pretty close to the off stumps, left alone by Kane Williamson, but close enough to create some oohs and ahs. Thing is about the it's the Chidambaram Stadium, it's the MA Chidambaram Stadium in Chennai, isn't it? And the reason he was suited there is that it's not one of the high scoring grounds, and it can be quite hard, actually. You know, it's sort of more of a 170 type ground for the most part, where skill rather than strength is important. Outside the off stump once more, Williamson plays inside the line of it, and so there was a place, and Fleming knew that there was a place for a player like Conway, who's able to score at a strike rate of what, so 140, 150. There's somebody who can score 60 or 40 balls. Has value there. And some of the high-scoring grounds, you're kind of losing the game rather than. But it still, nonetheless, requires a huge change of approach and attitude. Anyway, let's hope he comes good for New Zealand's sake in this innings. So important. Beginning of the series, as Williamson now plays Robinson out towards mid-on, fielded by Josh Tongue.
Yeah, I get all that. I think that makes sense. It's a shame to see that fall from grace, if you like, for Conway. I just so admired him when he was playing so well. He just played the appropriate cricket shot to each ball when he was at his best. And honestly, everybody was admiring him, actually. And it's been some time since he's looked that kind of Conway of old.
Outside the off stump again, Williamson leaves at the last moment. This is a very, very precise contest. Robinson is an extremely incisive seam bowler with huge control, and he pretty much bowls every ball where he wants to. And Williamson is equally incisive with his judgment, but you just get the impression that one false judgment, one misjudgment, could prove fatal. It's a probing spell from Robinson, and Williamson knows that the fewer balls he can play at, the better. He'll leave as many as he possibly can. Tucked away past short leg now by Williamson for a couple out towards deep backward square leg. We talked about the approach and adapting approach, and nobody should be going up to Kane Williamson and saying, Kane,
Where would you like to bet?
yeah.
Kane?
we know you've played 110 Test matches, and you scored almost 8,000 runs, and we know that you're. But how about we do something different?
How about 6? Yeah, I know.
You be our finisher.
Yes,
Kane.
you're right. Yes.
Here is Robinson again, and this one hits him on the pad. There's an appeal for leg before wicket, but you just immediately get the sense that it was more in hope than anticipation. Although England are now actually talking about the review. Robinson seems now to be, he's got the old double-handed teapot out. He's both hands on his hips, and he's talking to Ben Stokes, and so Stokes has said, look, seriously, what, do you want me to take the review? Because at the moment Stokes will take Robinson's word, and Robinson has said yes, please, skipper.
Not many bowlers will say no. They normally lead a rather pleading supplication for let's have a review, please.
Seemed high to me, and maybe a bit leg-side-ish, but here we go. The review has been taken. Wobble seam delivery from Ollie Robinson.
Nipping back.
Gap between bat and ball. No bat and ball tracking, please.
I'd be lucky to be clipping the top of leg stump, don't you think?
Yeah, given not out.
Pitching in line, impact in line, wickets missing. Thank you. I'll go back to Adrian on field.
Yeah, high and leg side. There are very few bowlers. I agree with you. There are very few bowlers who go, oh yeah, actually, yeah, no, probably not. But I also think there are very few bowlers who are the best judge of whether to take the review or not.
It's too emotional, really, I think, for them, and too personal as well. So there's a delivery that's just missing the stumps, going down. That's why, and it's nipped back, and that's it went past the inside edge and onto the pad of Kane Williamson. So 1 review down, 2 remaining. And now Atkinson, this time to Kane Williamson on 5 at this stage. Right arm over.
Williamson facing and just drops this to the left of short leg, mid-wicket. Bashir running down to field. Little moment, just a little moment. They've got to win the little moments and the big ones, of course, but that dismissal of Tom Latham, a real body blow. But they've got in Williamson, a man on his last appearance for New Zealand at Lord's. Well, I suppose unless they make it back to the World Test Championship final. Oh no, is it at Lord's next year, or is it going to be in India? No, it's at Lord's. It is at Lord's. Atkinson again, he's picked up the wicket in the innings. This is pushed into the leg side by Williamson. I mean, one of the great joys of cricket is that even when you support a team, you can appreciate and enjoy the endeavours of individuals on the opposing side. So I imagine tomorrow, if these batters were to come out tomorrow, whilst the majority of the spectators would of course want to see England win, I think a vast majority of them would love to see England win, but also see Kane Williamson score a century. And I think that's one of the great things about cricket. I don't think you get it in many sports. Atkinson is in, and up on his toes is Williamson defending. Sun out here at Lord's, a beautiful scene. A hush around the ground, speckled, dabbled in pink and red, thanks to the red for Ruth Day. We had Sir Andrew Strauss in the commentary box, one of my favourite cricketers, that's for sure, alongside his old teammate Harmy. It's always good when two friends sit alongside each other in the box and it's just a very natural conversation. It was really lovely to hear.
Harmy's, how did the day go for him? Did he say at all?
Yeah, very well, very well. Defended again, just wrings his hand there. Williamson, the ball possibly hitting the bat harder. I don't think it hit his glove, did it? I see a replay here.
No. No,
it didn't, but he just rings his right hand as Williamson. He's got that. He's very much a batter who bats in a bubble, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Williamson. So, a lovely scene here. We're going to be playing for another 39 minutes, up to 7 o'clock. There's Atkinson turning, running in towards us. And he's squared up as Williamson. The ball comes off the outside edge. Packed slip cordon, as you can imagine. 16 wicket day yesterday on day one, 15 wickets today, and the promise of more. Certainly England hungry for more. The game not quite in the balance because New Zealand are some way off the target. 13 for 1, chasing 254, losing Latham to the third ball of the innings. But if they can get through to stumps, then they'll believe. The forecast for tomorrow, horrendous, according to those at the back of the box, but I never believe the weather forecast, so we'll turn up tomorrow and find out. As Atkinson, again, this time gets the ball to nip back into Williamson, who's struck amidships, and that's the end of the over. 13 for 1 New Zealand then. They need another 241 runs to pull off what would be a pretty extraordinary win if they were to do it.
2 balls ago, the one nipped away and took an outside edge and ran along the ground. Hard to control an edge, but Williamson managed to do it that time. And then that last delivery, nipping way back and bouncing as well and hitting him on the inside thigh. There is a lot of little nip going on at the moment while the ball is still new and the seam proud. You've only really got to be hitting that seam and something's going to happen for you, either up or down.
It's not good though, is it?
It
shouldn't be that easy to
bowl. Well, not really. Not really.
Well, you went on commentary duty when Scott, the producer, sent or made me aware of this message or tweet from Ben Jones at CricViz. According to PitchViz, this is based on the ball tracking data available. This is the most inconsistent surface for a test in England ever. Conway forward, beating past the outside edge. I mean, they haven't been taking it since 1870 odd.
No,
but 25 years or so, and this is the most inconsistent surface for a test. And Andy Jacobs, who's a presenter at TalkSport, H&J, 1 till 4, been ever present nearly. And he replies, messaged me, say the dismissal of Jacob Ethel on the second day of the match should have been a P45 for the groundsperson. The groundsman.
I don't know what that means, but I guess I certainly can comprehend what he's saying. Yes,
it's not a swear word. It means you're showing your cards.
Yeah.
Robinson is in, and Conway is out of his crease a touch, and actually plays this quite well.
No one has yet answered me satisfactorily in terms of the weather, not just the 10 days prior, but also through May. It was pretty warm, wasn't it? Was it pretty warm? Was it not?
No, we haven't had.
Have you had? Well, how long has the hot weather been?
We had about 10 days.
10 days of hot weather,
but quite extreme hot weather.
Yeah.
So by extreme in this country, 34 degrees it was here. And there was 3 or 4 days, but before that it's been horrible weather. Robinson again down the leg side, and Jamie Smith behind the stumps gets across smartly too.
I cannot understand why this pitch hasn't had at least decent bounce. Look at keepers. They are grovelling around behind the stumps. They're uncertain about how much movement there's going to be. We've seen byes. It's been hard for all the people who are engaged in trying to stop the ball in some way, whether it's the batsman, whether it's the keeper. It's just not been a pitch that there's anything reliable.
Left alone this time by Devon Conway.
Other than movement and up and down and variability. There's been nothing more than that's been you can rely on, which is just shouldn't be the way. There are pitches where the new ball reacts on the surface. We've heard that quite often in cricket. That's a new ball pitch. The players kind of mention and mutter to each other, damn it. But it does settle down after that as soon as the ball goes a little soft. So 25 to 30 overs.
Always wrapped on the hands. It is Conway coming forward to defend, and then suddenly the ball lifts, takes the glove. And that's exactly what you're talking about.
There's just too much luck. There's too much luck in the game. I mean, there's no room for skill for batting when it's like this.
I felt I went a little early with the comparison to the MCG. We're the same. At the end of that 2-day test match, of course, those that were there of English persuasion enjoyed the occasion of watching England win a test in Australia for the first time in 15 years. But it was a shootout. It was a lottery. This is full and tempts Devon Conway forward for a drive, which he doesn't middle or time. And he has a little look at the surface, and the two batters, Williamson and Conway, which hopes rest so high, meet in the middle for a little conversation.
How do you get your confidence on a pitch like this, John?
There
If
you go.
you're a batsman, and that's what you are, a professional batsman, you've spent years and years trying to hone your skills and knowing if the ball's there, I can play this shot or that shot. This is enough uncertainty and unreliability that batsmen just simply don't know. And it's reducing the game here, which shouldn't be the way, to uncertainty and luck. And I think that's really poor. Look at the people that are in today. Loads of people enjoying the game, and it should be a good chase, this. But it's being reduced, I think, that the batsmen haven't quite got the chances they had that you'd expect them to have at this stage. It's been good today. There's been no rain.
Josh Tongue replacing Gus Atkinson from the pavilion end. First ball of his spell, and he's driven handsomely back past the bowler and through mid off for 4. There's a good shot. Tongue just over pitching.
Lovely. That's what you see, a ball that's up and it's a half volley. And Williamson gets into it. He stops it before it starts to move. But if you get your length right here as a bowler, that was just too full. You're in the game. Actually, you'd be disappointed if it didn't move.
Be looking to change the ball shorter, and this is tucked off the hip by Williamson for a single. He moves to 12. The score 18 for 1 New Zealand, and 237 with 9 wickets remaining.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to say all those things. I mean, I don't like to be critical of what is the main part of the game, the conditions. They are the game's presiding geniuses, and they determine everything. And the runs have been too difficult to get here, and I'm all for bowlers having a little bit of an advantage because it means runs matter, but here it's been too much in their favour, I think.
Round the wicket now, Josh Tongue to Devon Conway, who lets this one go through. 3 slips, Jacob Bethel at gully with Stokes at backward point. The familiar first slip of Joe Root. Harry Brook at second slip. Picked up a smart catch. Third ball went to him pretty fast. And Ben Duckett at third slip. Where would New Zealand be if not for those fielding errors? May just be looking for a target around 160, 170. As this is pushed into the offside by Conway. And he comes through for a single. He moves to 5. He's mid-off, mid-on as a square leg. And Bashir's just running along to fine leg in front of us. I mean, if this was a normal test match, you'd say that the match was set up perfectly. We've always enjoyed lower scoring encounters where the value of the run is increased because it's more difficult to come by. But when you get to a point where you're just expecting wickets, that can't be, that's not where you want to be. 16 wickets on day 1, 15 wickets today. That's never happened before, I don't think. Gary Morgan's just messaged. This is driven. Touch full from Tongue again, but no timing. And that's another thing with this test match. You know, and Manners was very quick, as he always is, to pick up on the sound of the ball hitting the bat of Ben Duckett's bat early doors. It's been a consistent throughout. It's almost like, you know, Jarrod Meander with his aluminium bat. It's like a dong rather than a, you know, it's all about the sound of leather on willow. That doesn't sound very nice.
Was that Jarrod who had
Was it
the
Jarrod?
aluminium?
Or was it Dennis Lilly?
Wasn't it Dennis Lilly?
Dennis
Yes.
Lilly. That's right. Was it, who had the black bat? That's left alone. Didn't somebody have a black bat? Who had the black bat? Or was that a dream?
That's an animal.
Oh, maybe it was Sir Alan Stanford. I don't know what I'm saying, Sir. Alan Stanford. Sir Alan Stanford. Currently residing in a maximum prison in Texas. Neil Van Keulen says, New Zealand have a reasonably good fielding history, but the recent history against England, especially in Tests, has been horrible. You could argue they lost the series in New Zealand purely because of their fielding. I would certainly argue they lost the Christchurch Test purely because of their fielding. I mean, they scored a few runs in first innings, New Zealand. Okay, here we go again. It's Robinson continuing, running away from us. And this is down the leg side and left alone. What do you think of this field then? Steve Harmison for Devon Conway, who's 5 not out.
You've got the man just behind square, and sort of leg gullyish, isn't it? Leg gully, leg slipish. Yep. So that's the one that Conway comes forward to, that he sort of clips round the corner, he punches off the glove. We've got the short leg just in case there's a nib back of that onto the because Devon Conway's trying to come forward. Dismissal. That's dismissal. Trying to come forward to try and.
But there's also a man behind him as well, isn't there? Robinson is in, left alone again.
The man behind there is probably to keep him on strike, because if he gets a little inside edge and it's sharp and it goes past. I used to do that quite a lot when I used to if I was being aggressive at somebody and having a go at somebody. I'd have a short leg in and I would have a square leg in, but also if I was having a man back, covering all bases, because I want him to take me on, so I've got the deep square leg in. I've got short leg in case he stands up and rides the bounce, but I also don't want him to sort of ride it past short leg and then get a single.
Robinson, and that's exactly what Steve Harmison is talking about. It's probably just a touch too leg side. Conway trying to jab at the ball as it goes across him, and it's fielded by short leg.
Yeah, Jeremy Coney's in there. It's one-handed cricket from Devon Conway, but if he has two hands on that and gets a good piece of it that rolls past square leg, it goes for a single if Shoaib Bashir's not there. So I like this field. If that ball straightens from there and he closes the face, it's going to first or second slip.
2 slips in place, and he's struck on the pads this time. It must be so difficult for a battling technique coming up against one of the best new ball bowlers in world cricket, who's got a point to prove. It's getting a little bit dark here again at Lord's. Touch gloomy. Floodlights are on, but you know there's so much value on still being there in 26 minutes time. Can Devon Conway and Kane Williamson walk back to the pavilion? Can they do that? If they do, then, well, we'll come back tomorrow and we'll find out. There's a hush here at Lord's as Robinson continues to operate around the wicket. Oh, what is that? Oh, he's dropped him, has he? Has he just bounced short of Ben Stokes at extra cover? I think the reaction of the fielders is it's dropped short, but it was in the air.
Yeah, it's just dropped short. I was just about to say the field is set for, opening that offside up, trying to get Devon Conway to hit it through extra cover. A bit like we were talking earlier today. I can't remember what we were talking about. With Manners, we were talking about Graham Smith, and Graham Smith not being able to the grip of the bat, not being able to hit it through sort of extra cover. This is what England are trying to say to Devon Conway. That gap's there. We don't think he can hit it there.
This time he goes again, trying to force a ball through the offside. It's taken a thick inside edge, which has gone out to deep backwards square leg, or long leg even. Oh, it's gone square on the leg side, so it's getting a bit of a working over. But in the first innings, every single thing was going Ollie Robinson's way, and of course that's not how life works. So he's working hard for his wickets, yet to pick up one. How many overs do you think he will bowl? He's bowled 4. Do you think he's going to have another couple?
Yeah, that's the challenge now with Ollie. If Ollie's going to stay on the side, I know there's been a lot talked about his fitness and durability and everything. I think what they've got to do now is, now they're going to pick Ollie Robinson, they've got to front load him. They've got to front load him with a new ball. So for me, you keep him going 7, 8, 9 overs, get the most out of him now. You've seen yesterday when he came back with the older ball, or this morning he came out with the older ball.
Round the wicket, Josh Tongue continuing. Oh, this is hurrying Devon Conway up, cramping him up again. It is quite painful to watch, but he's still there. He's faced 22 deliveries now. He's 6 not out, and New Zealand are 20 for 1.
An older ball, I'm talking about 25 overs, 30 overs. I think Ollie Robinson needs to bowl as much as he possibly can in the first 20 overs, 22 overs of an innings, and then stick him to pastures new. Maybe he's come back in the middle of the day when you're trying to hide the ball and keep him for what would be the second new ball.
3 slips in for Conway. He just drops this ball down into the ground, fielded at point. I mean, this is a real battle, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but it's
for Conway.
For Conway, it is, but that's the challenge of being out of form on an indifferent surface. And I think sometimes when you're out of form in like a surface like this, you've got to just take each ball as it comes and then completely forget about what's just happened. Whether you hit it for 4, you're inside it, edge it to square leg.
Here's Tongue, and this is punched beautifully by Conway. There's timing there, won't quite reach the boundary, but he will get 3. And it means that he will get off strike as well. That was a fine shot there. Score moves up to 23 for 1.
More time in there, wasn't there?
Well, it seemed like he was
in control of his movements.
And he met the ball nicely. He wasn't jabbing the bat down on it. He was reaching out, easing out to meet the ball and time it through the covers.
He also played it from a bit closer to him as well. He let the ball come to him. It wasn't, like you say, reaching out. He wasn't. But I think also from that point of view, what helps is Josh Tongue's a bit quicker than Ollie Robinson, so it's coming to him a little bit faster. There's less time to think about it.
Over the wicket to the right-handed Williamson, who defends, and Josh Tongue fields.
Sometimes when you're out of nick, sometimes facing somebody who's really quick, you've got less time to react. So your movements are a little bit smaller, a little bit less. You're trying to let the ball come to you. When you've got a 78 mile an hour bowler, you've got to put the force through it, as opposed to using the force that the ball has got on it coming to you. And I think that might help Devon Conway facing Josh Tongue as opposed to Ollie Robinson nibbling about.
Williamson lets this one go. Dies a touch on Jamie Smith, who earlier today weighed in with 39 more than useful runs, and that'll do his confidence a little bit of good as well, won't it? He had a tough tour. He's not the first Englishman to have a tough tour of Australia.
Yeah, I'm speaking from experience on that one. Yeah, it's not nice when you come back and everybody's talking about your players and whether you're the right person to go. But I think the movement to 6, moving them up to 6, I think that helped him. That second, that was a bit of clarity of thought.
Here is Williamson. That doesn't go too far from the leg gully where Ben Stokes finds himself. Just to his left, there's another run down to fine leg, and that means Williamson will face the first ball of Ollie Robinson's 5th over, if Robinson is to bowl, and it does look like he's about to.
Yeah, he is, and I think this is the challenge now for Stokes and McCullum and the management team. Is now you've got Ollie Robinson in the side. He's not going to be somebody who you want to bowl all day, but I think you want to be utilising the brand new ball. So if you can get 7, 6, 7, 8 out of him, a couple of overs off, 3 or 4 overs off, and then get some more out of him. If you can get 11, 12 overs out of him in the first 15 from one end, and then you can stick him to pastures new, because you've got a Tongue and a Stokes and an Atkinson, and then you save him up your sleeve for a little bit later on. I think bringing Ollie Robinson off after 5 overs and then bringing him back on when the ball's 25 overs old, I don't think that is a great game plan. It's not the best way to use Ollie Robinson's skill set. I think if you're going to have him in the side, I think you have to front load him with the overs when the ball is brand new, because he showed yesterday when the ball's new and the ball's got something in it, there's not many better in world cricket than Ollie Robinson at doing that. But what we've seen as well is there's a drop off, and the drop off, I wouldn't want him to be bowling them overs when he's got the drop off.
Jamie Smith standing up behind the stumps, and Robinson bowling to Kane Williamson, who looks to withdraw the bat at the last minute. It's taken by Smith. There's, well, they've just come together now. It looked like there was 2 slips and 2 gullies with a backward point, a short leg, fine leg. So either way, England quite keen for the New Zealand batters not to be able to step out of the crease and negate the movement. As Robinson searching his first wicket, searching for his first wicket in this second innings, is in now, past the umpire, and this is cut away for 4, fraction of width, a touch short, and Kane Williamson with no protection outside of the ring, if there was a ring, says thank you very much, I'll take 4 there.
Yeah, short and wide, not a great delivery from Ollie Robinson. They're all, I mean, it's not I don't think it's an ego thing. I just don't think he enjoys Smith standing up to the stumps. It might be a visual thing for him. Some bowlers might not like that, but you can just see there's an element of frustration here from Ollie Robinson. He's trying to push Jamie Smith back. I think Ben Stokes wants him up to the stumps. So it'll be interesting to see who wins that, captain or bowler. But I think from a bowler's point of view, if he doesn't like him up to the stumps, he should send him back. Yeah, he's trying. Just watching again. He's trying to send him back.
Robinson again. Smith staying where he is. This is on the pads and it's clipped to Emilio Gay at short leg, who fields on the flush, and Williamson is behind the crease because Jamie Smith is up behind the stumps. Just no danger there. A really interesting quote from Ben Stokes the day before this test match, asked, as you'd expect, about Ollie Robinson, and he said getting back into this side for Ollie is the easy bit.
Yeah, and that's largely what the criticism's been, and I've been the one that's been critical. But I tell you what, I really did enjoy though what he said after play yesterday. Talked about he owned not being in the side, which I really enjoyed from him.
Here is Robinson again, and this is a single from the inside portion of Kane Williamson's bat. There's fine leg, long leg running in from the boundary. Yep, but it's easy to come out at the end of the day when everything's gone your way, and be fulsome and polite. It's when it's ugly, that's when we see.
And I think that's the challenge for him, isn't it?
That will be the moment. I don't think. I mean, look, nobody was expecting a triple wicket maiden in your first over back, right? Nobody was. But as Jarrod Kimber said, there's 3 takeaways from day one. We didn't learn anything new about Ollie Robinson yesterday. We knew he's got extraordinary talents. But we will learn about Ollie Robinson over the course of this test series and the one that follows it, hopefully. Hit on the pads, Ollie Robinson likes it! And the umpire says no. Conway moves away from the crease. Now, England have lost a review. This looks like a better shout to me, and Stokes goes upstairs.
I think it's really, really close, but I think it's just out. I think it's, if anything, it's umpire's call just outside the line. I think it's relatively high.
I've checked the feet, it's a fair delivery, front on piece.
I tell you what it is, it's not a too dissimilar delivery to what Ben Stokes got when he batted. Just seeing, see the replay again, it's close. It might actually be the same delivery Ben Stokes has got when he's batted, and this might be cannon to off stump. Has he got himself just outside the line, John?
Waiting for
I think this looks very, very close to me. It looked good at first view. I don't think height's going to come to Devon Conway's aid. There's no inside edge. I think there's 2 sounds, and that might be the reason the umpire didn't give it. The crowd reaction is going to tell you. 2 reds. Oh!
Wickets hitting. Thank you. I'll go back to it in on field.
Well, I tell you what, they do even themselves up. They do even themselves up. If that's given out on field, I don't think anybody would complain too much. It wasn't. And so, whilst it was going to be hitting leg stump flush, it was just marginally outside the line, not enough. It was still pitching in line, but not enough to overturn the on-field not-out call. So they lost one in the first innings, New Zealand, you'd say, and they've just got one back in the second. In fact, it was Conway, one of the 2 marginal decisions. So there we go. Robinson in again, and Conway is forward and defends us out to the covers, no run. That is close.
That
in fact,
was really
you don't
close.
get much closer than that.
I mean, it doesn't. I mean, that is umpire's call. The ball is, millimetres. It is halfway to millimetres for being hitting in line. I think if it just missed the front pad, gone on, hit the back leg. If it clips the front pad, I think that's. I mean, it's a good delivery, but it was very, very close. And one, I think, in the first innings, England getting all their way. Have they used all their luck up in that first innings? Drop catches, umpires' calls, things gone their way. Now, business end of the game. Sorry. Is their luck finally running out? And now the umpires' calls just turning and going the way of the Black Caps.
10 overs in then, Josh Tongue continuing, and Kane Williamson facing. He's still got that short leg and the leg gully. 2 slips and 2 gullies. As Niel Manthorp makes his way back into the commentary box. Late evening sun here at Lord's. And New Zealand 13 minutes away, possibly, from getting to stumps without losing more than 1 wicket. All beaten this time is Williamson. There's Josh Tongue, who's not quite got his length right at the start of his spell, but we know when things happen with Josh Tongue, they happen quickly.
They do, yeah. I think he's bowled a good line. I just think the lengths have been the one that was just too short, the one that was just too full. The lines have been very, very good. So, from a technical point of view, I think he's been in a good space, because obviously he's utilised the slope very well.
Here he comes again. And again, Williamson coming forward and defending. Wants a single. Well, Riley takes a step outside the crease, but he's never going to come through. Williamson is 18, Conway's 9. And Captain Fish and Trips says, John, tell Jarrod that Conway is still averaging under 5 as of this over.
Yeah, he's still there, though.
No, it's what he's saying is he averaged 5 when England were lost in New Zealand. And I was on comms with Jarrod, and Jarrod said he guarantees he's going to average more than 5. And I said, well, I don't know. And then, of course, he was out for 1 in the first innings.
Right,
so there we go. That's why it is. Williamson again, squared up a touch. He's hit on the pads. The finger's gone up. And Williamson shakes his head. He can't believe it. And is he going to review? I think Kane Williamson is going to have to review. A moment has gone the way of New Zealand in the last over. His reviews with less than a second to go. Kane Williamson sends it upstairs, and at the very least that might take 2 minutes out the game.
Yeah, I think he's done the right thing in reviewing, but I think he's edging towards that great pavilion, because I think this is out. It's kept a bit low. Talked about the lines of Josh Tongue. I don't think
he's already walked.
Yeah,
he's walking now. He's seen it up on the big screen. And Kane Williamson, for the last time in Test cricket,
between bat and ball. Thank you. Ball tracking, please.
Is walking back to the pavilion at Lord's, one of the most famous grounds in world cricket, if not the most famous. He's going to wave goodbye to one of the greatest batters that has ever played the game, certainly New Zealand's finest. And the crowd that have stuck around here tonight will, some of them will get up to applaud as Kane Williamson, beaten and head bowed, makes his way from the field, and that is a huge blow for the Kiwis late on day 2. It's another 16-wicket day. There is applause for Williamson as he walks up those famous old steps as a batter for the last time. And that's a huge blow. And a huge positive for England. Who's going to come out? Must be a night watch, right?
Yeah, you would expect it to be William O'Rourke. Yeah, I'm expecting to be O'Rourke. It is O'Rourke, and yeah, that is. It's a huge blow for New Zealand. A brilliant wicket for England. Josh Tongue, we talked about. He's not quite got his length right, but he definitely got the lines right. Using that slope very, very well. Bowled a couple of fuller ones that easy defended. A couple of fuller ones that were hit back down the ground. It's been It's been a challenging session from England's point of view, this last 10.4 overs. Not everything's gone their way. A couple of umpires' calls, a little bit of a stroke of luck. Cat ball dropping just short, but 29 for 2. Target of 254. That looks a long, long way away. And England have got the prize effort, the prize man, the prize catch of Kane Williamson, and it was a beauty from Josh Tongue. He's just squared him up. It's just held its line, and Josh Tongue knew. He knew. I think deep down, Neil Manthorp, so did Kane Williamson.
Yeah, not even that deep down. I think just like right on the surface. Yeah. he knew it was out. What intrigued me, and I would have probably said exactly what you did, and said like he's done the right thing to review it. But reviewing because of your reputation is actually it's a curious one. 2 slips, gully, short leg, silly point. As Tongue is into the night watchman Will O'Rourke, and he's forward, playing defensively out on the onside. But if you do like a critical analysis, a dispassionate analysis, so take out the reputation of Kane Williamson, and you say, well, you knew you were absolutely stone dead, sitting, 2/3 of the way up middle, and you knew it. I mean, so it's actually it's not the right thing to do, actually. Really, I mean, it's diminishing New Zealand's chances. They might need that review later
Yeah, they
on.
might need the review. You've also there's a slope factor here, so you think it might be going down Niel.
Tongue in again, bowls. O'Rourke leaves alone outside the off stump, and that was perilously close to the off stump. And Slipcorden are all hanging their heads in disbelief that hasn't clipped the off stump. That was very, very close indeed. New Zealand 29 for 2, needing 254 to win. England sensed that that was a massive moment. They didn't sense it. They knew it was a massive moment, getting rid of Kane Williamson, his last appearance at Lord's.
Watch O'Rourke again here. He leaves it, then puts his bat down to try and play the shot because he knew that was really close. It was hilarious. So he leaves it, then the bat comes down as to say, "Oh, I'm not so sure."
That delivery again, Tongue's just gone
over the
beyond
top, yeah.
the perpendicular, hasn't he? Yeah. I mean, is that hard to do?
Well, it's hard to control.
Right.
Yeah, it's hard to control. And I think because of that, the visual of that, if you're standing as a batter, especially when you're batting from, you're standing facing at the nursery end, as both thinking the ball's keeping going to come down the slope to you.
Gus Atkinson from the nursery end now to Devon Conway, and there's no mid-off. Ben Stokes got himself very wide at mid-off. It's almost like an extra cover. And so Conway has pushed it into the gap at mid-off and set off for not 1, not 2, but 3. He's come back for the 3rd run. And Conway is consequently moving into double figures with New Zealand now 32 for 2 with the men out. Tom Latham, 3rd ball duck, 3rd ball of the innings, caught by Harry Brook at 2nd slip off Gus Atkinson, and then Josh Tongue trapping Kane Williamson LBW for 18. 2 for 29s, now 2 for 32 with night watchman Will O'Rourke yet to score, and Devon Conway up to 12. Gus Atkinson bowling to the right-handed O'Rourke now. Can the stoic night watchman get through to the close of play? Leaves that one alone outside the off stump. One thing you really do want to be doing is making the night watchman play. So Captain Fish and Trips, I don't know whether John's just read this, but he says this pitch would have been perfect for Sam Cook. To be fair, Captain, there are a number of bowlers who would be rather good on this pitch.
Yeah, Ollie Robinson hasn't done too badly on it, and that's his competition.
Is Atkinson again. O'Rourke is forward again, playing defensively. One of the great charms of Will O'Rourke as a batsman is that not only does he only have one shot, but it looks identical every time. He should be a good golfer.
It's like a robot, isn't it?
It's like what you want as a golfer is a really repetitive swing, and O'Rourke's forward defence is identical.
Yeah, I think mine both on them manners was neither. I mean, my forward defensive was never repetible, and my golf swing's now never repetible.
It's down the leg side, and there is a leg slip there, and it's been deflected. It might just have been off the pad. Leg buys confirmed by umpire Adrian Holstock, and 4 of them too. It's crashed into the fine leg boundary, as with England earlier in the day when they made 226 all out. They'll take them however they can get them. It's interesting, actually. The number of extras in the first 2 innings, just 8 and 5, but there were 27 in England's innings of 226. 27, but mostly leg buys and buys. Bowled him! O'Rourke hasn't made it through the day. Atkinson hits the top of off stump. O'Rourke's forward defensive not quick enough this time. Atkinson too quick for him, and so the night watchman has gone. And are we going to have time for another one to come out? Yes, we will. It's not the last over of the day. O'Rourke's gone. 6-ball duck. New Zealand 36 for 3, needing 254 for victory. And England have struck 3 times, making it a 17-wicket day.
Yeah, 17-wicket day. It's a beauty from Gus Atkinson. It's just gone up the hill and then come down the hill. Bowling from the nursery end, he's bowled it up the hill, held its line, gone down the hill. Top of off stump tends to do a good enough job for tail enders, and that's it for the end of the day. Devon Conway walks off, 12 not out. William O'Rourke walks out, and that's his test match done. Been brilliant with the ball. Unfortunately, nothing with the bat, and New Zealand 36 for 3. 11.5 overs. Still 218 runs behind Manners.
It used to be called a small bag day when you were turning up for the end of the game and you were going to be required to neither bat, bowl nor field. It's you had a small bag with just a towel and a pair of socks in it.
It was a pink ticket day. It was a pink ticket night normally. It was. I've had my done. Now I'm 6 or 7 pints deep. Instead of having 6 days between test matches, or 8 days between test matches, I've now got 11 between the next time I deliver the ball. So from that point of view, it would be a pink ticket night if I was William O'Rourke. Get a few beers in you, lad.
We've got a camera inside the long room showing us the players leaving the field, and Emilio Gay there just thought he was about to go and do whatever he does, nice relax, and we could see Danny Rubin, the media officer, intercepting him, saying, sorry son.
Yeah, it's going to be 20 minutes before he gets his first beer, isn't it?
Because he did top score with 57 in England's 226 all out, so Emilio Gay required to do some media, but it's thoroughly absorbing. The weather forecast, I'm sorry to say, these things change. But at the moment, it's verging on filthy. There's somewhere between 70% chance of rain for much of the scheduled playing time. But Lords is one of the great drainage grounds on the world circuit these days. So we'll get some cricket in.
That'll help England. That'll help England if they're going on and off and there's heavy cloud around. We've seen what happened on day 1 with the heavy cloud around. If there's any chance of rain, or when there's rain, if the stop-start on and on keeps the bowlers fresh, batters have to start again under darkened skies, darkened clouds, movement in the surface. I mean, that's got to suit England.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be coming on and off, do you, as a batting side chasing 250, the highest score of the Test match. There was I read a comment just before, as John gets ready to present the following on podcast. There was some talk about a different kind of treatment to this Lord's pitch before this Test match. Something about steaming. Are you aware of that? What was that all about?
Something about steaming. I've got no idea. I really don't.
It's a new technique to stimulate grass growth, but it was apparently not trialled it before a county match. So if the idea was to spice the pitch up, it's worked, hasn't it?
It has worked. If it has gone to sort of steam it to spice it up. But I'd also look at it and say, short-sighted if you're having to go at this surface alone at Lords. The last few wickets at Lords, I don't think have been up to Test match standard. I don't think last year's was up to Test match standard. It was too low, too slow. Lords has got a little bit of an issue, I think, and a little bit of a problem. Look at two of the biggest grounds in world cricket now, MCG and Lords. Over the course of the last couple of England Test matches, they've not played, or they've not produced a wicket I think is good enough for Test match cricket.
Well, England won't be complaining, will they? I mean, I just think back to last summer. We had 5 really flat pitches, which I didn't think were ideal for Test cricket.
No, I didn't think they were. But I think, do you not think this has gone just a bit too far? I think there's too much for the ball.
Yeah.
There's got to be a contest between bat and ball, and I don't think there was last year, full contest, and I think this one might have gone too far. But we'll be back tomorrow to get, I would say, the conclusion of this Test match. It's been very thorough, very thrilling, very absorbing, and one which I think England are now in the box seats.
Hello and welcome to Following On. I'm John Norman alongside the former England international Steve Harmison and also the former New Zealand captain Jeremy Coney. Looking back at day 2 at Lords, and if you thought that 16 wickets was a lot, I'll give you 17. 16 became 17. New Zealand losing the wicket of William O'Rourke, last ball of the day, bowled for a duck, second wicket for Gus Atkinson. They started their innings needing 254 runs to win this first Test match of 3. After England were bowled out for 226, New Zealand managing to muster and scamper and biff a few runs this morning, 61 for 6 overnight. There were 113 all out when they were finally dismissed. There was about an hour to go before lunch. England got to lunch 72 for 1. It was the afternoon session where it got a bit gloomy and things started to happen. England at one stage losing 3 wickets for a run with Ben Stokes and Harry Brook both departing without scoring, and another single-figure score for Joe Root. But runs for Emilio Gay, who had a fortunate time of it, and also late order runs for Jamie Smith and Ollie Robinson meant that when New Zealand came out to bat, it was about getting through to the stumps more than knocking off the runs. And unfortunately, they didn't really do either. 36 for 3 at stumps here at Lords. Poor forecast for day 3, but it's a Test match, so no rain forecast for Sunday. So even if tomorrow's a washout, I think this game will be done by Monday. Steve Harmison's alongside me. Yesterday was all about the bowlers and Ollie Robinson, who duly came back to nip out his 5th wicket, get himself on the honours board. Today was about the pitch and also about Emilio Gay, who hit 57 on debut, and we'll be speaking to the press, and no doubt will be full of the joys of spring. He played nicely, but how did you assess the action? And there was a lot of it here at Lords on day 2.
Yeah, I think England rightly in the box seats, England rightly favourites. Good from Emilio Gay. He chanced his arm a little bit with a few of the bigger shots that he played, and he played and missed. He was fortunate, and I think you have to be on a surface like this just to be slightly fortunate when you are playing them big shots, them big drives, that if it does deviate, you don't get a little thin edge on it. And when the ball was in his area to score, you had some beautiful drives down the ground. You know, he had one beautiful shot through mid-wicket just after he went to 50, and then he got out. But he'd be pleased. I think he'd be pleased with his efforts. There's areas I think oppositions can go at when you look at him from an international bowler's point of view. It's a mark-up on the first class when you see bowlers' plans and how they're going to bowl at Emilio Gay. You're going to try. He does square up a lot. There are times where you can see that front foot gets planted. So there are things for him to work on. But from a confidence point of view, he's got himself a 50 in his first Test match, and he's largely put England into a decent place. Ollie Robinson with runs down the order. Ben Duckett was a bit scratchy for his 33, and Yeah, we talked about Ollie Robinson, 3 wickets in that first over. What was it, 5 for 39 to get on the honours board. But that 29 runs to take England's lead over 250, that might be the most valuable thing he's done in this Test match when the game is all said and done and finished. So England in a great position. Both sets of bowlers have showed, I think, fantastic skill level, durability, and also ability to work together as a partnership. I think that's been the challenge from both bowlers' sides, is when they have put the pressure on. England have took their catches and took their chances. New Zealand, on the other hand, they haven't took theirs either. They haven't took theirs. So, a long-winded answer while you're trying to sort your headphones out. But at the end of the day, England are in the box seats, and I think they've done. I think they've done the better of the way cricket, the better of the cricket that's been played so far in this Test match over the last 2 days.
Good filling there, Harmy. It was me and Jeremy.
Lovely work, Harmy.
Very,
No,
very
good
good.
There was
waffling.
a lot of changing. We can all hear each other without earphones
Why
anyway.
have we got earphones on?
Anyway,
Earphones on?
We're about a foot apart.
We've had them on all day. We don't need them. It's not
It was
like we're here.
Moments weren't
It was good
reaching.
waffle.
There's
Yeah.
no
Oh,
talk
it's
back.
fantastic.
Yeah, exactly.
And what did you talk about?
I've got no idea. What a waffle! It's nearly as good as my cake eating.
But there
I've
was a
had
lot
waffles and cakes.
There was a lot of that. Jeremy, what
Yeah,
chance?
what was that?
What chance New Zealand from here? 36-3. They need 218 runs. One of the three is William O'Rourke. So it looks terrible. But
Yeah.
actually, it's not quite as bad. You've still got Mitchell and Ravindra and Blundell and Phillips. We could ever wash out tomorrow. They can go back on Sunday and the sun's out. And what chance? What chance?
Of New Zealand getting it up to this total? No, that's very small, John. I'm sorry, but the pitch isn't going to change. I thought it might just get a little better today because of the sun on it. There's been no rain whatsoever. There's been a wee bit of breeze. I thought it would dry out. Yes, it would get a little bit quicker. But there's still a lot of up and down bounce. Look at Bethel's dismissal today. Just a Gesundheit, straight through. And that poor guy, he'd battled away, he'd been hit on the shoulder, he'd been hit on the, around in the chest area by O'Rourke, and just got one that went straight virtually along the green. He didn't have any prayer at all of getting a bat on it. He was jumping slightly, wasn't he? And with the dismissal, and so that kind of is a signature dismissal, I think, for what we've seen, the movement. Look, the bowlers have bowled nicely. They brought the stumps into play. There's been something like, I don't know, 9 LBWs and 10 bowls. That 19 dismissals, of hitting the stumps. That is most unusual. Normally you're getting lots of catches, aren't you? There's caught. And they're there, of course, but nothing like the amount. I would think if you go back and we get Gary to look into, which is our man on the stats, just how does it rate with other pitches at Lord's? I think you'll find that this one will be very high percentages of LBW and bowled. Anyway, that's 82% of the wickets that need to be taken in 40% of the game so far. Now that says to me batting ain't easy, and I think we've all known that. We can see that, and England have pushed ahead. New Zealand haven't bowled quite as well as their counterparts. We've seen Robinson in the first innings, and we've seen Tongue towards the end of that first innings clean up batsmen, just with balls that are coming down, and they're playing the line of the ball as it's coming towards them, and it nips away and takes off. So they're hard deliveries to play. If you don't play the line of the ball and you're playing on outside the line of the ball, anticipating movement, you're probably going to be LBW. So there's not much hope there for the batsmen. That's just what this pitch is delivering. There's not been many runs, have there? And the guys who have got runs have generally been dropped. The 50 men who have got 50.
And it happened
was
again
Brooke,
today.
and Gay,
Yeah.
they got dropped
Yeah.
today. Duckett got dropped today. So the New Zealanders have made mistakes, and that's been costly, and that's why they're in this position. And I think the English bowlers are just a wee bit sharper. Just a wee bit sharper. I'm not trying to run down Smith's effort today, which has been excellent. He's run in hard and done his best, and he's picked up 6. And so has O'Rourke. He's worked very hard as well, and Jamison in the first innings. But it hasn't quite matched what we've seen from the English. What do you think, Harmy?
Yeah, I just think when you the mention there about the LBW and bowled, I think you're getting more and more bowled in Test match cricket now because of the technical aspect to the battens, not as play for your off stump, value your wicket, respect the bowler. It's about putting pressure on. So in Test matches now, you're getting to see more and more players bowled, but not to the extent that we've had today. Not the extent that we've had in this Test match. And I think that tells you everything about the pitch. I think what you've had in bygone years, in the last 5 years, you've seen, I think, a higher percentage of bowled over the previous 20 years, and that's probably down to the white ball game, the modern game, but nothing to the extent that we've had in this game. And I think that tells you everything about what the skill level of the bowlers and the pitch that we're playing on.
But how do you explain the New Zealanders catching? Because that actually has proved to be the difference in some regard between the two sides. They've put down some absolute
In some regard, you're
dollars.
right. In some regard, you're right. You can't explain that. I don't know. I haven't seen them practicing catching. I haven't seen it out the back, and I haven't seen it out here. This is where it matters, because that's a little bit of the crowd, maybe. But they're just. Look, Ravindra should be better than that. He knows how to concentrate. He does it with his batting. Why can't he do that in the field? And I'm not sure. I'm not convinced here. It's not just this match. I've watched him over, a long time now, and his hands aren't safe. Conway is not an outfielder to me. He uses his feet quite often in New Zealand, which I can't stand. A runner, and he dives and kick it back in. You use your hands. So I think our cordon needs work. I think we've just got a bit casual about things, actually.
Does that come with, and I know I don't want to bang on and harp on about England's Ashes, but does that come with away teams and preparation? Because if you look at England's catches in the winter, you talk about you're not seeing them do too much catching practice. One thing that England are accused of, when the preparation, but also accused of not having a fielding coach and not doing enough catching and stuff like that. England in the Ashes dropped a hell of a lot of catches. New Zealand in this Test match, from a preparation point of view, did they do enough to get themselves in a position ready for that first game? And are we seeing away teams around the world starting to us badly by making elementary mistakes? These are mistakes you should not be making. Mistakes you should not be making is the element of working hard and being fit enough and dropping catches, because that's what you should be doing in preparation to get ready for acclimatization into a new country.
Well, there's lots of issues there that you mentioned, Harmy. For me, this has come straight hard at the end of the IPL. Players are now choosing to go to the IPL because of the money, and you and I wouldn't begrudge that at all. But there's not enough time to practice, a lot really of the things that we're talking about. This would be ideal if they could come to England a little earlier, another week earlier. That then takes a little bit of the IPL out of play. You know what I mean? If you're in the final, in the final area of that competition. But they'd love to play a match or two in England and prepare, and then it becomes a more interesting series because it's much more competitive. Having to adapt to a pitch. This is not an easy pitch to play, and we all know that. If you're a bowler, you love this. If you're a batsman, it's blinking hard work, and there's an element of luck. If the bowler gets his part of the transaction right, it's hard for you. And so runs have been quite scarce throughout this game. You might say today England deserved it because they got the better of the of the day, and Henry wasn't quite up to his usual, so there have been those mitigating circumstances. But in truth, we should have certainly this is not a tour. This used to be a tour where you'd blood a player, you'd develop a player. We would play 6 or 7 county matches and then play a test, our first test. We were with a chance. Here, you're coming from all different places, you're throwing together. It's the same for England in a way, isn't it? And so we don't see the very best of what these two teams can do to play against each other. So I feel for that too. Wouldn't it be great if we could have had a couple of matches to warm up, and this would be a much tighter match?
I was at Beckenham a few weeks ago, and for some reason, what was the name of that Durham fast bowler? Simon Brown?
Simon Brown, yeah.
And he played one test.
Against Pakistan.
Against Pakistan, 1996. Just came up in conversation with Simon Wilde and Lizzie Ammon. I can't remember why it came up in conversation, but I remember the test match. Took a wicket early, but he didn't bowl again. And anyway, I was having a look at the scorecard and then started looking at the series. And Pakistan were over in England in 1996. I think they played 8 tour games before the first test, and then they played another 2 between the first and the second test. I think I added it up, and I might be wrong, might be exaggerating slightly. I think they played 16 tour games. This isn't the 1950s. This was 1996, which
I remember in that series, because obviously Chubby's one of my closest, probably my father figure in the game growing in. Some would say he was a good influence on me, and some would say he was a bad influence on me. His nickname was Prince of Darkness, and I was Damien. We'll leave that conversation there. That was a series where you tossed the coin to use the Duke ball or the Reader ball, and in that time, the Duke ball swung and the Reader ball didn't, and it reverse swung well. So England lost, I think Atherton lost the toss 3 times to use the Reader ball, which means it didn't swing from the start, but swung after about 35 overs, reverse swing. So England were always 120 for 1 and 180 all out.
Not ideal when you're coming up against Wazzy Makram and Waqar Younis.
Wazzy Makram and Waqar Younis, and that was Chubby's only test, a great man. But when it comes to playing test matches, playing warm-up games, we don't see that anymore. But when it comes, which frustrates, there's a frustration, but you can't begrudge these lads from earning, and the IPL is not going away. It's getting bigger and bigger and more lucrative as they come. But things that you can control is your practice, and I think you can control your practice, and especially as an individual, you can control your practice in your fielding. It's the same in football. We are at TalkSport, but we've done a lot of football on our platform. And if you're looking at it from a footballing terms, if you played a Premier League side game and an FA Cup game and you're 2 leagues below, well, they might be better than you from a talent point of view, but you can work harder than them, because your body should be conditioned to work harder than them. The effort should be always there. And I'm not saying it's not an effort thing from New Zealand, but when it comes to the catching side of it, you should be acclimatized enough. You should be able to get enough acclimatization from Bailing Island, coming to here and doing enough individual catching and fielding drills to make sure that you're sharp and ready for when that one catch in the game comes, especially in a low-scoring game, doesn't cost you. And unfortunately for New Zealand, they've dropped 4 catches. They've dropped probably just as much. They've cost them just as much runs than they scored in the first innings. When you think Brook was dropped on 9, and the way it mounts up. And these are things that I think you can alleviate, putting pressure on yourselves as a unit going into what is, a difficult pitch to bat on.
When people say what's the best sight in cricket, many people will say this sight of a fast bowler running in and the stumps being splattered, and it certainly is one of the best things about Test cricket or all cricket. Well, we've seen quite a lot of that today. But one of the other great things about cricket is that the cover drive, right? A sweetly timed ball to the boundary of a batter getting on the front foot and hitting through the line of the ball. I haven't really seen that. It's a game that has just been too dominated by ball, and we complain when it's dominated by bat. But I just can't remember enjoying much of the batting. And the only batters that have succeeded are the ones that have either been dropped or the ones like Harry Brook. They've just thought, I'm going to play the percentages here.
Harry Brook, Kyle Jamieson, Ollie Robinson.
Kane Williamson and Joe Root, two of the best batters that have ever played the game. They must have scored 40 runs between them in 4 innings. Okay, so...
I don't think it's even that, would it be?
No, you're probably right. 18 for Williamson and Joe Root. Yeah, you're right. Not even 30.
Joe's got 10 in the match. And Williamson's got, what has he got? 18.
Anyway, well, look, we talked about the pitch and we talked about the bowling and the fielding and the batting.
We're going to go to a very different match in the second test, aren't we? If the surfaces that we've seen at the Oval recently and how those games have gone and the number of runs that have been scored there, it's going to be very different from this surface. It's almost going to swap slightly. I mean, depending on how much grass they leave on it and so on. So maybe that's a chance for the batsmen to show what they can actually do at that time. We'll see. Let's hope that it's an even match.
Well,
I don't mind the bowlers, as I've said right throughout this match here, holding sway. I think it's a better game then. But this has just gone their way a little too
far,
much.
yeah.
and we also haven't seen, like in the Ashes, where we saw very little spin, we haven't seen Shoaib Bashir bowl a single delivery, and we probably won't. And
no New Zealand spinner.
We haven't seen a New Zealand spinner.
No, that's right. And so, well, that's indicative also of the type of surface this has been.
To be fair,
it's not as if they've really bowled. I mean, the English bowlers haven't bowled a lot of overs either.
No. And even if this was the Great Australia side, Shane Warne wouldn't have bowled it this game. Shane Warne wouldn't have been. He can bowl on anything. And he
can you imagine Glenn McGrath on that?
Glenn McGrath on that. Jason Gillespie on that.
Richard Hadley on this. You know, all those bowlers.
Anderson, Broad. But we're saying all these great bowlers. I mean, the 8 that's been on there, I mean, they've done a really, really good job.
They knew they couldn't pitch the ball right up because they would get driven. Batsmen are looking for a drive in these sort of conditions or something really short, but they haven't provided that too much either. And so they've just found the right length. And when they've got the line, with it, it's done something as well. They've been able to take it back up the slope, and some have gone more than others. Some have, squatted a bit and gone through. It hasn't been easy. Hasn't been easy watching, and it's a shame for me for all the people that have come and watched in the first 2 days. They're not going to get another day.
Okay, but we will get another day.
Yes,
might get
we'll
2
enjoy
days.
it too.
Oh, we will. It's how can you not enjoy Test cricket or cricket at Lords? But the task that awaits New Zealand is a big one. 218 runs still needed, 7 wickets in hand. Devon Conway survived a perilously close LBW shout just before Kane Williamson was dismissed. He is still there, 12 not out. And I suppose they have seen off the first 12 overs of the new ball. So Conway will be back. He'll be joined by Rashin Ravindra, who will hopefully turn his test around, Jeremy. We shall see. Can it get any worse? We could if he goes first ball. Harmy, you'll be back tomorrow, as will Jeremy. Melinda Farrell will be in the hot seat alongside Niel Manthorp. I'll be back. Jarrod's away for the day, but if there is play on Sunday, he'll return for that. But for now, thanks for joining us here on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel and on the Following On podcast.